Chapter 104. There's still someone here. Jiang Ci looked at the time again. It was 8:55 p.m. There's still 5 minutes left. In order to rationalize the training time of the trainees, the training camp stipulated that if the trainees wanted to challenge Lingwan Road, they must first make an appointment online. Jiang Ci's appointment was at 9 p.m. After waiting for a while, the A-grade alloy door slowly opened. A petite woman walked out from inside. When she saw Jiang Ci, she was stunned. "Hello, Junior Jiang Ci," she greeted. "Hello, Senior Sister." Jiang Ci smiled and walked into the room on Lingwan Road. He still remembered this Senior Sister. When he first came to Lingwan Road, he also met her. He had to say that it was fate. He had only come here twice, and he ended up meeting the Senior Sister. The A-grade alloy door closed again. The woman was still in a daze. After a while, she came back to her senses. He went in. Could it be that Junior Jiang Ci hasn't challenged Lingwan Road this month? Doesn't that mean that his ranking on the heaven list still has room for improvement? Now that the trainees who were hunting monsters in the wilderness have basically all returned, their rankings can't change anymore. He's now ranked 74th on the heaven list. If his results on Lingwan Road improve a little then, oh my god, it was already phenomenal for a new trainee to rush to the top 80 in the first month. If his ranking was higher, then it could not be described as phenomenal. The woman couldn't help but cover her mouth. Her face was full of shock. Hurry up and post it on the forum. No one will know about it now. Let's ride on the popularity. Soon, the popularity of a new post on the Xiantian forum increased steadily. It finally became the top post on the Xiantian forum. The Xiantian forum post was not only seen by the trainees of the heaven-level training camp. As long as one was a Jinten Budokan warrior, no matter where they were, they could see this post. Paksun Province Jinten Budokan Branch, Building 1, Lu Shan's office. PFFF. Lu Shan was drinking water when he suddenly saw this post. He was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of water. Jiang Ci, this brat, is trying to stir up trouble. As he spoke, he quickly contacted Chen Yuan, the dojo master. "Dojo master, boss, something big has happened." "I already know." On the other side of the phone, Chen Yuan hung up after saying a few words. He could vaguely hear the roar of a beast from the other side of the phone. By the time Lu Shan reacted, Chen Yuan was still cultivating in the wilderness. Not only them, but also Jiang Sheng, who was resting at home, and Zhang Wei, who had recently joined Jinten Budokan, saw the post and were shocked by Jiang Ci's behavior. Ever since Jiang Ci had joined the heaven-level training camp, they had learned some things about the heaven-level training camp through Lu Shan. He knew very well how shocking what Jiang Ci was doing was. "Good job, Jiang Ci." They were cheering for Jiang Ci from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, the camp town was in an uproar. As long as the trainees of the 4 training camps saw the post, whether they were cultivating or doing something else, they immediately stopped what they were doing. They went to the entrance to Tianyuan District, where there was a hologram of the heaven-level ranking that updated the real-time ranking information. Some trainees of the heaven-level training camp ran directly to Tianyuan Pavilion. They could enter, but the trainees of the other 3 training camps could not. Soon, thousands of people gathered at the entrance to Tianyuan District. It was very lively. Impossible. How can he not challenge Lingwan Road? I don't believe it. In front of the hologram of the heaven-level ranking, Qin Feng's handsome face turned pale. He was very confident. Today was the last day of February, and he was ranked 81st on the heaven-level ranking. If it weren't for Jiang Ci, he would be the first among the new trainees this year. Even if Jiang Ci got first place, Qin Feng felt that there was not much difference between him and Jiang Ci. One was ranked 74th, and the other was ranked 81st. There was only a difference of 7 places. But now, someone told him that Jiang Ci had a chance to make a breakthrough. Then the situation would be different. Staring at the heaven-level ranking for a while, Qin Feng's eyes became gloomy, and his heart was filled with hatred. In another place, Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng stood in the crowd, frowning slightly. No one knew what they were thinking. At this time, the trainees of the heaven-level training camp in Paksun Province had all arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion. They were waiting outside the room on Lingwan Road. Jiang Xi is going to do something big. Zhou Xing was speechless. Jianggu is awesome. Yin Chao had become a die-hard fan. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Qian, who kept shaking his head. To the side, Shu Qiqi and Han Yingxue stood side by side. At first glance, one could see that the two looked similar. Cousin, thank you. Han Yingxue smiled. She was a trainee of the Earth-level training camp. According to the rules, she was not allowed to enter Tianyuan Pavilion, but Shu Qiqi was ranked second on the heaven-level ranking. No one would say anything if she brought someone in. You, is this worth it? Shu Qiqi smiled helplessly. Whether it's worth it or not depends on what you do. If you don't do it, you'll have to live with regret. Han Yingxue's expression was firm. Let's not talk about this. You have a good eye. Shu Qiqi praised. Of course. Han Yingxue took a deep breath. The bell on her right wrist rang, just like her nervous heart. In a large enclosed room, Jiang Xi stood in front of Lingwan Road. 9 steps had been carved out of the boulder that had been eroded by time. The simple appearance hid an inexplicable charm. After looking at it for a long time, one could not help but be intoxicated. This was the second time Jiang Xi had stepped on a Lingwan Road. Before officially challenging it, he first did a small test. After stepping on the first step, he closed his eyes. After 2 or 3 seconds, he opened his eyes again and did not enter the illusion. As expected, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head, laughing at himself for being greedy again. The experience points for each step of Lingwan Road could only be obtained once. As for whether the experience points could only be obtained after successfully challenging it, this was the second question to be verified. Jiang Xi went up 3 steps in a row and stepped onto the 4th step. He closed his eyes again, and his spiritual consciousness appeared in the familiar illusory space with a whirl of the sky and earth. After selecting the weapons and equipment, after a minute, the clear female voice sounded again. Trial taker, please kill 100 Herculean demonic apes within an hour. Jiang Xi's eyes focused slightly. On the prairie in front of him, 100 curly-haired gorillas appeared out of thin air 1,000 meters away. Their momentum was similar to the stage 1 Herculean demonic apes, all of them level D. However, Jiang Xi knew that the attacks of these Herculean demonic apes were more mysterious. They were comparable to the perfection of advanced martial arts. Before the trial began, he took a look at the experience points panel. Level: Bone Honing Level D 104-001-1000. Cultivation Method: 9 Elements Heart Technique Martial Arts. 9 Elements Sword Technique. Combine 55813000. Wind Shadow Step. Combine 266140000. Force Exertion. 6. 72 Experience Points. 70977. This was the result of his 1 month of cultivation. Wind Shadow Step had finally reached the combined realm. Unfortunately, he still had to pay attention to hiding the fact that he was good at speed. To pass the stage 4 illusion trial, the biggest reliance was still the 9 elements sword technique. Chapter 105. Jiang Xi was very clear that under the circumstances of only relying on the 9 elemental sword technique, if only comparing the data, the strength of the demonic ape was actually about the same as him. They both had the body of a top D class, and only their martial arts were a little weaker. The demonic ape was at the peak of the advanced martial arts, while Jiang Xi was at the initial stage of the 9 elemental sword technique. But the problem was that there were 100 demonic apes. Let the trial begin. With a sound, the 100 demonic apes on the grassland immediately pounded their chests and roared towards the sky. Roar! With a rumbling sound, their ferocious flames overflowed as they pounced towards Jiang Xi. There were also some that leaped high, their thick and long arms sweeping across with a whistling sound, as if it was some kind of mysterious staff technique with astonishing power. It's not easy. Jiang Xi sighed softly and then became serious. In his hand, an ancient long sword that was similar to the slaughtering shadow sword was gently raised. Swish! With a leap, His steps were graceful as he rushed towards the group of demonic apes. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the group of beasts. The long sword was as fast as lightning, either stabbing, slashing, or lifting. The continuous attacks landed on the demonic ape's body, bringing about a flower of blood. Boom! Boom! But it was obvious that the fourth stage demonic ape was even more violent. The time and energy spent to kill a demonic ape was several times more than the first stage of the illusion space. Under the 300m speed bonus, the damage of the sword technique was not so impressive. He had just killed more than 30 demonic apes. Bang! 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 In a moment of carelessness, the long arms of a few demonic apes around him swept towards Jiang Ci. The powerful force directly sent him flying. A few bones in his body were broken. Fortunately, he did not injure any important parts, so it did not affect his combat strength much. However, the intense pain did not reduce at all. Although it was spiritual consciousness in the illusion space, the pain was no different from reality. Again, Jiang Ci gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and waved his sword again. Chi roar. The battle was intense and stalemate. Jiang Ci's injuries were increasing, and his sword movements were becoming slower and slower. Correspondingly, the power of the sword technique was also decreasing. Bang! He was once again sent flying by a Herculean demonic ape. This time, before he could get up, he was swarmed by the remaining 20 or so Herculean demonic apes. He was hammered to death. Jiang Ci felt this process very clearly because his consciousness was awake. Then, with a flash of light, he appeared on the original platform. At the same time, the corpses of the Herculean demonic apes on the grassland and the Herculean demonic apes that were still alive instantly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. It took 46 minutes to kill 73 Herculean demonic apes. You failed the trial. The female voice in the illusion space sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Ci felt rather helpless. Without fully utilizing the wind shadow steps, it would be extremely difficult to pass the fourth stage. The 9 elemental sword art alone was not enough to deal enough damage. If I can grasp the rhythm of the swift sword and increase the offensive power of the sword technique, I might have a chance to pass. Unfortunately, there was no way to use the interface to improve this kind of small skill. He could only practice it by himself. He had practiced for more than a month, but he still hadn't mastered it. How much did the points increase this time? Jiang Ci turned his gaze to the stone pillar beside him, which displayed the results of his current illusion trial. Name, Jiang Ci age, 18 strength, D-class Ling Wan road level, 3. 73 inch, it's equivalent to a 3. 73 multiplier. I can improve a few ranks on the heaven list. Jiang Ci thought in his heart. He wasn't sure how much he could improve. Now, he could confirm that Ling Wan Road failed the illusion trial. There was no experience, because there was no prompt on the experience panel just now, and the experience balance did not increase. Entrance to Tianyuan District. The ranking information was updated in real time in the virtual light of the heaven list, and the trainees' rankings were constantly scrolling suddenly. One of the rankings began to flicker and climb. It was Jiang Ci's ranking. It moved. Someone exclaimed, 74, 70, 65, 61. Immediately, someone followed the flickering of the ranking and couldn't help but shout out the change of the ranking. Heaven list number 61. Jiang Ci, trainee number 9321. At this point, the ranking no longer changed. In front of the heaven list, there was an uproar. More than 1,000 trainees from the 4 training camps were boiling. Oh my God! If I remember correctly, Jiang Ci created a record in the heaven-level training camp. 30 years ago, there was a new student who rushed to the 64th place on the heaven ranking in the first month. It is said that the senior is now a top-notch A-rank martial artist and has become a secret force in the Black Sky Martial Arts Library. Jiang Ci's ranking in the first month was 3 ranks higher than that senior. Doesn't that mean that Jiang Ci's future achievements will be higher than that senior's? Is there a need to doubt this? There are rumors that Jiang Ci is the first person to get full marks in martial arts after the Spirit Chi revival. If the rumors are true, then his achievements in martial arts are destined to be great. Sai, it is said that talent is only potential, not strength. However, Jiang Ci is the kind of person who can turn potential into strength. Among the boiling crowd, there were some who remained silent. How is it possible? How is it possible? Qin Feng kept shaking his head and whispering. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Ci's name on the heaven list with resentment. So what if he is strong in martial arts? Wait until the world changes again. Then you will know that all this is a joke. I, Qin Feng, am the protagonist of the Spirit Chi revival era. On the other side, Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng looked at each other. Brother Ma, why don't we stay away from Jiang Ci and stop investigating? Xiao Sheng whispered. The orders from above are not so easy to be perfunctory. Just be careful in the future. Ma Yu frowned. Even if Jiang Ci's performance was suffocating, he was not afraid of Jiang Ci. Because he was ranked 5th on the heaven list, he was also a genius. This night is enough to go down in the history of the training camp. It was worth it to be able to witness this scene with my own eyes. Someone exclaimed. Suddenly, someone shouted, Latest news, it's not over yet. The senior guarding the Tianyuan Pavilion's 2nd floor told me that the room on Lingwan Road is still closed, indicating that Junior Jiang Ci is continuing to challenge Lingwan Road. Impossible. Someone immediately refuted. It's true. He is a new trainee and has 2 chances in the first month. The one he used just now was the new trainee privilege. According to speculation, he hasn't used the 2-hour chance this month. Silence. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. Many people, especially the trainees of the heaven-level training camp, finally reacted. Jiang Ci did have 2 chances to challenge Ling Wan Road this month. The one he used just now was for failure, and there was no time limit. The remaining one was the normal chance with a 2-hour time limit, but there was no limit to the number of failures. In other words, as long as the time was not up, Jiang Ci could keep trying in the illusion trial. How else can I describe this? Is he going to do something big? Didn't he just say it? He's going against the natural order. How high will he be able to climb this time? Everyone's mood was filled with anticipation and fear. Chapter 106. The instructors of the heaven-level training camp were also paying attention to this matter. Number 3 Shanshuiyuan, Yulin's manor. A hologram of the heaven ranking appeared in front of everyone. The instructors were congratulating Yulin. Old Yu, congratulations. You've taken in a good disciple. Yulin shook his head lightly. There was no pride or complacency in his words. He knew very well that Jiang Ci's current results had little to do with him. Moreover, it was not the time to celebrate yet. He knew that Jiang Ci had not used his 2 chances to challenge Ling Wan Road this month. Don't worry, it's not over yet. Yulin chuckled. As soon as he said that, some people immediately understood. A new student? Could it be that this kid did not use his 2 chances this month? My ranking can still be pushed up a bit? Even though the instructors were all A-level fighters and had seen many storms, they were still silent in the face of this situation. Some of them even began to envy Yulin. This guy was so stuffy and had such a bad temper. How did he become Jiang Ci's teacher? What a great opportunity. They were all smart people. Of course, they knew that when Jiang Ci made great achievements in martial arts in the future, being Jiang Ci's teacher would be a part of the glory. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. At the same time, they were also looking forward to Jiang Ci's next performance. What ranking could he reach on the heaven ranking? Tianyuan Pavilion's 2nd floor, outside the room on Lingwan Road. The equipment outside the room showed that Jiang Ci was still challenging Lingwan Road. The crowd was also silent. Then, with a whoosh, an uproar broke out. As expected of me, Jiang Ge. Awesome. Awesome. Yin Chao's eyes lit up. I've decided. From now on, Jiang Ci is also my brother. Jiang Ge is awesome. Zhou Xing said in a deep voice. The other students from Paksun province were also in disbelief. He was even more envious of Zhou Xing and Yin Chao, because they were friends with Jiang Xi in the same year, and their relationship could be very close. As for these old students, they didn't have this opportunity. At most, they could be considered fellow countrymen beside her. Shu Qiqi was also shocked. She looked at Han Yingxue and said seriously, "Yingxue, you have to hurry." Han Yingxue took a deep breath and nodded slightly. On the fourth step of Lingwan Road, Jiang Xi opened his eyes and exited the illusionary space of the fourth step. Because the opportunity just now was to withdraw if he failed, he could only withdraw first. He didn't pay attention to what was happening in the outside world, nor did he think about it. Right now, all he wanted to do was continue to challenge Lingwan Road. The higher the better. I still have one more chance. 2 hours. I can keep trying. I don't believe that I can't pass the fourth stage. Jiang Xi's eyes were determined. He closed his eyes again and entered the illusionary space of the fourth step. On the first platform of the illusionary space, he quickly chose his weapon and equipment. The female voice in the illusionary space reminded him, "Participant, please kill 100 Herculean demonic apes in 1 hour. Participant, you have 2 hours left in the illusionary space of the spirit cloud. There is no limit to the number of failures." Jiang Xi was eager to try. He must pass the fourth step. The trial begins. Roar, roar. 100 Herculean demonic apes roared together. "Kill!" Jiang Xi shouted coldly. His sword flashed and flashed like lightning. Maintaining a speed of 300 meters per second, the strength of a D-class martial artist was fully unleashed. A half-foot thick layer of transparent sword shadows covered the longsword. Now, it's comparable to a top-tier C-class martial artist. Just a little bit more, and the power of his swordsmanship would reach B-class. Without fully using the wind shadow step, Jiang Xi felt that the longsword was wrapped in a layer of obstruction. Once it pierced through, the speed of his sword would break through. Facing the crazy attacks of the Herculean demonic apes, Jiang Xi's heart was as calm as still water. He maintained his calmness and moved quickly with his sword. Unconsciously, like muscle memory, he began to try to use the fast sword rhythm that Yulin taught him. Although he had not mastered it yet, he had a large number of fast sword rhythm essentials in his mind and rich theoretical knowledge. The Herculean demonic apes kept falling 1, 2, 10, 60. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Xi was suddenly hit by a few Herculean demonic apes. His body was out of control and was directly smashed into pieces in the air. Used 36 minutes to kill 60 Herculean demonic apes. Trial failed. Accompanied by the notification of the illusionary space, Jiang Xi once again appeared on the first platform with a flash of light. He frowned and pondered, quickly summarizing and reflecting. Just now, I was too focused on mastering the fast sword rhythm. Instead, it lowered the hunting efficiency. However, soon, I feel like I'm just missing that layer of membrane. This kind of intuition was very sharp, as if he had foreseen it in advance. Trial taker, please kill 100 Herculean demonic apes within an hour. Without stopping for a moment, the female voice in the illusionary space quickly sounded. On the prairie in front of him, 100 Herculean demonic apes appeared again. Again, Jiang Xi was full of confidence. He jumped up from the platform, like an eagle hunting for prey, and pounced on the Herculean demonic apes. Puff, puff, crash, his speed and strength did not change, but his sword was obviously faster. Take back your fist and hit it again. It will be more powerful. The same goes for fast sword. Fast, slow, fast, fast. Fast, fast, fast. Jiang Xi was very calm, focused, and constantly tried to adjust the rhythm of his sword speed. Buzz. Suddenly, on the quaint long sword, the misty transparent sword shadow grew to 1 foot. The speed of the sword suddenly broke through the barrier and surpassed the speed of sound. This is Jiang Xi opened his eyes wide. Just now, he had successfully used the rapid sword's rhythm transformation. He completed the action of instantly retracting his sword and attacking again. Haha, bang, bang, bang. Under the surprise, A few Herculean demonic apes around him slapped him away. This time, after landing, he was trampled to death. Used 21 minutes to kill 45 Herculean demonic apes. Trial failed. Once again returning to the original platform, hearing the voice of the illusionary space reminding him of the trial failure, Jiang Xi was not depressed at all. Instead, he was very excited. Success! Buzz, buzz, buzz. Taking advantage of the fact that the new trial had not yet begun, Jiang Xi tried to use the sword rhythm just now. 6 out of 10 successful attempts. He had mastered it very quickly. He believed that it would not take long for him to completely master it. Trial begins. Roar, roar. The Herculean demonic apes roared. Riverward laughed heartily and flew out. The sword shadow was brandished, and with the sound of breaking the sound barrier, it whistled and attacked. Poochie Poochie, the 9 elemental sword art, which used fast sword as the essence, had a significant increase in power. The Herculean demonic apes, which were good at strength and defense, were easily broken through. B rank. His strength was overwhelming. These Herculean demonic apes could no longer block his sword attack. Under the situation where he did not fully use the Wind Shadow step, his combat power had reached B rank. If he used the Wind Shadow step, would his combat power reach a rank? Although he knew that the hope was slim, Jiang Xi still had some expectations in his heart. However, he was now in the heaven-level training camp. For the time being, he would not need to use as a rank combat power. When he really needed to use it in the future, he might have already reached a rank with the help of the experience points panel. Chapter 107. Entrance to Tianyuan District. The atmosphere was a bit strange, not as enthusiastic as before, because everyone was waiting for Jiang Xi's ranking to change. It's been more than an hour. Maybe with his strength, he can only rush to this rank. Jiang Xi is a D-class warrior, so the demonic apes in the 4th stage of the illusion trial are also D-class. But they have the attack power of advanced martial arts. Each of them is close to a C-class warrior. It's too difficult to pass. Yeah, the old trainees of our heaven-level training camp basically have to reach the C-class to have a chance to pass. He's already very strong. If he waits for half a year or a year, with the resources of the heaven-level training camp, his strength will increase again, and he will probably be able to pass the 4th stage. Everyone sighed, some were envious, and some were jealous. When they found that Jiang Xi's ranking had not changed after so long, many people were relieved. For example, Qin Feng, Mayu, Qiao Sheng, and others. Most of them had the same thought in their hearts. Fortunately, he's just abnormal, not too abnormal. Everyone was calculating the time. When they estimated that Jiang Xi's second chance to pass Ling Wan Road was only half an hour left, they were also sure that this was almost the end. However, no one planned to leave. They had to persist until the end. Suddenly, the noisy voices around the heaven list suddenly quieted down. They saw that the 61st place on the heaven list, Jiang Xi's ranking information, flashed and rolled, jumping up. Exclamations were everywhere. He moved again. Oh my God, please, don't move again. Some people were worried that their hearts could not take it. In the end, Jiang Xi's ranking stopped at the 55th place. Heaven list 55th, Jiang Xi, Academy number 9321. Everyone was silent. For a long time, there was no movement here. Let's go back to sleep. I can't watch anymore. Someone shook his head blankly. This is too frustrating. Are we all practicing the same martial arts? Someone sighed to the sky. He must be cheating. Someone was angry. Qin Feng, Mayu, Qiao Sheng, and the others remained silent, but their eyes flickered. Not bad, not bad. I didn't make it into the top 50. It's still acceptable. In the face of this result, they actually felt a sense of relief. 23:48 midnight. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an uproar, as if a pot had exploded. The entrance of Tianyuan community was bustling with activity again. It was even livelier than before. It's again, moving again. Fuck. 49th. Is he still human? There were even people who directly cursed out loud. They really couldn't take it anymore. Heaven list rank 49. Jiang Ci, student number 9321. The rankings stopped there, and there were no more changes. There were only 12 minutes left in February, and the rankings of the other people on the Heaven leaderboard could no longer change. It was certain that Jiang Ci had made it into the top 50. What did it mean to enter the top 50 of the Heaven leaderboard in the first month? 30 years ago, a new student had set an amazing record of rushing to the 64th place in the Heaven leaderboard in the first month. Later, this person graduated in advance before completing 5 years of training in the Heaven level training camp. He became an A-rank warrior and quickly became a powerhouse, standing at the peak of martial arts. Compared to this person, Jiangxi's performance was even more amazing. No new student of the Heaven level training camp had ever rushed into the top 50 of the Heaven leaderboard in the first month. For a moment, no one could guess what height Jiang Ci could reach in the future. But what they could be sure of was that Jiang Ci would only become stronger in the future, because Jiang Ci stood at a level higher than geniuses, and he was frightening and terrifying. Ma Yu's expression was solemn. He let out a long breath, and then said to Qiao Sheng, "Don't worry about the orders from above. In the future, don't investigate Jiang Ci, and don't provoke him. This kind of person can't be offended." Qiao Sheng was a little scared. This was because he had challenged Jiang Ci to a spar, and fortunately, he was rejected. If Jiang Ci had really accepted the challenge, it would have created a grudge. If he offended such a monstrous genius, he would be finished sooner or later. In the crowd, looking at Jiang Ci's Heaven leaderboard ranking, Qin Feng's expression didn't change much this time. He was very calm. "Wait, at most half a year." Qin Feng calmly turned and left. On the second floor of the Tianyuan Pavilion, the door of the room on Lingwan Road slowly opened. Jiang Ci walked out with a frown. "Jiangge is awesome." Suddenly, he heard someone shout excitedly. Looking in the direction of the voice, he found that the lounge outside was already full of people. The people who shouted were Zhou Xing and Yan Chao. Jiang Ci smiled indifferently. He had already expected such a scene. "Jiangge, why are you still so calm? You created a new record. Do you know?" Yan Chao was even more excited than Jiang Ci. "Maybe it's just luck." Jiang Ci chuckled and shook his head. As expected of Jiangge, after causing such a big thing, he still doesn't change his expression. Zhou Xing praised from the side. "Yes, yes." Yan Chao nodded in agreement. He was determined to follow the path of a loyal fan to the end. Jiang Ci's mood still didn't change much, because there was nothing to celebrate. The only thing that made him happy was that he had successfully mastered the rhythm of the fast sword. This allowed him to have the combat power of a B-grade martial artist with only the 9 elemental swordsmanship. He passed the 4th stage of the illusion trial on Lingwan Road in 1 try and obtained 4 times the points increase. His ranking directly rose to 55th. Then, he went to the 5th stage. Unfortunately, the 5th stage was against the Wind Fiend White Tiger that was good at speed. Coupled with the attack that was comparable to the complete mastery of advanced martial arts techniques, it was just enough to restrain him. He spent nearly half an hour and only killed 41 Wind Fiend White Tigers before he was swept by the tiger's tail that was as fast as lightning. He died in the tiger's mouth. Coincidentally, the 2 hours were up, and he could only withdraw from the 5th stage of the illusion trial. Even so, he still managed to obtain a 41-point multiplier and soared to 49th place on the Heaven leaderboard. The 5th stage Wind Fiend White Tiger's speed is faster than the speed of sound. If I use the Wind Shadow step with all my strength, I should be able to pass the trial. Jiang Ci estimated in his mind. After understanding this, Jiang Ci stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked around and faced the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd. He chuckled and said, "Thank you, everyone." Although some of them were here to watch the fun, most of them were students from Pak Sun Province. They were definitely here to support him. "You're welcome. Junior Jiangxi's performance is really amazing. Junior Jiang Ci, we're all from the same hometown. Let's keep in touch when we have time." "Haha, Junior Jiang Ci, I have a younger sister who is about the same age as you. She's the campus belle of Beishan Second High School. You should get to know her when you have the chance." In the end, under everyone's enthusiasm, Riverward could no longer maintain his composure and fled in defeat. "Why didn't you go up and say a few words?" Shu Qiqi asked Han Xue. Han Xue smiled and said calmly, "This is a good time for him to enjoy the cheers. I can't go up and disturb him." She was a stubborn person and would not give up easily. After being rejected by Jiang Xi last time, although she was disappointed, she quickly pulled herself together. Love does not know where it comes from, but it goes deep. She once read this sentence in an ancient book and liked the charm of this sentence. Perhaps she was in such a state now. Chapter 108. Number 3 Shanshuiyuan, Yulin's Manor. A group of A-rank martial artist instructors were also looking at a virtual projection of the Heaven List, when Jiangxi's ranking stopped at the 49th place on the Heaven List. Everyone was silent for a while. Then, with complicated expressions, they congratulated Yulin again. At this point, basically every instructor was more or less jealous of Yulin. They were all thinking, "Why don't I have such a good student?" "Don't congratulate old Yu yet. Has anyone informed Deacon Lu Kuei and the elders?" One of the instructors asked. Only then did everyone realize that they hadn't been informed. If the higher-ups didn't know about such a big thing, it wouldn't look good. Yulin was Jiangxi's teacher, so everyone decided to let him inform the higher-ups. After a while, Yulin put down the phone and said to everyone, "Deacon Lu and the elders already know. He asked me to bring Jiangxi to me first." All the instructors nodded slightly. They understood Lu Kuei's intention. This was to let Yulin protect Jiangxi. Jiangxi's performance this time could no longer be described as simply a genius. Not only did they have to guard against people who had bad intentions towards Jiangxi, but they also had to guard against other martial artist forces poaching him. "Then hurry up and contact him," an instructor urged. Yulin tried to contact Jiangxi, then shook his head. Jiangxi blocked the communication signal. Everyone looked at each other and then sighed. Very smart. Yeah, not contacting anyone. Not only can he avoid being disturbed this way, but he also doesn't have to face those martial artist forces who want to rope him in. After all, if he rejects too many people, he will always offend people. This kid not only has great martial arts potential, but he also has a way of dealing with people. Hearing everyone's sighs and praises, Yulin only smiled. He was sincerely proud of Jiangxi. At the same time, he was also wondering how much the higher-ups would pay to keep Jiangxi. Signing a genius contract with a branch library seemed to be a bit low. Words like loyalty were the most unreliable. Adults still had to talk about practical things. Presumably, all the major warrior forces were discussing how much they should pay to poach Jiangxi from Jinten Budokan, the Xia Kingdom's Shuntian prefecture, in a secret place. A plain-looking old man with his hands behind his back looked at the holographic projection in front of him. The holographic projection was displaying Jiangxi's detailed information. "Are you a child from Paksun province? Put me through to He Chongqing." Behind him stood a martial artist in black. He had an iron-blooded aura. He immediately contacted the president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, He Chongqing. On the other side of the ocean, there was also a vast land. Because the land was vast and sparsely populated, a huge number of monsters occupied almost all the land on this land after the Spirit Chi revival. The survivors from the old era used the 4 northern cities of this land as the foundation to re-establish the Dark Shadow Kingdom, gaining some living space. At this time, in a military base in the Dark Shadow Kingdom, a middle-aged man in a camouflage military uniform exuded a powerful aura. In front of him, a holographic projection of Jiangxi appeared, but there was no detailed information. He said to the person beside him, "I want to see all his information within an hour." His voice was filled with killing intent. At the same time, in the Peacock Country in the south, the Holy Alliance in the west, and the Alpha Star in the north. Under the orders of some higher-ups, these major countries began to collect information on Jiangxi and issued corresponding orders. Those non-state martial artist forces were also doing the same thing. In an unknown barren mountain cave in the wilderness, 12 holographic figures stood there. In front of them, the holographic projection showed detailed information on Jiang Ci. They were the 12 directors who held the highest authority in the Liberal Alliance. Each of them was a powerful A-class warrior. There was one more director who was not present because he was the real founder of the Liberal Alliance. He was very mysterious, and no one knew his true identity until now. The detailed information on Jiang Ci was brought by Feng Xian. After everyone finished reading, one of them asked, "Feng Xian, why is there no information on him before he was 13 years old?" Feng Xian's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Someone must have erased his birth experience and deliberately concealed his information from the outside world. If it weren't for the suspicion that he was my son's murderer, I wouldn't have known of his existence." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Could he be a descendant of a reclusive family? Someone speculated. There is no family with the surname Jiang among the reclusive families in the Great Xia Kingdom, someone directly denied. Let's not talk about this for now. Today, we called everyone here to discuss our Liberal Alliance's attitude towards Jiang Ci. Should we recruit him or exterminate him? Let's vote. Among the 12 directors, the strongest one, the white-clothed director, interrupted their discussion. Exterminate him. Feng Xian was the first to vote. Recruit him. Recruit him. Apart from Feng Xian, the other 11 directors all agreed to recruit Jiang Ci. Feng Xian's expression was gloomy. Although it was a virtual figure, everyone could feel the bone-piercing coldness he emitted. Feng Xian, personal enmity cannot be placed above the alliance. Moreover, he might not necessarily be your son's murderer, the white-clothed director said solemnly. Feng Xian did not say a word. Seeing Feng Xian's silence, the white-clothed director turned to the others and said, "Then next, let's find an opportunity to get in touch with him. In terms of treatment, let's first give him the same treatment as the directors. There shouldn't be any objections, right?" None. Everyone agreed, except for Feng Xian. A moment later, the 12 virtual figures disappeared from the cave. Jianghai Prefecture, Mingxin Mountain Manor. In a hidden room, Feng Xian closed the remote meeting and sneered. "A bunch of idiots trying to poach someone from Xiantian? What wishful thinking." His gaze was gloomy and filled with murderous intent. What a pity. How hateful. He had no way to confirm whether Jiang Ci was the murderer or not. Unfortunately, according to the report of the Liberal Alliance's spies in the heaven-level training camp, Jiang Ci's speed, when he passed the 4th and 5th steps of Lingwan Road, was the same as last month's 300 meters per second. There was nothing unusual. His son's bodyguard, the C-class warrior Marble, also had the same speed. With a speed of 300 meters per second, even if his swordsmanship was at least C-class or C-class, he could not instantly kill the battle-experienced Marble. The most hateful thing was that if Jiang Ci was still in Pak Sun province, he would not even need to make a final confirmation. He would just go and kill him. He would rather kill by mistake than let him go. However, Jiang Ci was now a heaven-level training camp trainee and had done such a shocking thing. There would definitely be a lot of people paying attention to Jiang Ci. He could not act rashly. Wait for an opportunity. At this moment, in his heart, he was certain that Jiang Ci was deliberately hiding his strength. He did not believe that a person's strength could increase so quickly. Chapter 109. Xiantian City, Jinten Budokan Headquarters. 100 meters underground of a building, in a sealed space, the lights were brightly lit. Suddenly, 4 virtual figures appeared out of thin air, 3 men and 1 woman, all of them middle-aged. These 4 were the famous 4 great elders of Jinten Budokan. Although Jinten Budokan was founded by Xiantian, he was not in charge of its affairs. The 4 great elders were responsible for the daily operations of the dojo. All 4 of them were top-notch Grade A fighters, only 1 step away from reaching Grade A. Any one of them could deter a powerful martial artist faction. For the 4 of them to gather together, something big must have happened. In a similar scene, in front of the 4 great elders, There was also a virtual hologram showing Jiang Xi's information. However, the information here was the most detailed, provided by the Jinten Budokan branch of Pak Sun Province. Is everyone done looking? What do you think of my proposal? A kind middle-aged man smiled. His surname was Tang. Previously, Lu Kuei had asked him to make an exception for Jiang Xi, allowing Jiang Xi to enter the heaven-level training camp by passing the Ling Wan Road test. Tang He, it's true that he is a genius, but the treatment you're giving him is too good. Unless he becomes a grade A fighter, it will go against our Jinten Budokan's rules. Immediately, someone raised an objection. The one who spoke was the middle-aged woman. Her voice was sharp, and her eyebrows were very long. She was quite charming. Xiaohui, rules are dead, but people are alive. Cultivating geniuses is also our mission. This is what the head of the dojo said when he established the 4 great training camps. Tang He smiled. I insist on my opinion. Xiaohui did not back down. The two of them argued, and another elder with the surname Fong came out to mediate. He smiled and said, let's vote. Okay. Xiaohui nodded immediately. However, at this moment, a virtual human figure directly connected to this sealed space without their consent. It was a handsome young man dressed in white. He had a very elegant demeanor. Greetings, Lord White Cloud. The 4 elders stood up and bowed at the same time. They were very respectful towards the young man in white. The 4 of them knew very well that although Lord White Cloud looked young, he was already like this 50 years ago in terms of age. Lord White Cloud was much older than the 4 of them. His strength was unfathomable, and he had long since surpassed the class. This is the new contract for Jiang Xi. Tang He, you go and talk to him. White Cloud smiled and extended his hand to produce a holographic image of a piece of paper, which landed in front of the 4 of them. Yes, Tang He replied respectfully. White Cloud did not say much and disappeared. The remaining 4 people were shocked when they saw the contents of a new contract. Elder Xie, do you have any objections now? Tang He chuckled. Xiehui immediately ended the call, and the virtual human figure disappeared. All right, old Tang, hurry up and contact Jiang Xi. Elder Fong smiled. Tang He nodded and immediately tried to contact him. He blocked his own communication signal. Even Jiang Xi himself was not sure how big of a commotion he had caused. When he found out that he was ranked 49th on the Heaven leaderboard, he vaguely felt that something was not right. Hence, after leaving Tianyuan Pavilion, he did not return to Tianyuan District. Instead, he left the camp town and went to the wilderness. If he returned to Tianyuan District at this time, he would definitely be looking for trouble. There were only a few minutes left until the 1st of March, and a new January had begun. His student number was an odd number, and he had to go out alone to hunt monsters in the wilderness. Rather than being surrounded and disturbed in the training camp, it was better to go to the wilderness. At the same time, he also blocked everyone's communication except for Jiang Daodu. Reality proved that Jiang Xi's decision was correct. Now, there were people waiting for him at the entrance to Tianyuan District, as well as around Villa 101 where he lived. However, after waiting for a long time, Jiang Xi still did not appear. After asking around, he found out that Jiang Xi did not return at all. He had left the camp town directly. Ruin 99 was only 100 kilometers away from the camp town. The 2 moons hung high in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, Jiang Xi hurried on his way. The wilderness at night seemed rather lonely. From the tall grass, the low growls of monsters could be heard from time to time. They were all grade E and grade F monsters. They posed no threat to Jiang Xi because he was very fast. In just half an hour, he arrived at Ruin 99. As it was late at night, he did not disturb Jiang Daodu's rest. He was alone in Ruin 99, hunting monsters to increase his experience and original points. It felt good. After mastering the rhythm of the fast sword, he did not need to use the wind shadow steps anymore. He could easily kill a grade C monster with just the 9 elemental swordsmanship. In the depths of Ruin 99, a wolf howling in the moon howled at the sky. Its huge figure was frightening. Top-tier grade A. At this time, Jiang Xi was hunting a grade C silver moon wolf. With the powerful attack power of the 9 elemental swordsmanship, he could completely suppress this powerful wolf-type monster. Just as he was about to succeed, he heard the howl, and his expression changed. This was because the silver moon wolf in front of him also howled, as if it was responding to the call of the wolf howling in the moon. Fuck! Jiang Xi did not even think. He gave up on the silver moon wolf that he was about to kill and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Every step crossed a distance of 1,000 meters as he rushed out of the city. This was his fastest speed, close to 3 times the speed of sound. At this juncture, he could no longer hide. If he was 1 step slower, he would die. Less than 3 seconds after Jiang Xi disappeared, the wolf howling in the moon rushed to the place where Jiang Xi and the silver moon wolf were fighting from the depths of Ruin 99, which was more than 10 kilometers away. The wolf howling in the moon roared in the direction where Jiang Xi had left. It did not chase after him because the silver moon wolf in front of it was dying and needed to be treated. On the other side, Jiang Xi ran for more than 20 kilometers at 3 times the speed of sound. Finally, he stopped at a ruined town not far from Ruin 99. There were very few monsters here. That was close. As expected, there were many monsters in Ruin 99. He did not expect that a random monster he had chosen would be the child of a top-tier grade A monster. If he had been just a little slower, he would have definitely been killed by the wolf howling in the moon. There are dangers everywhere in the wilderness. I must be more careful. Jiang Xi reminded himself again. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. After going through such a dangerous situation, he decided to rest for a while and wait for the wolf howling and the moon's anger to subside before entering Ruin 99. For the time being, he found a residential building to rest in this ruined town. He looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock, but the sun did not show any signs of rising. Because this was the Western Highlands, the sun set late and rose late. Jiang Xi was prepared to rest for an hour or two, so he sat cross-legged in the residential building and began his daily cultivation. 2 hours later, he completed 3 cycles of cultivation. Although he did not gain much experience, his heart was completely calm after this cultivation. Chapter 110. After clearing Lingwan Road, Jiang Xi's heart could not calm down, because the commotion this time was too great and some unknown changes might occur in his life. It was impossible to say that he was not nervous at all. First, there was the threat from Feng Xian. It was like a knife hanging over his head, and it could fall at any time. Secondly, with such a huge exposure, his future days would definitely not be so peaceful. As long as I'm strong enough, I won't be afraid of any unknown changes. After calming down, Jiang Xi's thoughts became clearer. He understood many things, and his will became firmer. Then, he once again ran to Ruin 99 and continued to hunt monsters. 8:20 in the morning. Before Jiang Xi returned to Ruin 99, his tactical communications watch vibrated. Someone was calling him. Without a doubt, it was definitely Jiang Dudu, because he had blocked everyone else's communication signal. He answered the call. Jiang Xi, you brat. Hurry up and return to the training camp. Lu Shan's voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. Then he specifically confirmed the communication signal. It was Jiang Dudu's. Senior Lu, why are you here? You blocked everyone's signal, and the satellite couldn't locate you. That's why Lu Kuei found me, and I found Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng found your sister, and then I contacted you. Jiang Xi was speechless. This was really a long time. Brother, is everything okay? Jiang Dudu interjected, asking Jiang Xi to confirm Lu Shan's words. Nothing, I'm fine. Jiang Xi answered Jiang Dudu's question first. All right, hurry up and return to the training camp. Lu Kuei is waiting for you, Lu Shan said with a smile on the other side of the phone. When Jiang Xi's figure appeared at the entrance of the camp town, some of the students who were training in the training camp today immediately noticed him. Jiang Xi is back. Those who reacted quickly hurriedly shouted. His voice instantly spread across half of the camp town. In less than 10 seconds, many students rushed over after hearing the commotion. Everyone was moving very quickly. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. Seeing the students running towards him, he immediately broke into a run and ran towards Mountain View Park. These senior brothers and sisters are so fierce. Everyone chased after him relentlessly. Some of the stronger and faster students chased at the front while shouting, "Junior brother Jiang Ci, I'm from the Luoshan Martial School. Junior brother Jiang Ci, I'm from the Chang'an Army." They represented their respective forces to recruit Jiang Ci. The Jinten Budokan training camp was open to the public. As long as one was from the Xia Kingdom and had sufficient talent, one would have the opportunity to enter. Jiang Ci rushed into Shanshui Garden as if his life depended on it. The students who were chasing after him all stopped in their tracks. Because Shanshui Garden was the residence of the instructors, they did not dare to barge in. "Thank you for your enthusiasm. Goodbye." Jiang Ci smiled and waved his hand. He still had the necessary courtesy. "Hey, junior brother Jiang Ci." Many people were still unwilling to give up and continued to shout out words that they wanted to recruit riverward. Jiang Ci turned and walked towards Shanshui Garden Manor No. 1, Lu Kuei's residence in the training camp. He already knew that Lu Kuei was waiting for him there. When he arrived, he found that Lu Kuei was not the only one waiting for him. Other than Lu Kuei, there was also a middle-aged man who he did not recognize. He looked very kind. "Come, Jiang Ci, let me introduce you. This is one of the 4 elders of Jinten Budokan, Elder Tang." Lu Kuei smiled. Elder Tang? Jiang Ci felt that this name was very familiar. Coupled with the kind face, journey to the west. "Greetings, Elder Tang." Jiang Ci quickly bowed. "No need to be so polite. Looking at your expression, have we met before?" "No, I just feel very close to Elder Tang." "Haha." Tang he laughed. "Jiang Ci, you have to thank Elder Tang. Last time, when I went to Pak Sun Province to recruit you into the training camp, it was Elder Tang who spoke up and gave you a chance to test yourself." Lu Kuei smiled again. "Thank you, Elder Tang." Jiang Ci quickly thanked him. "You don't have to be like this. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. The more geniuses like you in our training camp, the stronger we will be and the stronger humanity will be." Tang he was very open-minded and Jiang Ci admired him. "All right, let's not chat anymore. Let's get down to business." Immediately after, Tang he waved his hand and called out a holographic projection. It was a magnified piece of paper. "Due to your shocking actions last night, our Jinten Budokan has provided you with a new contract. Take a look and see if it is acceptable." Tang he was very straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. His attitude was also very gentle. Jiang Ci looked over with a puzzled expression and saw that the content of the paper was very simple. Party A, Jinten Budokan Party B, Jiang Ci contract terms. 1. Party B shall clear the 6th stage of Ling Wan Road before May 1st, 93 years of the New Moon era. Party A promises to reward a B-class Fame Medicine and a B-class Combat Set with a total value of 30 billion. 2. Party B shall clear the 7th stage of Ling Wan Road before August 15th, 93 years of the New Moon era. Party A promises to reward an A-class Fame Medicine and an A-class Combat Set with a total value of 300 billion. 3. Party B shall clear the 8th stage of Ling Wan Road before January 1st, 94 years of the New Moon era. Party A promises to reward a century-old Fae and a priceless soul weapon. Jiang Ci's breathing stagnated. They really think highly of me. The first reward is to clear the 6th stage of Ling Wan Road. Furthermore, they are only giving me 2 months. It was obvious that this was the first time Lu Kuei had seen this contract. After reading it, he frowned and said, "Elder Tang, isn't this new contract too harsh? It seems like the treatment is very good, but there isn't anything substantial. Cadets from the Heaven Class training camp have to wait at least 3 years before they have the chance to clear the 6th stage. There are still 2 months before May 1st. It is impossible for Jiang Ci to clear the 6th stage. There is no need to mention the other 2 conditions. Since the establishment of the Horizon training camp, no cadet has been able to clear the 7th and 8th stages of Ling Wan Road." Lu Kuei felt that it was unfair for Jiang Ci. He felt that this contract was insincere. Jiang Ci remained silent. What Lu Kuei said was the truth. The Ling Wan Road's illusory trial did not mean that the higher the martial artist level, the higher the chance of clearing it. This was because the monsters in the illusory trial were of the same level as the martial artist. Just like when he cleared the Ling Wan Road yesterday, he was able to achieve such a good result. In fact, there was a lot of luck involved. First of all, he had successfully grasped the rhythm of the fast sword at the crucial moment. The breakthrough in the power of his swordsmanship laid a foundation for him. Secondly, his martial artist level happened to be at the bottleneck of D class. He was only a little bit away from C class. Level: Bone-honed Union D class 104, 011, 1000. If he were to wait another week until his martial artist level broke through to C class, the difficulty of the illusory trial would increase exponentially if he were to attempt Ling Wan Road again. Compared to 100 D-class monsters, the overall strength of 100 C-class monsters was not as simple as doubling. Therefore, many veteran cadets from the Heaven-class training camp were stuck at the 4th or 5th stage. They were unable to move forward even after graduation. For example, Shu Chi-Chi, who was ranked 2nd on the Heaven leaderboard, had been stuck at the 6th stage for 2 years and had yet to clear it. Because she was a B-class martial artist, the monsters in the illusory trial would be 100 B-class monsters. Moreover, they would have the attack of the advanced martial technique perfection stage. Their individual strength would be close to that of a top B-class martial artist. If she wanted to clear it, unless she had the combat strength of a top A class, the chances were very slim. Chapter 111. In the face of Lu Kuei's doubts, Tang He looked at Jiang Ci with a smile. The final decision was in Jiang Ci's hands. Jiang Ci was deep in thought and did not answer immediately. Many miracles have happened in the spirit qi recovery era, but very few people know about them. For example, our dojo master Xiantian and the founder of Tsukishin Budokan, Li Bai, Senior Bai, both of them only took a year to break through and become Class A martial artists. The talent you have shown is stronger than theirs. I think you have the chance to do it. Tang He suddenly laughed and revealed a shocking secret. Become a Class A martial artist in a year. Lu Kuei obviously had not heard of it. His face was extremely shocked. It was definitely the most secretive thing in the martial arts world. Then I have no problem. Jiang Ci smiled. He was deep in thought just now because he was estimating the speed of his strength improvement. There were exactly 2 months left until May 1st. With the help of the experience panel, his strength would be greatly improved in such a long time. It was not impossible to pass the 6th step of Ling Wan Road. Jiang Ci, Lu Kuei was still very shocked. Good. Martial artists should have this kind of drive. Tang He exclaimed in admiration. Then, both parties signed a contract. The other terms in the contract were very loose, and there were almost no restrictions on Jiang Ci. As for the 3 conditional rewards, the difficulty was indeed very high, but the rewards were equally generous. Riverward knew that he had to give it his all to have a chance. This was his chance to quickly improve his strength, because using the experience panel to improve, one's strength had to meet 2 conditions: experience and spirit energy. He was not sure of experience now, but spirit energy. Before becoming a martial artist, he used the experience panel to consume his body's energy. After becoming a martial artist, Jiang Ci confirmed that the experience panel consumed spirit energy after many experiments. If he could provide enough spirit energy, then he could quickly improve his strength. Just like when he had been chased by Marble in Ruin number 09, he had consumed the unripe dragon spirit fruit. In just 30 seconds, he had used up more than 3,000 experience points. His strength had greatly increased, and in the end, he had killed Marble, Feng Xiaocheng, and the others. Ever since then, he had always wanted to buy Fey potions. Fey potions were made by using a special method to dilute Feys. They also contained a large amount of spirit qi, and the risk of using them was much lower than real Feys. However, there was not enough money. Right now, he couldn't even afford C-grade Fey medicine. In the Xiantian shopping center, C-grade Fey potions had a discounted price of 2.8 billion new moon dollars. There was no need to mention the 28.8 billion B-grade Fey potions. In the contract, there weren't only B-grade Fey potions. There were also A-grade Fey potions and A-grade combat suits worth a total of 300 billion. This was an astronomical figure that he could not earn in a short period of time. As for 100-year spirit items and spirit weapons, they probably couldn't be bought with money. To him, this contract was a real gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. As long as he could obtain one of them, his strength would soar. After Jiang Ci signed the new contract, Jinten Budokan intentionally spread the news, and many other martial artist factions that wanted to rope him and gave up. Although they didn't know the contents of the contract, it was rumored that the Jinten Budokan's upper echelons had personally set the contract for Jiang Ci. It definitely wouldn't be bad. In terms of wealth, no one could compare to Jinten Budokan. As a result, Jiang Ci regained his peace. Without these people disturbing him, he could put all his energy into cultivation. To him, time was strength. As long as he had enough time, nothing would be a problem. The problem was that the contract didn't give him a lot of time. The first reward was to pass the 6th stage of Ling Wan Road's illusory realm trial in 2 months. Therefore, Jiang Ci began to cultivate crazily in the following days. While using the experience points to increase his strength, he would also hunt in the wilderness. Every month, he would spend half of his time hunting monsters in the wilderness to obtain experience points, origin points, and money. The rest of the time, he would cultivate in the training camp. He would ask Yulin for advice on swordsmanship. Under the guidance of an A-class martial artist, his understanding of swordsmanship had also improved. Time flew, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. New Moon Year 93, April 28th. There were only 2 days left before the first reward period of the contract. On this day, Jiang Ci came to Tianyuan Pavilion. He wanted to do a rehearsal for the sprint on the 30th. In March, he was ranked 45th on the heaven list. Therefore, this month, he had 7 opportunities to cultivate in Ling Wan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain, each for 2 hours. Basically, he would come to Tianyuan Pavilion every 4 or 5 days and use up 1 opportunity each. This month, he had 2 opportunities to cultivate in Ling Wan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain. At the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion, he met Han Yingxue. Jiang Ci, let's have a meal together when you're free. We're old friends. After being in the training camp for so long, we haven't had a good gathering. Next time, if you're free, cultivate more and increase your strength. Faced with Han Yingxue's invitation, Jiang Ci flatly rejected it. Coincidentally, when the two of them were talking, Qin Feng, who had just come out of Tianyuan Pavilion, saw them talking. Qin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. This was because in the past 2 months, he had invited Han Yingxue many times, but he had never received a response. Now, Han Yingxue had taken the initiative to invite Jiang Ci. Comparing the two, Qin Feng's last bit of affection for Han Yingxue dissipated. On the other side, Jiang Ci ignored Qin Feng's angry gaze and walked straight into Tianyuan Pavilion. On the other hand, Qin Feng stopped Han Yingxue and said angrily, Han Yingxue, how dare you not listen to the opinions of the elders of the Qin and Han families? Why should I listen? When it comes to matters of the heart, I make my own decisions. It's not up to others to interfere, Han Yingxue said coldly. Then tell me, which part of me is inferior to that beggar? You clearly know that after a while, the so-called martial arts genius will not be worth mentioning. Why are you still wasting your time on him? Qin Feng's face was a little ferocious. He did not like Han Yingxue, but he wanted to regain his self-esteem. Han Yingxue's differential treatment made him feel humiliated like never before. Faced with the questioning, Han Yingxue was silent. Then, she said without any emotion, please move aside. I'm going to cultivate. Qin Feng was left in the same place. He looked at Han Yingxue's back and was burning with anger. If I can't have it, no one can. Compared to Ling Wan Road, Wonderful Rock Mountain was also a magical object. It could increase a warrior's cultivation speed. It was similar to the methods in myths and legends. When Jiang Ci saw a wonderful rock mountain for the first time, he was also shocked for a long time. At first, he thought that this magical object would be a mountain. In fact, it was not a mountain at all. It was just an ordinary stone block like a bench. It was just big enough for a person to sit cross-legged on. Jiang Ci came to the third floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. As he had already made an appointment, no one was using Wonderful Rock Mountain. He went straight in and sat cross-legged on it. After calming his qi and focusing his mind, he began to circulate the 9 Elements Heart Sutra, streams of heaven and earth spiritual energy that were several times denser than usual gathered. The efficiency of his absorption of spiritual energy also greatly increased. Chapter 112. Jiang Ci cultivated on Wondrous Rock Mountain. After one cycle, the experience panel prompt sounded frowny face. You cultivated the 9 elements cultivation method once. Experience points plus 27. Through the experience points gained from cultivation, he confirmed that Wondrous Rock Mountain could increase his cultivation speed by 3 times. Usually, he would only get 9 experience points for one cycle of cultivation. Generally speaking, the effect of Wondrous Rock Mountain was still a little useless for Jiang Ci. But for the other trainees in the heaven-level training camp, it was a godly item. The reason why Jiang Ci wanted to cultivate here was mainly to avoid arousing suspicion. You don't even use such a powerful godly item. It's fine if you don't come here once or twice, but if you do it too many times, people will definitely suspect something fishy. Anyway, you'll get experience points if you don't use it. After 2 hours of cultivation on Wondrous Rock Mountain, he completed 3 cycles of the 9 elements cultivation method and obtained 81 experience points. Next, Jiang Ci went to the room on Lingwan Road on the 2nd floor of the Tianyuan Pavilion. The timing was very good. The previous trainee had just finished using it. The one who came out was an old trainee ranked in the top 30 on the heaven list. Jiang Ci had seen him a few times. "Hello, junior brother Jiang Ci." The old trainee was very polite. "Hello, senior brother." Jiang Ci politely greeted and then entered the room on Lingwan Road. The old trainee stood in place and shook his head, sighing. Because in the past 2 months, he and all the other trainees in the heaven-level training camp had witnessed Jiang Ci's abnormal speed of improvement. They had thought that Jiang Ci's amazing performance in February was only one time. But they didn't expect that in March and April, Jiang Ci's ranking on the heaven list would still rise at a shocking rate. In March, Jiang Ci's final ranking on the heaven list was 45th. It was only 4 places higher than in February, which was considered normal. But in the following April, in the first week, Jiang Ci rushed to 38th place. This made some people who had heaved a sigh of relief drop their eyes. Since then, Jiang Ci had been stable in this ranking. There were still 2 days before the end of April. Presumably, there wouldn't be much change. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Ci's improvement speed was equivalent to a year for others. He came to Lingwan Road at the end of the month again. Is he trying to replicate the amazing feat in February? The old trainee was surprised and then shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. In the room where Lingyun Dao was located, Riverward went straight to the 6th step of Lingyun Dao. That's right, at the beginning of this month, he had passed the 5th stage of the illusory realm trial and obtained more than 5 times the points increment. That was why he was able to stay at 38th place this month. However, this was far from enough. The first condition of the contract was that he had to pass through the 6th stage. Closing his eyes, he entered the 6th stage of the illusory realm trial space. 100 monsters in CI, 100 monsters, monsters, monsters. Monsters, 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 monsters. The trial monster for this stage was the same as the 3rd stage, the scarlet-shelled earthworm. The only difference was that these 100 scarlet-shelled earthworms all had attacks equivalent to the perfection stage of a high-grade martial technique. In addition, at the beginning of March, just a few days after signing the contract, his warrior rank had broken through to C rank. Therefore, the monsters in the illusion trial had also become C class, and the difficulty had increased exponentially. Jiang Ci remembered clearly that when he was still a D-class martial artist, he was able to kill 41 Wind Fiend white tigers of the 5th stage. But after he became a C-class warrior, he kept failing in the 5th stage illusion trial for 2 hours. The most he managed to kill was 30 Wind Fiend white tigers. It was very tragic. Later on, as he adapted to the body of C-class, and with the continuous increase of his experience points, his strength also steadily increased. In the end, he gradually recovered his performance on Lingwan Road and improved further. The trial begins. Facing 100 rank C scarlet-shelled earthworms, Jiang Ci showed no fear. Wielding his sword, he charged forward. Last time, I only managed to kill 81 scarlet-shelled earthworms. Can I kill 100 scarlet-shelled earthworms in 2 hours this time? Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded throughout the grassland. When the horde of beasts charged forward, it was as if the entire space was shaking. Jiang Ci and the horde of scarlet-shelled earthworms engaged in a fierce battle 2 hours later. More than 10 scarlet-shelled earthworms with blade-like long tails charged over and tore Jiang Ci to shreds. Used 49 minutes to kill 83 scarlet-shelled earthworms. Refinement failed. The voice of the illusion space rang out. Jiang Ci frowned and exited the illusion trial. There was still a long way to go. Although there were only 17 scarlet-shelled earthworms left, it was obvious that he had reached his limit. Only by increasing his combat strength would he have a chance to pass. Do I have to use wind shadow steps at full strength? Jiang Ci shook his head. His current strength was not enough to face Feng Xian. If he exposed his true speed and let Feng Xian confirm that he was the murderer, the loss would outweigh the gain. In the past, he knew very little about Feng Xian. He only knew that Feng Xian was an A-class martial artist. However, in the past 3 months, he had been training with Yulin. Through Yulin, he had learned about Feng Xian's true identity and strength. He was one of the 13 directors with the greatest authority in the Liberal Alliance. He had become an A-class martial artist a long time ago. Now, he was only 1 step away from the peak of A-class. According to Yulin, Feng Xian could easily kill those who had just become A-class martial artists. Even if I use wind shadow steps, my actual combat strength is still not A-class. The higher his realm, the more Jiang Ci knew about A-class martial artists. He knew that his current strength was still far from A-class. In the end, he decided to play it safe. Although it was important to increase his strength quickly, it was not as important as his own life. Of course, this did not mean that he would give up on the first reward in the contract. There were still 2 days left. He still had a chance. Level: Marrow Reversion Level C, 7951158800. Cultivation Technique: 9 Elements Cultivation Technique Martial Technique. 9 Elements Swordplay Combine. 141-313-0000. Wind Shadow Steps Combine. 112-114-0000. Force Exertion 7. 88 experience points. 130537. From the interface, it could be seen that he had improved a lot in the past 2 months, especially his experience points, which had broken through the 100,000 mark for the first time. He had also improved a lot in other aspects, especially his force exertion, which was close to 8 times. Jiang Ci retracted his consciousness from the interface, his eyes shining. There's only one way left. He decided to carry out his final plan. I'll use C-Class Fey potions to increase my strength first. Currently, I'm close to the bottleneck on the interface. If my force exertion can reach 8 times, the power of my swordplay will increase significantly. Then, I'll have a chance to pass the 6th stage. C-Class Fey potions cost money. So, how much money did he have now? Jiang Ci looked at his account balance again. It was 1 billion new moon dollars. When he had won the bet with Wang Kai, his balance was 2 billion. In other words, 1 billion was earned by him by hunting monsters in the past 3 months. It was very efficient. Although it was said that he had 3 months, the actual time he had spent in the wilderness was only 1.5 months. In the wilderness, he could earn more than 60 million every day. A single C-class Fey potion costs too. 8 billion. With my current martial artist rank, using a C-class Fey potion will not have an obvious effect. 5. 1 billion is not even enough for 2 C-class Fey potions. Chapter 113. Tianyuan District, Villa 29. Jiang Xiai knocked on the door of the villa. Behind the door was a face with an unpleasant expression. It was Xiao Sheng, who had come with Qin Feng to challenge Jiang Xiai to a duel. Junior Jiang Xiai, what's the matter? Xiao Sheng squeezed out a smile. They weren't on good terms, and Jiang Xi's identity was different from before, so he had to treat him with caution. Jiang Xiai smiled. I want to have a friendly duel with Brother Zhou. Xiao Sheng, he was stunned, then said with a stiff smile, Sorry, I've been a little busy recently. Oh, could it be that Senior Brother Qiao was afraid? Why don't you admit that you're a coward in front of everyone? Just like what Qin Feng said last time. Or I can help you tell everyone. Jiang Xiai pretended to be enlightened. Damn it! Xiao Sheng cursed inwardly. He finally understood how difficult Jiang Xiai was to deal with. And now that he was the one who said it, he knew how unpleasant it was. If word got out, he wouldn't be able to stay in the heaven-level training camp anymore. Afraid of a newcomer? I just remembered that I'm not that busy recently. It's okay to play with Junior Jiang Xiai. How do you want a duel? Didn't you say last time that I could choose the amount of money for the duel? 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. I think 10 billion will do. Xiao Sheng was speechless for a moment, then said in a deep voice, Junior Jiang Xiai, small bets are good for fun, but large bets are bad for your health. That makes sense. 5 billion will do. Any less, and it won't suit our status. In the end, the two of them confirmed the duel. After the application was successful, they transferred 5 billion to a third-party account for the duel. The duel would take place at 6 o'clock in the afternoon at the Combat Center on the first floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. Jiang Xiai hummed a tune as he returned to his Villa 101 to cultivate and prepare for the duel in the afternoon. The news spread like wildfire, and soon it spread throughout the camp town. Then Jiang Xiai received a call from Xiao Sheng. After the call connected, Xiao Sheng's angry voice came from the other side. Jiang Xiai, didn't we agree not to tell anyone about the duel? I was just about to ask Brother Zhou about it. How did the whole training camp know about our duel? Fuck. Hello. Senior Brother Qiao, what did you say? I can't hear you. Was there a problem with the signal? Hello? Hello? Beep, beep, beep. Riverward heard a busy tone from his tactical communications watch. Riverward didn't take this little episode to heart. It didn't affect the bet in the afternoon. He really wasn't the one who spread the news. He had just casually mentioned this matter to Zhou Xing and Yin Chao, and had also unintentionally mentioned the time and place. Then, for some reason, the news had spread throughout the entire training camp. Tianyuan District, Villa 7. Xiao Sheng was at Ma Yu's residence. Bastard. He must have spread the news. Xiao Sheng angrily threw his tactical communications watch to the ground. With his strength as a C-class fighter, this custom-made tactical communications watch worth 5 million was smashed into pieces. Don't bother with such petty tricks. Ma Yu shook his head. After Xiao Sheng vented his anger, he thought about it carefully and knew that he shouldn't have lost his temper. He was a veteran trainee who had trained in the heaven-level training camp for 3 years. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Xiai. So what if the news spread? As for the reason for his anger, he knew very well. Before he and Ma Yu entered the heaven-level training camp, they were Sunshin Budo Academy students on the surface. In fact, they were spies for the Liberal Alliance. They had secretly investigated Jiang Xiai before, so he felt a little guilty when facing the sudden rise of Jiang Xiai. Thinking of this, Xiao Sheng hesitated and said, Brother Ma, why don't I deliberately lose to Jiang Xiai in the afternoon? You can't lose. Ma Yu said sternly. Xiao Sheng was slightly stunned. Ma Yu said with a serious expression, in this month's heaven ranking, you are 37th and Jiang Xiai is 38th. It seems that your strength is about the same, but you have trained in the heaven-level training camp for 3 years. Your actual combat ability is definitely stronger than his. If you deliberately lose to him, It will make people suspicious. So you must win, and you must win with all your strength. Xiao Sheng's eyes focused, and he nodded heavily. It was not even 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, the students training in the Heaven-level training camp gathered in the combat center on the first floor of Tianyuan Pavilion. "They're here," someone shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion to watch the show. Jiang Xi and Xiao Sheng arrived together. This time, Jiang Xi did not leave on time and came early. Coincidentally, just as he arrived at the entrance of Tianyuan Pavilion, he bumped into Xiao Sheng, who had also just arrived. "Hello, Brother Joe." "Humph." Xiao Sheng just snorted and stepped into the combat center on the first floor. Jiang Xi smiled and went in as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two leaped into the combat arena together. "Come on, Jiang, beat the old students." Before the start of the fight, Zhou Xing, Yin Chao, and some other new students shouted from below. With their promotion, many new students became Jiang Xi's loyal fans. Jiang Xi stood in the combat arena and waved with a smile in response to everyone's cheers. Xiao Sheng, who stood opposite him, wore a cold face and did not say a word. After a while, it was 6 o'clock. The two closed their eyes at the same time. After a moment of dizziness, they entered the illusory space of the combat arena and found themselves in a combat arena. It was like a combat arena that had been magnified 100 times. It was enough for the two of them to fight to their heart's content. Under the guidance of the clear female voice in the illusory space, the two of them quickly chose their weapons and equipment. Jiang Xi chose the ancient long sword that was similar to the killer shadow sword. Xiao Sheng chose the Qi Mei staff. There were irregular patterns on the surface of the staff, and it looked quite ancient. My staff technique is a high-level martial art technique. When I challenged the second and fourth steps of the Lingwan Road, I had my own understanding of the staff technique. Ordinary B-grade martial artists are no match for me, so you will lose without a doubt. Xiao Sheng pointed the staff at Jiang Xi. Full of confidence, "Oh, are you done?" Jiang Xi nodded. Xiao Sheng's words stagnated. Jiang Xi's understatement made him hold his breath. Just as he was about to speak, the voice in the illusory space rang out. "The fight begins." "Die!" Xiao Sheng shouted angrily. He was full of anger from the beginning. When he heard the voice, he took the initiative to attack. The long staff whistled and stabbed at Jiang Xi, cutting through the air. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it crossed the distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of Jiang Xi. It's also a high-level martial art technique of the Unity realm. Jiang Xi looked calm on the surface, but he did not relax in his heart. Xiao Sheng's ranking on the heaven list was one rank higher than him. He had also reached the 5th step of the Lingwan Road. Although he did not pass it, his strength was definitely not weak. Facing the staff, Jiang Xi used the wind shadow step lightly and dodged it with extreme elegance. At the same time, he swept out his long sword. Dang, dang, dang. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows in an instant. They are actually evenly matched. Xiao Sheng's expression changed. He could not believe it. Impossible. Xiao Sheng shouted angrily again. The shadow of the staff was like a dragon. It swung up and smashed heavily at Jiang Xi. His aura was like a violent wave. "Haha, good timing." Jiang Xi laughed. His sword flashed and instantly exceeded the speed of sound. Pooh! The long staff penetrated Jiang Xi's chest. But at the same time, Jiang Xi's sword edge swept across and a head flew into the sky. So fast. This was Xiao Sheng's last consciousness. The fight has ended. Jiang Xi wins. The voice in the illusory space rang out. "You are not as fast as me." Jiang Xi grinned and then lost consciousness. Xiao Sheng had also struck his fatal point, the heart, but his sword was faster and directly beheaded Jiang Xi. Xiao Sheng lost consciousness before him. Therefore, the arena judged him as the winner. Chapter 114. Jiang Xi smiled as he stepped down from the arena. In stark contrast, Xiao Sheng's face was gloomy. Jiang Xi won. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was even more shocking than Jiang Xi reaching 38th place on the Heaven leaderboard. This was because Jiang Xi was only a new trainee who had been training in the Heaven-level training camp for 3 months, while Qiao Sheng was a veteran trainee for 3 years. Before the match, everyone had guessed that Qiao Sheng had a higher chance of winning. After all, Qiao Sheng had more combat experience. Who would have thought that Jiang Xi would win? Brother Zhou, thank you for letting me win. Jiang Xi cupped his hands in salute. Qiao Sheng did not appreciate the gesture. His face was gloomy as he left Tianyuan Pavilion. Losing 5 billion was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that it was embarrassing. Brother Zhou, if there's a chance next time, let's have a friendly match. Jiang Xi shouted at his back. Damn it, bitch. Qiao Sheng quickened his pace and soon disappeared. Jiang Xi chuckled. This time, he had achieved both his goals. He had won 5 billion and also completed his test of Qiao Sheng. During the previous match, he had noticed that Qiao Sheng, Ma Yu, and the rest had ulterior motives. Something was wrong. Therefore, this time, in order to make money, the first person he thought of was them. Although he did not see much, this match had confirmed some things. Qiao Sheng and the rest were definitely hostile to him. This time, the people from Paksun province did not clamor for Jiang Xi to treat them to a meal. They were all people with dignity. How could they eat for free again and again? Jiang Xi returned to his residence with the 5 billion he had won. Then, he eagerly logged into the Xiantian store. He didn't browse through anything else and directly searched for the items he wanted to buy. See Grade Fey Potion 2. 8 billion New Moon dollars, 3 sets. Order. His current delivery address had been changed to Villa 101 in the Tianyuan district of the Heaven-level training camp. Therefore, according to the Xiantian store, the delivery time would be tonight. After all, the headquarters of Jintan Budokan was located in Xiantian City, which was not far from here. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Xi used the experience panel to complete his daily training. Not long after, someone knocked on the door of his villa. Hello, student Jiang Xi. Your express delivery. The delivery man at the door was a Jinten Budokan martial artist. He had a strong aura and was a D-class martial artist. Thank you. Jiang Xi thanked him and returned to the villa with the special alloy box. Let's see what the Fey Potion looks like. In the training room, Jiang Xi opened the box curiously. He saw 3 intravenous syringes fixed in the 3 slots. Each syringe was filled with a pale white liquid, but only half of it was not full. It was similar to a nutrient solution. Injecting it into the bloodstream is faster than directly absorbing it orally. Jiang Xi nodded gently. This was common knowledge. Subsequently, Jiang Xi checked and made sure there were no problems. In this highly protected training room, he began to level up. He directly used 1 syringe. The cool liquid entered his body and quickly turned into rich spirit energy. The spirit energy is purer than the last time I consumed the dragon spirit fruit. It seems to have been purified. Riverward's mind shook. The dense spirit chi energy started to attack his body, and a feeling of his body swelling appeared. But this time, it was obvious that his body could withstand it, unlike the unripe dragon spirit fruit, which had almost burst his body. More than half of the blood vessels in his skin had burst, and he looked like a man of blood. Level increased by 500 experience points. 9 elemental sword technique experience points. In an instant, the spirit energy that filled Jiang Xi's body rapidly decreased. That swelling feeling also decreased. His body, including strength, toughness, flexibility, and other attributes, began to have a small enhancement. At the same time, a comprehension of the 9 elemental sword technique began to impact his spiritual consciousness. But the rapidly depleted spirit energy helped him offset this impact. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. Jiang Xi frowned slightly because the spirit energy from the C-grade Fey Potion was almost depleted. The C-grade Fey Potion is only enough to support the consumption of 1,000 experience points. That unripe dragon spirit fruit consumed more than 3,000 experience points in one go. It was about the same effect as these 3 C-grade Fey potions combined. He felt very relaxed earlier, so Jiang Ci used up the remaining 2 C-grade Fey potions in one go. The impact this time was much stronger, but with the experience panel's rapid depletion, it was not a big problem. He added 1,000 experience points to his level and 9 elemental sword technique respectively, further increasing his strength. The Wind Shadow Steps rank is enough for now. I need to increase my attack power urgently. At this point, he had used up the 3 C-grade Fey potions in just half a minute. If the outside world knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Normal martial artists would be very careful when using Fey potions. They would basically need 2 to 3 days to completely digest a single Fey potion. Jiang Ci only needed half a minute. After the upgrade, he opened the experience panel. Level: Marrow Transformation Realm, C-Class, 945115800. Cultivation Technique: 9 Elemental Heart Sutra Martial Skills, 9 Elemental Sword Technique, combine. 156-313-0000. Wind Shadow Step, combine. 112-114-0000. Force Execution, 8. 8 experience. 127537, putting aside the slight increase in level and 9 elemental sword technique. The most obvious breakthrough this time was his force execution. 8 times. When he used his full strength, it was equivalent to his sword having 8 times his strength. It was very powerful. April 29th, the odd day. Jiang Ci was fully armed and hunted monsters in Ruin 99 for an entire day. The breakthrough in his force execution had further increased his efficiency in hunting monsters. After a day, the monster materials he had harvested were mainly C-grade. They were worth more than 90 million, close to 100 million. What a terrifying earning speed. April 30th, the even day, and also the last day of the month. Jiang Ci was cultivating in the training camp. There were still 24 hours before the first reward in the contract. In other words, if he had not cleared the 6th stage of Lingwan Road after midnight, he would miss out on the first reward. During the day of the 30th, Jiang Ci was cultivating in the villa. He practiced the 9 elemental sword technique over and over again, not forgetting to make the final upgrade. He only went out at 7 p.m. He had booked cultivation opportunities at Ingenious Rock Mountain and Lingwan Road at 7:10 p.m. and 9:10 p.m., respectively. When he arrived at Tianyuan Pavilion, he first cultivated at Ingenious Rock Mountain for 2 hours before going downstairs to prepare to challenge Lingwan Road. This time, no one was using Lingwan Road because it was already the last 3 hours of the month. The cultivation opportunities at Lingwan Road had all been used up. Jiang Ci stood in front of Lingwan Road, but he did not immediately go up. No matter how calm he was, he could not remain calm in the face of a reward that was worth 30 billion. He took a few deep breaths and waited for his mind to calm down before he went up to the 6th stage with a determined gaze. Then, he closed his eyes and entered the illusion to train. Whether I succeed or not will depend on this. Chapter 115. The 6th stage of Lingwan Road's Illusory Realm Trial. 100 C-class red-shelled earthworms were roaring crazily. Their blade-like long tails were waving wildly. The sound of air being torn apart was terrifying. Kill! Jiang Ci shouted and rushed towards a group of red-shelled earthworms. Rumble! The ground in the illusory realm was trembling. Jiang Ci steadily rushed into the group of red-shelled earthworms. His sharp sword was flickering with cold light. Accompanying his figure, he continuously attacked, stabbing, slashing. The speed of his sword was far beyond the speed of sound. Adding on the fact that his strength was over 8 times, each of his sword attacks had reached the peak of B-class. Chi! The long sword easily pierced through the fatal point of a C-class red-shelled earthworm. With a fierce twist, it was directly beheaded. Not less than a minute had passed. Compared to the previous day, his efficiency was much higher. Quick! I need to increase my killing speed. At the same time, Jiang Xi maintained his movement speed of around 300 meters per second, constantly dodging the bites and tail attacks of the surrounding red-shelled earthworms. Although he only used half of his movement speed, it was enough to deal with a C-class red-shelled earthworm. The normal speed of a C-class red-shelled earthworm was 300 meters per second. In addition, the wind shadow step was not only fast, but it was also abnormally agile. Jiangxi's mysterious footwork was graceful in the middle of the group of red-shelled earthworms. Although the attacks of the red-shelled earthworms were crazy, it was hard for them to touch him. This time, the feeling was extremely good. 1 or 2 slashes was enough to kill a red-shelled earthworm. He was completely immersed in this hunt. Not knowing how long had passed, Jiangxi suddenly stopped. Turning around, the grassland in the illusory realm was filled with red-shelled earthworm corpses. Congratulations, you used 58 minutes to kill 100 red-shelled earthworms. You have passed the trial. A clear female voice sounded. Jiangxi chuckled. He passed in 1 try. He was already prepared to try 2 or 3 more times. After exiting the 6th stage of the illusory realm trial, the prompt of the experience panel sounded in his mind. You have passed the 6th stage of the Ling Wan Road trial. Experience plus 30,000. There's still an hour left. Let's try the 7th stage again. Jiangxi stepped on the 7th step of Ling Wan Road. The second requirement for the reward was to pass the trial of the 7th stage before August 15th. However, an hour later, Jiangxi walked down Ling Wan Road with a bitter smile. It was too tragic. According to the division of 3 stages, the trial monster of the 7th stage was the Herculean demonic ape again, but its attack was changed to the consummate realm of advanced martial skill fusion. This time, it also allowed Jiangxi to witness the prowess of a high-level martial technique fusion perfection stage. Within an hour, he had died 12 times in the illusion trial. On average, 1 death every 5 minutes. The maximum number of Herculean demonic apes he had killed was 6 at a time. No wonder no one has been able to pass the 7th stage since the establishment of the training camp. Great perfection of the fusion of advanced martial skills. Jiangxi yearned for it. The wind shadow step and the 9 elemental sword art that he cultivated were still far from reaching the perfection stage. If he could reach perfection in one of them, he might have a chance to pass the 7th stage. There were still 4.5 months until August 15th. He still couldn't relax. I should be the last one to return to the training camp. This month will end in a few minutes. My ranking should be able to rise by 1 place, right? Xiao Sheng dragged his tired body back from the wilderness. After walking to the entrance to Tianyuan District, he looked at the virtual projection of the heaven list with anticipation. 36th place, not bad. I really rose by 1 place. With this speed, I will definitely be able to rush into the top 30 by the end of the year. He revealed a happy smile. As a veteran of the training camp for 3 years, to be able to rush into the top 30 by the end of the 3rd year meant that he was definitely one of the top people in the training camp. The possibility of becoming an A-class warrior was extremely high. After looking at it a few more times, he planned to turn around and leave. However, at this moment, the virtual projection of the heaven list, which was updating the ranking information in real time, suddenly scrolled up. It was Jiangxi's ranking information. From 38th place, it directly shot up to 30th place. Fuck! Xiao Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Compared to such a shocking scene, the fact that he had been pushed down to 37th place became unimportant. How is this possible? Did he go to Ling Wan Road again? Xiao Sheng returned to his residence with a dumbfounded expression. He finally warned himself that he must not provoke Jiangxi. Soon, other than Xiao Sheng, the other trainees also noticed the change in the heaven list. The camp town was once again in an uproar. In such a lively atmosphere, Jiangxi quietly returned to Villa 101. The first reward. Jiangxi dialed Tang, his number. Hello, Elder Tang. I have already passed the 6th stage of Ling Wan Road. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the phone. Then, there was a hearty laugh. Haha, very good. I have already confirmed it. The reward will be sent to you later. After ending the call, Jiang Ci could no longer sit still. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for long. In just half an hour, someone knocked on the door of his villa. After opening the door, it was a person whose strength Jiang Ci could not see through. That person handed a black alloy box to Jiang Ci and then turned to leave. Jiang Ci did not pay much attention to it. His heart was completely focused on the box. After closing the door and confirming that there was no problem, Jiang Ci went straight to the training room and raised the villa's defense to the highest level. Then, he opened the black alloy box. The box was very big and heavy. It felt like it was filled with things. B-grade Fey medicine and B-grade martial artist combat equipment. Jiang Ci knew what was inside. After verifying his identity, the alloy box automatically opened. Jiang Ci's gaze was immediately attracted by a black B-grade killer shadow sword. He grabbed the sword hilt and gently swung it a few times. Its weight, toughness, and sharpness felt much better than the C-grade killer shadow sword. Beside it was a set of black B-grade martial artist combat equipment, a tactical communications watch, and a backpack. It was a real full set of equipment. With these, Jiang Ci could unleash his strength very well. After testing these equipment, it was time for the final highlight. The alloy box was divided into 2 layers. The top layer was the martial artist combat equipment, and the bottom layer was the B-grade Fey medicine. Xiantian City's official price was 28 billion new moon dollars. This was the amount that Jiang Ci could only earn if he hunted monsters in the wilderness for almost a year. An intravenous syringe was half filled with a pure white liquid that emitted a faint spiritual aura. Jiang Ci did not hesitate and directly used it. Soon, the spirit chi energy that was several times denser than the C-grade Fey medicine began to attack his body. It was very intense. Pu. Some of the blood vessels on the surface of his skin began to rupture, and his face became sinister. It was obvious that his body had also swelled up. What a strong spirit chi energy! Jiang Ci was shocked. If he did not consume this spirit chi energy in time, he would fall into the dangerous situation that he had been in when he had consumed the unripe dragon spirit fruit. Therefore, he quickly used the experience panel to level up. Increase level by 1,000 experience points. Increase wind shadow step by 1,000 experience points. Increase 9 elemental sword technique by 1,000 experience points. As the spirit chi energy was rapidly consumed, Jiang Ci's strength was also rapidly increasing. Chapter 116. It was a close call. In less than a minute, Jiang Ci had used up all the spiritual energy from the B-grade Fey potions. After a careful calculation, he realized that he had used up a total of 10,000 experience points. It was equivalent to 10 C-grade Fey potions. Then he looked at the increase in the experience points panel. Level, Marrow Transformation, C-grade 1375115800. Cultivation Method, 9 Primordial Heart Technique Martial Technique. 9 Primordial Sword Technique, combine. 189-313-0000. Wind Shadow Step, combine. 145-114-0000. Force Exertion, 8. 52 experience points, 148937. Of the 10,000 experience points, he allocated 4,000 to his martial artist level. He allocated 3,000 each to the 9 Primordial Sword Technique and Wind Shadow Step. After I reach C grade, the experience points I can gain at a time has increased to 150 points. So, I'll need another 14 days to break through to B-grade martial artist. Jiang Ci smiled confidently. Soon, when he reached B-grade, would A-grade still be far away? Jianghai Prefecture's Fengxian, this threat that had been hanging in his heart, would also be resolved. After that, Jiang Ci kept a low profile and steadily increased his strength. Although he had passed the 6th stage of Lingwan Road, not many people knew about it. This information could not be seen through the Heaven Leaderboard. Only the training camp's chief instructor, Lu Kuei, and Jinten Budokan's higher-ups could see the students' results on Lingwan Road. Therefore, in the training camp, Everyone was only shocked by Jiang Si's ranking. Otherwise, if they knew his results on Lingwan Road, they would not just be shocked. A month passed in the blink of an eye. It was June 1st. This was a very normal day for Jiang Si. As usual, he had to go to Ruin 99 to hunt monsters. If there was any meaning, it would be last year at this time he had participated in Pak Sun Province's Martial Science College entrance exam and became the first person in history to score full marks. It was worth remembering. At the same time, in Tongtian District, Jinten Budokan Branch, Pak Sun Province early in the morning, Jiang Sheng drove to Jiang Si's villa to send Jiang Dudu to school. When they were almost at school, Jiang Sheng asked, "Daodu, are you really not going to tell your brother? Let's tell him after the exam tomorrow. It'll be a surprise for him," Jiang Dudu said with a grin. "I have a feeling that you and your sister will cause someone to have a heart attack one day." Jiang Sheng sighed. This was because Jiang Dudu was preparing to take part in the Gaokao that day. Most importantly, Jiang Dudu had only been in high school for a year. What did that mean? The talent she displayed was only slightly weaker than Jiang Si's. A few days ago, during the test at the dojo, Jiang Dudu's physical fitness had already reached the level of a potential martial artist. Jiang Dudu only chuckled. She was trying her best to catch up. Finally, she was going to become a martial artist. When she arrived at Beishan No. 1, she followed the school's martial arts students to Kitasenfa Martial Artists Association, accompanied by her homeroom teacher, Meng Shanjun. Since the Gaokao in Pak Sun Province last year had a genius like Jiang Si, this year's Gaokao had attracted the attention of many forces since the beginning. At 10:30 in the morning, not long after the Gaokao started, a shocking scene occurred. Then, everyone was completely dumbfounded. It was a young lady who was obviously much younger. She was standing on the martial Dao testing machine. Soon, the test ended. A similar scene occurred. Beep, beep, beep. The martial arts testing apparatus flashed a red light with a rapid sound. Jiang Do, 99 points in martial arts talent. The black-clothed enforcer in charge of the test widened his eyes in shock. His voice echoed throughout the square of the Martial Artists Association. The noisy square quieted down instantly. On the stage in front of the square, the president of Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association, He Changxing, was obviously stunned. What was going on? 2 years in a row, 100 points last year and 99 points this year. He reacted quickly. In a flash, he crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Jiang Dudu. "How old are you?" He Changxing was concerned about this question. This was because Jiang Daodu looked much younger than the other examinees, 14 years old. Jiang Dudu appeared very obedient. "Jiang? Who is Jiang Si to you?" "My elder brother." He Changxing took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This time, he did not laugh at the sky and cause a big commotion. Last year, because he was too excited, he roared so loudly that half of the people in the North Mountains Prefecture heard him. As a result, he used a lot of power to cover up Jiang Si's information and did not spread it around. A 14-year-old genius with 99 points. In He Changxing's eyes, this talent was not inferior to Jiang Si's. "Good, very good." He Changxing nodded his head in satisfaction and returned to the high platform. Jiang Dudu calmly walked back to her homeroom teacher, Meng Shanjun, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Meng Shanjun's face was glowing. Which homeroom teacher in Pak Sun Province, or even the entire Xia Kingdom, was better than him? 2 years in a row, his class had students who became world-shocking geniuses. Compared to Jiang Si, Jiang Daodu's astonishing performance was quietly known by some people. It didn't spread, and everything was very calm. This made Jiang Dudu very depressed. She heard that Jiang Si was very impressive last year. Why was the situation different when it came to her? At this time, Jiang Si was hunting monsters in Ruin 99. Buzz, 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 it was not the sound of a sword. It was his tactical communications watch that kept vibrating. Jiang Si frowned slightly. He ignored it and continued to deal with a C-grade steel-armored rhinoceros in front of him. This steel-armored rhinoceros's defense was very high. The difficulty of killing it was comparable to a B-grade monster. After 10 minutes, he finally pierced the steel-armored rhinoceros's head with his sword and killed it. He quickly harvested the monster materials and left the place. Then, he hid himself in a tall building. Who was sending messages at this time? Jiang Xi saw that there were many unread messages in his tactical communications watch. He knew some of the people who sent these messages, such as Jiang Xinyue, the deputy headmaster of Tsukishan Budokan in Paksun Province, and Yin Gang, the deputy headmaster of Longxiang Dojo. However, he did not know most of them. He clicked on a few and was stunned. Jiang Xi, congratulations. Congrats. I'm impressed, Jiang Xi. Did I miss something? Jiang Xi was confused. It was not until later when he saw Meng Shanjuan's message that he understood what had happened. It turned out that Jiang Daodu had participated in this year's Gaokao and obtained a shocking score. A 14-year-old genius with 99 points. Then, he dialed Jiang Daodu's number. Soon, the call was connected. Jiang Daodu, you did something big behind my back. Jiang Xi said in a low voice. Brother, listen to me. Jiang Daodu panicked and explained. When she heard Jiang Xi's laughter, she immediately realized that Jiang Xi was scaring her. She was furious. If it were not for the fact that they were in the plaza of the Martial Arts Association, she would definitely yell at Jiang Xi. Of course, Jiang Xi was not looking for trouble with Jiang Daodu. He was just scaring the girl and reminding her to discuss with him before doing anything next time. Chapter 117. The two only chatted for a while before ending the call. Jiang Xi sat in the ruined building and did not speak for a long time. His heart was filled with surprise and also a heavy blow. The surprise was that Jiang Dudu had such a good talent and had a promising future in martial arts. Why was he so shocked? Because Jiang Dudu did not have any cheats. Even without cheats, her talent had caught up to his. What if she had cheats? It turned out that Jiang Dudu was a genius and had the life of a protagonist. Jiangxi knew that he had to work even harder. If Jiang Daodu were to surpass him one day, then he would lose a lot of face. He looked at the experience panel. Not long after using the B-grade Fey potion, he had officially become a B-grade martial artist. Level, Blood Transformation Realm, B, 2951-20700, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Sutra Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Art, combined 239-313-0000, Wind Shadow Steps, combined 195-114-0000, Force Exertion, 9, 19 Experience, 147,937. My actual combat power should be at A grade now, but it is still far from the peak of A grade. If I have an A grade Fey potion, I might be able to break through to A grade. Then, my combat power will also reach the peak of A grade. Unfortunately, the 7th stage of Lingwan Road is too difficult. The chances of getting the second reward are slim. Jiang Xi felt helpless. On April 30th, when he had just passed the 6th stage, he was quite confident that he would be able to pass the 7th stage within 4 months. But throughout May, he had tried many times, but his progress was slow. So far, out of the 100 monsters in the 7th stage, he had only killed 30 at most in one go. The difficulty of hunting would only get harder as he progressed. At this rate, it would be extremely difficult to pass the 7th stage before August 15th. However, it was impossible to give up. The word give up did not exist in his dictionary. With the experience panel, anything was possible. What was worth mentioning was that after becoming a B-class martial artist, his daily experience for each category had reached 200 points. The speed at which his strength increased was not slow after resting for a while. Jiang Xi jumped down from the tall building. Like an eagle, he pounced on the monster in the ruins. Crazily hunting monsters, gaining experience and original points. Experience points were the foundation of everything. Raw points were a must for him to get into the heaven list. The higher his ranking on the heaven list, the more opportunities he would have to cultivate in Lingwan Road. He cultivated crazily, not relaxing for even a moment. Jiang Xi was nowhere to be seen in the heaven-level training camp. At the end of June, Jiang Xi's ranking on the heaven leaderboard had reached 25th place. At this point, No one was shocked anymore because they were all numb to it. Of course, they didn't know that Jiang Ci had actually reached the 7th step on Lingwan Road. If they knew, they would definitely be shocked. Reaching the 7th stage and being ranked 23rd on the Heaven leaderboard were two completely different concepts. However, Jiang Ci was not satisfied with such results, because his progress on the 7th step of the trial had only increased from 30 Herculean demonic apes to 40. The improvement was very slow. This situation did not change until the beginning of July, because Jiang Ci's 9 elemental swordsmanship, with the help of the experience panel, had finally reached the perfection of unity. The power output was as high as 10 times. Each sword attack was equivalent to 10 times his original strength. His attack power finally had a qualitative leap. Jiang Ci was convinced that just based on his attack power, he had already stood on the level of A-class martial artists. Then, his results on the 7th step of Lingwan Road directly increased from the maximum of 40 kills to 80 kills. Correspondingly, this month, his ranking on the Heaven list also soared to 13th place. This ranking was maintained until the end of July. If it wasn't for the low number of raw points from killing monsters, he might have been able to enter the top 10. However, this goal was finally achieved in August. Relying on crazy cultivation and hunting, he directly rushed into the top 10 of the Heaven list at the beginning of August. To be specific, he was ranked 9th on the Heaven list. During this period, everyone described Jiang Ci as a miracle in the martial arts world, because they could no longer think of any other suitable adjectives. Since the great changes in the old era, the Earth had experienced 2 spirit chi recoveries. The first time was in the old era in 2237 AD. In the starry sky outside the Earth, a second moon appeared. The spirit chi recovery thus began, and all living things evolved. The second time was in the new era in the 23rd year of the new moon era. The world changed again, and all living things evolved on a large scale. The prosperity of martial arts also began from this year. Powerhouses such as Xian Tian and Li Bai Bai, who stood at the peak of martial arts, were also known by the world from this year. They eventually became invincible existences. However, the luck of the martial arts world seemed to have been completely exhausted by these invincible existences. Since then, no other martial artists of the same level as them appeared. Now, Jiang Ci's appearance made some people look forward to Jiang Ci's appearance. Perhaps Jiang Ci could become a powerhouse on par with Xian Tian, Li Bai Bai, and the others. New Moon Era 93, August 14th. Because the New Moon Era's calendar was the same as the old era's lunar calendar of the Great Xia Kingdom, according to the time, tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival. As a pure citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiang Ci had a unique feeling for this kind of festival, whether it was in the old era or the new era. Every festive season, he missed his family. He definitely couldn't go back to the old era. Those family members could only be placed in his thoughts. And in front of him, the only family member in the new era was Jiang Daodu. However, what made Jiang Ci helpless was that they definitely couldn't celebrate this year's Mid-Autumn Festival together. The most important thing now is to pass through the 7th stage of Lingwan Road. He wasn't affected by these emotions and could distinguish the priorities. Passing through Lingwan Road was a big problem. Since the beginning of July, the number of monsters he killed in the 7th stage of the illusion trial reached 80, and he was stuck here. Then, after working hard for an entire month, this number only increased to 83. It seemed that this was his current limit. Jiang Ci was also very clear where the problem was. After the 9 elemental sword arts unification, my sword arts attack power is sufficient. The only problem is my speed. I can only maintain a speed of 300 meters per second, and it's very easy for the trial monsters to kill me. Maybe I should use the wind shadow steps with all my strength and display my fastest speed. The only risk is that once Feng Xian finds out, he will be able to confirm that I'm the murderer. Jiang Ci pondered, weighing the pros and cons. After thinking about it, he chuckled and shook his head. I'm going down a dead end again. Actually, with my performance over the past few months, As long as Feng Xian isn't a fool, he will definitely be able to confirm that I'm the murderer. It's just that he doesn't have conclusive evidence. It doesn't matter if my speed is exposed now. As long as I can pass through the 7th stage of Ling Wan Road's illusion trial, I can obtain the second reward in the contract, an A-grade fame medicine and an A-grade warrior combat suit. With the spirit chi energy contained in the A-grade fame medicine, there's a great chance that my warrior rank will reach A-grade. At that time, I won't have to fear Feng Xian. Even if my warrior rank doesn't break through with my current actual combat power, I don't have to worry. Chapter 118. Jiang Xi quickly understood some things. All this time, he had been worried about the threat posed by Feng Xian. His mind had always been tense, so he did not consider these things. Now he thought about it. That's not right. So much time had passed, and his strength was no longer the same as before. Back then, when he killed Feng Xiaoqing and the others in a fit of rage, he was still an E-class martial artist. But now 8 months had passed. With the increase in experience points, he was already a B-class martial artist, and his actual combat power had reached A-class. What was there to be afraid of? Even if he could not defeat Feng Xian, he could still run, right? Moreover, I'm now in the Heaven Stage training camp. Even if Feng Xian had 8 times the guts, he would not dare to come here to kill me. Jiang Xi was full of confidence. He made an appointment to challenge Ling Wan Road at 8 in the evening. Today was the deadline for the second reward in the contract. If he could not pass it today, he could only say goodbye to the second reward. Tianyuan Pavilion. At this time, there were still a few Heaven Stage training camp students training here. After seeing Jiang Xi, they were only slightly surprised and greeted him in a friendly manner. They were already used to Jiang Xi coming to Ling Wan Road at night. Jiang Xi also responded to everyone politely, then went straight to the second floor. At this time, no one was using Ling Wan Road, so he went straight in. It was the familiar 7th stage of the illusion trial. Jiang Xi had already failed here 435 times. In the beginning, he died 12 times in an hour, but now, he died 3 times in 2 hours. Yes, this was a huge improvement. Today, he was going to pass it in one go. On the grassland, 100 B-class Herculean demonic apes had long arms like rods, and their attacks were comparable to those at the perfection stage of advanced martial technique fusion. Every one of them had A-class combat power. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and exerted force on his feet, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the middle of a group of beasts. Full speed burst. If he were to calculate, his speed was close to 9 times the speed of sound. It was 10 times faster than his previous speed of 300 meters per second. Although the Herculean demonic ape's attack was strong, it could not touch Jiang Xi at all. Boom, boom. Jiang Xi's speed and the speed of his swordsmanship brought about continuous sonic booms. After the 9 elements sword technique reached perfection, every strike had a perfect rhythm and was as fast as lightning. Coupled with his wind shadow steps, the power of his swift sword was fully displayed by him. Each of his attacks killed a Herculean demonic ape. The Herculean demonic ape's huge body directly exploded under his super powerful attack. It couldn't be more dead. This was a combat power close to a peak A class. He was only 1 step away from reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Roar! The last Herculean demonic ape wailed as it was cut in half by Jiang Xi's sword. Congratulations, you've used 36 minutes to pass the trial of the 7th step of Ling Wan Road. Jiang Xi just smiled faintly and left the illusory space. At the same time, he obtained 35,000 experience points and the second set of rewards. When Jiang Xi passed the 7th step, the light screen of the heaven list at the entrance to Tianyuan district changed again. His ranking rose from 9th to 7th on the heaven leaderboard. The trainees in the training camp were indifferent when they saw such a change in ranking. In their subconscious, Jiang Xi was not worthy of their attention if he did not rise by 10 or 8 ranks. Even if they did not pay attention, someone else would. At the same time, in the manner of Mingxin Mountain, Jianghai Prefecture, Feng Xian's face was gloomy as he listened to the report of the leader of the guards. Old Yuan. 300 meters per second, 9 times the speed of sound, Ha Jiang Ci. Feng Xian suddenly laughed. As he laughed, his eyes suddenly emitted a cold light that shot out more than 3 feet. His voice became cold as he said, "After hiding for so long, you think 9 times the speed of sound can save your life? Sir, are you going to kill him?" Old Yuan asked. "Kill? Of course I'm going to kill him." Feng Xian's voice was full of killing intent. Old Yuan's face changed slightly as he hurriedly said, "But the situation is about to change. Isn't it inappropriate to make a move now? This is the most appropriate time. The more chaotic it is, the less likely some people in Jinten Budokan will care about Jiang Ci. When the situation stabilizes again, there will be no more opportunities." Feng Xian was not blinded by hatred. Instead, he was even more clear-headed. Old Yuan did not say anything else and sighed in his heart. He knew that he could not persuade his master. Not long after, Feng Xian entered the prepared secret room and held a remote meeting with the directors of the Liberal Alliance. In an unknown cave in the wilderness, 12 virtual figures appeared one after another. "Feng Xian, the situation is about to change. We have to be careful. Why are you holding a meeting at this time?" The leading director in white asked. "Do you still remember Han Yingxue from the Han family of Paksun province?" Feng Xian threw out a bomb. Everyone's spirits shook, and their expressions became solemn. "She is an important target of our alliance, but she is now in Jinten Budokan's Earth-level training camp. We have no chance to make a move on her," the director in white said in a low voice. "Have you forgotten? Next month is the Jinten Budokan training camp's annual training in the Arcana territory." Feng Xian's gaze swept across the room. "We have discussed this a long time ago. The Arcana territory is heavily guarded. Only our spies in the training camp can make a move," the director in white continued. "But the chances of success are very small." Feng Xian shook his head. "Why? Do you have another way?" One of the directors hurriedly questioned. "I want to make a move myself. I hope everyone is prepared." Feng Xian threw out another bomb. The others looked at each other. The Arcana territory was located in Jinten Budokan's headquarters. It was not easy to get close to it. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. "Feng Xian, are you thinking of taking this opportunity to kill Jiang Ci?" someone suddenly asked. "Yes, that is my intention." Feng Xian did not hide the truth. Everyone was silent for a while. After a while, the director in white said in a low voice, "If you make a move yourself, although this will offend Jinten Budokan, as long as we can get what we want from Han Yingxue, we won't have to be afraid of them in the future. However, you have to remember one thing. Your primary target is Han Yingxue, followed by Jiang Ci. Lastly, if something happens, all your actions will have nothing to do with the Liberal Alliance." Everyone discussed some more details before ending the remote meeting. Feng Xian hung up the call with a look of disdain. "A bunch of cowards." The Liberal Alliance was the martial artist faction with the largest number of martial artists in the world, but it was like a plate of loose sand. It was all because of these cowardly directors. Then, he revealed a complicated expression. "Kunlun, I haven't been there for a long time." Jiang Ci returned to Tianyuan District's Villa 101 and dialed Elder Tang's number. "Hello, Elder Tang. I have already passed the 7th step of Ling Wan Road." This time, it was really silent. After a long time, Jiang Ci could vaguely hear a sigh coming from the other side of the phone. "The reward will be sent over later, but I advise you not to use the A-grade Fey potion during this time." "Why?" Jiang Ci was puzzled. Wasn't it given to him for him to use? "Something might happen on the night of the full moon tomorrow. You should cultivate in the training camp." Elder Tang seemed to be hinting at something. "But tomorrow is the odd day. According to the training camp's regulations, I have to go to the wilderness to hunt monsters." "It doesn't matter. No one can go out tomorrow. This notice will be sent out immediately." Jiang Ci thoughtfully ended the call with Elder Tang. August 15th, the night of the full moon, he vaguely felt that something big was going to happen. Chapter 119. Jiang Ci thought for a moment and told Jing Dudu the news. After Jing Dudu passed the Gaokao, she quickly absorbed qi into her body and became an official rank F martial artist. Jiang Xi used his connections in Jinten Budokan to buy Jing Dudu a set of cultivation methods and secret realms, including qi absorption, attack-type martial arts, and body-type martial arts. He also gave her a rank D martial artist combat suit. He did not give her a high-grade one because Jing Dudu's current ability did not require rank D equipment. You must cultivate at home tomorrow. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Jiang Xi reminded her. Got it. I promise I'll stay at home. Jing Dudu promised. Despite Jing Dudu's promise, Jiang Xi only hung up after reminding her for a long time. After some thought, Jiang Xi informed Jiang Sheng and Zhang Wei. While chatting with the two of them, he made some discreet inquiries and came to a conclusion. Normal martial artists did not receive any notice to cultivate at home. It seemed like the higher-ups did not want to spread the news. After doing all this, Jiang Xi thought that he should not have missed anything. Not long after, someone knocked on the door of his villa. The second reward had arrived. When he opened the door, it was the same person whose strength he could not see through last time. That person handed the black alloy box to Jiang Xi, but this time, she did not turn and leave. This person in a black robe was actually a woman? She said in a hoarse voice, "Don't use it yet. It'll be better if you use it later. Also, don't go anywhere tomorrow. Stay at home and cultivate." Jiang Xi quickly nodded in agreement. After the transaction, he returned to the house and carefully put away the rank A spirit medicine in the box. He did not use it immediately. Elder Tang and the delivery woman said almost the same thing. It seemed like something big was going to happen. Full moon night? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xi climbed to the roof of the villa and looked up at the sky. In the night sky, two bright moons that looked like silver plates emitted the same gentle light, but they were not completely round. After looking at it carefully for a while, Jiang Xi frowned. Something's wrong. The moonlight seems to be brighter than before, and the two moons seem to be bigger. These were all minute changes. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice them. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was normal for the moon to grow bigger and brighter occasionally. However, after the two's reminder, Jiang Xi's intuition told him that something unknown must have happened. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began cultivating on the balcony. Half an hour later, the 9 Elements Heart Sutra had completed one cycle. You have cultivated the 9 Elements Heart technique once. EXP plus 10. The familiar panel notification sounded in Riverward's mind, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Something's wrong. The EXP gained from cultivating one cycle has increased. Jiang Xi's face was full of shock. Under normal circumstances, cultivating the 9 Elements Heart Sutra would convert the spiritual energy absorbed in one cycle into 9 EXP. But now it was 10 EXP, 1 extra EXP. He knew very well what this meant. The concentration of spiritual energy between heaven and earth had increased. The revival of spiritual energy was triggered by the appearance of the second moon. Now that the moon has changed again, the spiritual energy has begun to increase. Could it be? Jiang Xi's eyes had a trace of horror. The world was about to change again. No wonder Elder Tang and the woman who delivered the package kept telling him what would happen, but didn't say clearly what would happen. If such a thing was spread out, it would definitely cause panic, not to mention chaos in the world. Although the previous 2 revivals of spiritual energy had revived martial arts, they had also brought disaster to mankind. Mankind was evolving, and so were the monsters. During the previous 2 revivals of spiritual energy, there had been monster attacks all over the world, and countless human casualties had occurred. What about this time? For a moment, Jiang Xi was worried. Suddenly, he shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Groundless fears. If the sky collapsed, there would be tall people to hold it up." He wasn't tall yet, so it was useless to worry. Presumably, those high-level martial artists already had a plan to deal with it. He wasn't worried that Jiang Dudu would spread the news because she had no one to talk to. He wasn't worried that Jiang Sheng and Zhang Wei would tell others about it, because when he told them about it, he also emphasized that they couldn't tell anyone. This was a mutual agreement of trust. Now, Jiang Xi was considering whether to think of a way to get Jiang Dudu to the training camp. It would be safer that way. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi rejected this idea. The prefecture city of the Great Xia Empire is safer. The camp town is located in the Highland Mountain Range, close to Kunlun Mountain. There are many powerful monsters in the wilderness. If a monster tide appears, he didn't say the last half of the sentence. He wasn't confident that he could protect Jiang Dudu's safety. On the other hand, the 7 prefectures of the Great Xia Empire were different. Since the establishment of the 7 prefectures, although they had been attacked by monster tides many times, the city had never been breached. The foundation. Jiang Xi thought about it, and after confirming that he didn't miss anything, he went to complete his daily training for the day. The next day, not only the students of the Heaven-level training camp, but also the students of the 4 great training camps didn't leave the camp town. Everyone was cultivating diligently. Some of the students guessed something, and some of them knew something in advance. For example, Han Yingxue, Shu Qiqi, Qin Feng, and other students from hidden families. Early in the morning, Han Yingxue and Shu Qiqi sent him a message. The content of the message was similar to what Elder Tang said, reminding him to pay attention to what might happen at night. Although the warning was vague, it conveyed their goodwill. Jiang Xi thanked them one by one. For the whole day, the training camp was very quiet, and the atmosphere was a little strange. At night fell. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the villa's balcony, looking up at the 2 bright moons, waiting quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a second ago, it was still very quiet. Suddenly, on the plateau west of the camp town, the monsters in the wilderness seemed to have been stimulated by something. They all roared with excitement. But soon, the roars disappeared, as if they had agreed to it. The next second, the world changed dramatically. In the night sky, the 2 bright moons the size of silver plates grew at a speed visible to the naked eye 3 times, 10 times, 100 times. In the end, the 2 moons covered half of the sky. The night was as bright as day. At this moment, the whole world saw it. What shocked everyone was not only the size of the moons, but also something else. Whether it was a master at the peak of martial arts or the most ordinary person, they were all shocked by the scene in front of them. What is that? There are buildings on the moons. Could it be the legendary Moon Palace? Why didn't we see it with telescopes before? The whole world was in an uproar. On each of the 2 moons, there was a huge palace. The difference was that the palace on one of the moons was dazzling. It was a real palace in the sky. The palace on the other moon was in ruins, as if it was the ruins of the apocalypse. Chapter 120. The changes of the 2 moons lasted for about half an hour before they finally stopped growing. They quietly hung in the daytime night sky, shocking everyone. But everyone's attention was focused on the 2 palaces. If one observed carefully, they would find that the 2 palaces had many similarities. It was like the same palace in different times. Jiang Xi was also shocked, and a storm was set off in his heart. Could it be that the legends were true? But before he had time to think about it carefully, suddenly a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth, and everything grew. It was now the autumn harvest season. Jiang Xi found that a pomegranate tree in the villa's courtyard that he had already plucked was actually blooming again. The 3rd spirit Qi awakening is here. Jiang Xi's spirit shook. He could feel the surrounding spirit Qi even before he used the 9 Elements Heart Sutra. Cultivate. Suddenly, a rich spirit Qi gathered around his body, forming a white spirit Qi mist. What a rich spirit Qi! This kind of cultivation was like spirit Qi flooding the body. Immediately after, Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised to find that after the spirit Qi entered his body, it was not immediately turned into experience points by the experience panel. Instead, it quickly accumulated in his body and became normal spirit Qi energy. Just like when he cultivated in the past, the spirit chi he absorbed would eventually become experience points. This is because the spirit chi energy has exceeded the body's current absorption limit, and the panel is unable to convert it. Through his previous experience of consuming phase and fey potions, he concluded a pattern. This kind of spirit chi energy that could not be absorbed by his body could not be converted into experience points on the experience panel. Although the body can't absorb it, the spirit chi energy can replenish the energy consumption when I quickly improve. He carefully felt the increasing spirit chi energy in his body. Jiang Ci was multitasking. While cultivating, he silently chanted in his heart. Increase level by 100 experience points. Increase wind shadow step by 100 experience points. There was no way to upgrade the 9-element sword art because the sword art had been perfected as one, and there was no way to upgrade it. After Jiang Ci silently chanted, the spirit chi energy that had just accumulated in his body was quickly consumed, but not long after, the spirit chi energy that was like spirit chi flooding the body was replenished again. The spirit chi energy accumulation speed was not as fast as using C-grade fey potions, but it was endless. This was equivalent to someone constantly providing him with fey potions. In almost half a minute, he could increase his level and martial skills by 100 experience points. Jiangxi's physique was constantly improving, and his mastery of the wind shadow step was also gradually increasing. A quarter of an hour later, he chanted again. Level plus 100 EXP. Gain 100 wind shadow steps experience. However, the strange thing was that this time, even though his physical fitness had increased slightly, the comprehension of the wind shadow steps did not appear in his mind. He quickly opened the experience panel to check. It turned out that the wind shadow steps had already reached perfection. Wind shadow steps combined 400, 004, 0000. Just like the 9-elemental sword technique, it had also reached a realm where it could not be improved. Therefore, Jiang Ci used all the spiritual energy in his body to level up. 5 minutes later, he stopped cultivating and frowned, because he couldn't level up anymore. How could this be? Could it be that there was a bottleneck between B and a class? Jiang Ci silently opened the experience panel. Grade B, 207-002-0700. Cultivation method. 9 elements heart method martial technique. 9 elements sword technique. Combined 300, 003, 0000. Wind shadow steps. Combined 400, 004, 0000. Force exertion. 10 experience points. 130, 419. Sure enough, he had reached a bottleneck. This is a troublesome matter. What a good opportunity. Jiang Ci smiled bitterly. Just now, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to level up to a class martial artist, or even reach the maximum level. He thought too much. Fine, I'll cultivate and accumulate experience points. Jiang Ci quickly adjusted his mood and once again activated the 9 elements heart method. However, he slowed down the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Otherwise, if too much spiritual energy accumulated in his body and he couldn't use the experience panel to consume it, it would be tragic if he ended up exploding. However, even if he slowed down, his cultivation efficiency was still terrifying when the spirit aura revival happened and the spirit aura soared. This was because the chi drawing technique he practiced was a high-level chi drawing technique. Half an hour later, he completed a cycle of cultivation. You cultivated the 9 elements heart method once. Experience points plus 1,000. Another half an hour passed. You cultivated the 9 elements heart method once. Experience points plus 1,000. Until early in the morning, when the breeze on the face gradually subsided, the sudden increase in spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to rapidly decrease and hide everywhere. The 2 bright moons in the sky returned to their original size in the blink of an eye. All the astronomical observation centers and astronomy enthusiasts used their telescopes to observe the moons again. However, they found that the palaces on the 2 moons had also disappeared without a trace. Jiang Si woke up from his cultivation and looked up at the sky. The two moons that had returned to normal hung in the western sky and were about to disappear. The sky was about to brighten. The third awakening of spiritual energy was over. However, his intuition told him that there was a silent change that was still ongoing. The great changes of heaven and earth had just begun. Because the pomegranate tree in the courtyard was bearing fruit, and some pomegranates were already the size of eggs. Overnight, this tree completed the entire process from blooming to bearing fruit. Jiang Si stood up and stretched. Although he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to raise his martial artist level to a class, he didn't have many regrets. Because later on, when he cultivated, he obtained a lot of experience points. After careful calculation, there were a total of 11,000 experience points, which was quite a harvest. Experience points balance: 141419. One night of cultivation was equivalent to 1 or 2 months of hard work. Just as he was about to go downstairs to wash up, his tactical communications watch vibrated. It was a call from Jiang Dudu. After the call connected, he heard Jiang Dudu whisper, "Brother, is it convenient for you to talk?" Wait for me for a while." Jiang Si heard a trace of something wrong from Jiang Dudu's tone. His figure flashed, and from the villa's balcony, he quickly came to the practice room with extremely high defense. Then, he said softly, "Don't worry, speak slowly. I just tested at home, and I think I've reached C class." Jiang Dudu's voice was a little frightened. "What?" I said, "I think I become a C-class martial artist." Jiang Si's breathing stagnated, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. From F-class to C-class overnight, it was faster than a pomegranate tree blooming and bearing fruit. If this spread out, it would definitely bring trouble to Jiang Dudu. Jiang Dudu was obviously aware of this, so she, who was not afraid of anything, was also a little frightened. In order to appease Jiang Dudu's emotions, Jiang Si pretended to be calm and smiled. "This is a good thing. What are you afraid of?" "But I didn't cultivate last night." Jiang Si was shocked again. This was serious, and he quickly asked, "What did you do?" "I don't know what happened, but when the moon came out yesterday, I heard someone chanting in a low voice, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I was like this." "Brother, did I encounter a ghost?" Jiang Si was shocked. Someone was chanting in a low voice. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his calm. However, Jiang Si knew that he could not panic now. Otherwise, Jiang Dudu would be even more panicked. He composed himself and chuckled. "Didn't you always say that you want to catch 2 ghosts as pets?" "That's right." Jiang Dudu seemed to have suddenly reacted and said in surprise, "Then what are you afraid of? If it's really a ghost, you can just catch it when you meet it in the future." "Hey, who's afraid?" Whose voice was trembling just now. Jiang Si. He. Chapter 121. After some noise, Jiang Si successfully corrected Jiang Dudu's mood. Finally, he exhorted, "You must pay attention to hiding your strength and learn to restrain yourself. Don't conduct any martial arts tests in public." He imparted all his methods and experience to Jiang Dudu. After all, it was truly shocking to go from an F-class martial artist to a C-class martial artist overnight. If Jiang Dudu's breakthrough was discovered, in Jiang Si's view, she would most likely be in danger. Compared with truth, kindness, and beauty, Jiang Si was more willing to consider the worst of people's hearts. People's hearts were unfathomable. This sentence could not be wrong. In addition to these, Jiang Si had other doubts in his heart. Last night, someone was chanting softly to Jiang Dudu. It happened that the third recovery of spiritual power happened, and Jiang Dudu received a rocket-like upgrade and breakthrough. Could it be that Jiang Dudu was his destined daughter? In order to verify his doubts and guesses, Jiang Si was not in the mood to wash up. He turned on the computer in the practice room and logged in to the Xiantian forum. Sure enough, the forum was in an uproar at this time. They were all discussing the recovery of spiritual power this time. The hot posts at the top were still broadcasting strange events around the world in real time. After Jiang Si clicked on it, he found that there were two special columns set up inside, the Xia Kingdom and abroad. The Xia Kingdom. It looks like this. At midnight yesterday, the old tree bloomed. Shocking. Sweet springs suddenly gushed out of the dry well of old Zhang's family in Chang'an. Breaking, outside Luo City, a 1,000-year-old ancient tomb was suddenly struck by lightning. Mysterious. Somewhere in Shu Mountain Prefecture, a sword light shone. Abroad, the Peacock Country's Buddha statue shone. A century-old monk sat up in shock on the verge of death. White feathers are suspected to be flying in a holy land in the Holy Alliance. The pyramid is shaking. Jinten Budokan was worthy of being the world's largest martial artist force. They could collect all the secret things that were happening around the world. Many kinds of real-time news were constantly rolling. Jiang Cai didn't see any truth in these amazing and exaggerated events. Because those pictures were magically edited, the person in the video seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. So far, no heavyweight powerhouses had made any comments about the recovery of spirit chi this time. Jiang Cai casually closed the fake news that was just for the sake of gaining attention and went to look for the things that he was concerned about. However, after looking through the news for an entire morning, he still couldn't find anyone like Jiang Dudu who had advanced a few levels in a single night. There wasn't even anyone who had advanced a single level. At most, he could find news about a few patients who had suddenly recovered. It was similar to the recovery of spirit aura, and their physique had been strengthened. If someone really made a breakthrough, they definitely wouldn't announce it. After all, it's a personal secret. Jiang Cai shook his head, just like how he told Jiang Dudu to hide her strength. He had already expected this to happen. He was just holding on to a sliver of hope just now. Jiang Cai also asked Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng to find out if anything had happened to them last night. In the end, he got a piece of news. Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng's strength had both improved. Zhang Wei was level E before, and now he was level D. Jiang Sheng had been stuck at level E for almost 10 years. Originally, because of his age, his vitality had declined, and it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he also reached level D last night. However, the extent of their improvement was not as big as Jiang Dudu's. Jiang Cai hadn't come into contact with the higher-level circle of martial artists. As far as he knew, it seemed that Jingdu had benefited the most from the recovery of spirit chi this time. Speaking of which, the secret manuals and equipment that I bought for Dowdo last time seemed to be outdated. Jiang Cai patted his forehead gently, feeling helpless. What a waste of money. However, he couldn't get high-level secret manuals now. Those were all worth hundreds of billions. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future to see if he could get them. As for why he didn't give Jiang Dudu the secret manuals that he cultivated himself, the reason was simple. Jinten Budokan had strict control over secret manuals. They were not allowed to teach others privately. Once discovered, not only Jiang Cai, but even Jiang Dudu would be severely punished. Other than secret manuals, equipment was easy to get. There were ready-made ones. He had just received the second reward in the contract and level a martial artist combat suit. Then, the level B combat suit from before could be eliminated. It was just right for Jiang Dudu to use. Well, I'll give the combat suit, backpack, and tactical communications watch to Dowdo first. The level B Shadow's Layer Sword is too conspicuous and easy to be discovered. I'll give it to Jiang Dudu when she can show her true strength in the future. Jiang Cai quickly made a decision. After arranging everything and confirming that no one would notice Jiang Dowdo's abnormal changes, he finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He began to think about his own matters. Although it's a little regretful that I didn't reach level A this time, I still gained something. I reached the level B bottleneck, and the wind shadow step has been perfected. Overall, even if my combat power hasn't reached the pinnacle of level A, I'm not considered weak among level A martial artists. After I expose my true speed, if Feng Xian is well informed, he will definitely take action. But now, I'm really not afraid of him. According to Jiang Ci's original plan, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Feng Xian's threat after consuming the level A fame medicine. He didn't expect that there would be a third spirit chi awakening. Taking this opportunity, he also completed this plan and saved the level A fame medicine. I'll use the level A fame medicine after familiarizing myself with my current strength. It just so happened that he had encountered a bottleneck. Jiang Xi speculated that with the help of the level A fame medicine, he had a high probability of directly breaking through this bottleneck. According to the medicine's effect, ordinary level B martial artists will be able to break through after consuming the level A fame medicine. August 16th. Like many other students, Jiang Xi didn't go out and didn't go anywhere. He stayed at home to sort out these changes. When he recalled the College of Martial Arts' enrollment expansion last year, Jiang Xi suddenly understood. Those higher-ups had probably predicted what happened last night. After the spirit chi awakening for the third time, the spirit chi in the world had become denser. Some people who originally didn't reach the standard to become martial artists had the opportunity to become martial artists because of this change. Therefore, the Four College of Martial Arts had expanded their enrollment a year in advance. August 17th. Like other students with odd numbers in the Heaven Level training camp, Jiang Xi set off again for Ruin 99. When he left the camp town, he roughly observed. He found that many students' auras were more condensed, and some people's auras were obviously much stronger. It seemed that everyone had some breakthroughs, but not much. The extent of improvement was similar to Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng. Therefore, under such circumstances, Jiang Xi's small improvement wasn't so eye-catching. Everyone was about the same. He stepped out of the camp town's gate and entered the wilderness. This was Jiang Xi's first time stepping into the wilderness after the spirit chi awakening. What changes would there be in the wilderness? He was very curious, and, at the same time, he was more careful. Chapter 122. On the plateau, there was originally sparse vegetation and low trees. At this moment, however, they had become very lush, as if he had entered a primitive forest. However, what puzzled Jiang Xi was that the number of monsters in the wilderness had decreased by a lot. In the past, when he walked on this plateau, it was normal for him to see 10 to 20 low-level monsters in an hour. But now, after walking for half a day, he only saw 3 to 5 monsters wandering in the forest. When they saw Jiang Xi, they were so shocked that they fled immediately. After my strength increased, my realm is not so stable. My ability to control my aura has decreased a lot. Jiang Xi shook his head. He still needed some time to stabilize his current realm. When he came to Ruin 99, he casually found a few B-grade monsters and easily killed them with his speed and sword. It felt good not to have to hide his strength. However, after half a day, Jiang Xi vaguely felt that something was wrong. Ruin 99, which originally had a high density of monsters, seemed to have fewer monsters. By the way, where's the top-tier A-grade wolf howling in the moon? Jiang Xi remembered that in the past, when he hunted monsters in Ruin 99, he would often see the huge wolf howling in the moon howling at the sky in the depths of the ruins. Now, more than half a day had passed, and he did not even see the shadow of the wolf. This was because he was usually cautious and observed the environment. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to notice these subtle abnormalities. I have to be careful. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. In addition, the third recovery of spirit aura had just happened the day before yesterday. It was difficult for Jiang Xi not to think in a bad direction. Jiang Xi did not let go of himself because of the increase in his strength. He continued to be cautious and low-key. In Ruin 99, he only hunted monsters that he was confident in killing. At night, when the sun went down, he did not continue to fight and immediately returned to the camp town. Half a month passed under such caution, but nothing happened. Moreover, Jiang Xi also asked around. During this period of time, there were no major casualties in the training camp. Am I too cautious? Jiang Xi frowned, slightly shaking his head. He decided to continue being cautious. August 31st. Even though it was an odd day, according to the rules of the Heaven Level training camp, Regardless of whether the trainees had a single or double serial number, they were not required to go out to hunt monsters on that day. Jiang Ci heaved a sigh of relief. It was best not to take any risks. But things didn't always go as planned. On the morning of the 31st, Jiang Ci was about to go to the mountain water garden to practice swordsmanship with his teacher, Yulin. The heaven-level training camp sent out a message. Notice about the annual survival assessment. After Jiang Ci finished reading, he patted his head. He had forgotten about this. He had read about the survival training on the Xiantian Forum's heaven-level training camp board, but he hadn't paid much attention to it back then. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed such a thing. In Jintan Budokan, apart from a Xian level and the yellow level training camp, the four major training camps of the sky, earth, black, and yellow level training camps were more focused on basic education. The strength of the students was relatively low, so they did not need to participate in the annual survival training. Every year on the 1st of September, there would be a fixed survival training in the sky level and earth level training camps, which was equivalent to a part of the annual assessment. Tomorrow happened to be 1st of September. Jiang Ci clicked on the notice and checked it. Assessment time, 1st of September, 8th duration, 1 week. Assessment location, Jasper Lake Secret Realm assessment content. Complete 7 days of survival training in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. It was a simple notice, but it gave Riverward a shock. Is there really a Jasper Lake Secret Realm? Isn't this in myths and legends? Soon, he remembered the 2 palaces in the Moon Palace projection half a month ago. Jasper Lake Secret Realm, Guanghan Palace. The recovery of spirit qi is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Ci's eyes were shining. The things in myths and legends were appearing little by little. However, since the survival training location is in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm, it means that the Jasper Lake Secret Realm must have been discovered by the Jintan Budokan long ago, and they have already figured out the situation inside. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the dojo would not have sent the students to the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. For a moment, Jiang Ci was looking forward to this survival training. Not only him, but the trainees of the heaven-level and earth-level training camps were also rubbing their hands, eager to perform well in this assessment. Because this survival training assessment was different from previous years. The recovery of spirit qi had just occurred, and everyone's strength had more or less improved. Naturally, they wanted to prove themselves after becoming stronger. 1st of September, 100 heaven-level training camp trainees and 500 earth-level training camp trainees, all fully armed, came to the gate of the camp town, ready to set off. Before setting off, Jiang Ci, Zhou Xing, Yin Chao, and some other heaven-level training camp trainees from Paksun province stood together and chatted casually. He had been busy with cultivation for so many days, and he had less contact with everyone. Now that he met them, he found that these fellow villagers had indeed become much stronger. Just as they were chatting, they heard a melodious sound of bells ringing beside them. Turning his head, he saw Han Yingxue looking at him with a smile. Classmate Jiang Ci, long time no see. Jiang Ci was slightly stunned. He found that Han Yingxue had changed a little. It was not that her appearance had changed, but that her martial artist aura had become stronger. Although Han Yingxue deliberately hid her martial artist aura, Jiang Ci still felt it with his sharp spiritual sense. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. A-level. Han Yingxue had become an A-level martial artist. Han Yingxue, you found out? Han Yingxue was also a little surprised that Jiang Ci could detect her improvement in strength. Jiang Ci nodded slightly. A few days ago, with some external help, I became like this. Han Yingxue chuckled. She did not mind being discovered by Jiang Ci. Then she leaned closer and said in a low voice, "It's not just me. My cousin Shu Qi, Qin Feng, Ma Yu, and the rest of the people from the hidden families have all reached A level." Jiang Ci grinned. One honest girl. She told him all about the situation of the descendants of the hidden families. Thank you, Han Yingxue, for the reminder. Jiang Ci thanked her. If this girl did not remind him, people like Qin Feng and Ma, you might do something bad when they reach the Jade Lake secret realm after all. Everyone had a grudge against each other before. Now he could be on guard. Taking advantage of the time before boarding the plane, Jiang Xi looked around and found Qin Feng, Mayu, and the rest. These people just happened to be together. Relying on his sharp spiritual sense, he discovered that the aura of these people was indeed not very stable. Like Hanning Xue, they were all faintly emitting the aura of A-level martial artists. Among them, Mayu's aura was more solid. This was because he was a genius student ranked in the top 5 of the Heaven list and had A-level combat strength. When a martial artist reached A-level, their control over their realm would be stronger. Are we entering the era where A-level martial artists are as common as dogs? Jiang Xi thought to himself, but I still don't know what realm is above A-level. Isn't it a little too early to enter the era where A-level martial artists are as common as dogs? Chapter 123. After waiting for a while, a large transport plane flew over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the camp town. The cabin door opened, and a person in a black robe walked down from the plane. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. Wasn't this the woman who gave him the rewards the previous 2 times? The woman in the black robe said to everyone in a hoarse voice, "Get ready to board the plane." Immediately, a total of 700 students entered the plane in an orderly manner. This large transport plane could carry a maximum of 1,000 people, so everyone didn't feel crowded inside. After boarding, everyone realized that other than the woman in the black robe, there were also 3 Jintan Budokan deacons, including Lu Kuei. Jiang Xi noticed that the 3 deacons, including Lu Kuei, were somewhat respectful towards the woman in the black robe. He immediately became suspicious. Where did this woman in the black robe come from? Just as he was deep in thought, Yin Chao asked, "Jiang Gu, do you want to form a team later?" Beside him, Zhou Xing also looked at Jiang Xi with some anticipation. Jiang Xi smiled. "No, I prefer to travel alone." A tactful rejection. Yin Chao and Zhou Xing didn't mind. They were just asking and didn't have much hope. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. Not far away, Hanning Xue's eyes flickered. She seemed to have similar thoughts. Seeing that she had the intention to move, Jiang Xi quickly closed his eyes and pretended to rest. Although he didn't have the intention to hide his strength, he didn't want more people to know his true strength. It was always good to have more trump cards. In this kind of survival experience, it was better to travel alone. Seeing Jiang Xi's reaction, Hanning Xue was a little disappointed and annoyed. She thought to herself, could it be that my sudden increase in strength made Jiang Xi feel the difference? So he deliberately distanced himself from me. Further away, Qin Feng, Mayu, and Xiao Sheng were sitting together. Qin Feng's eyes were vicious. He had seen the small movements between Jiang Xi and Hanning Xue just now. The A-class warrior aura emanating from his body became even more obvious, which was caused by his anger. "You 2 bitches. I'll teach you a lesson when we get to the secret realm." Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng noticed the change in Qin Feng. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was no change in their expressions, but there was a strange look in their eyes at this time. The black-robed woman stood in front of the cockpit and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about a few things." Everyone immediately focused their attention. No one dared to underestimate him. This included the students who had just broken through to Class A. This was because they had noticed from the very beginning that even though they were A-class martial artists, they couldn't see through the black-robed woman's strength. The black-robed woman didn't care if everyone was listening or not. She continued to speak. First, it is forbidden to kill each other. Second, there is a 5% mortality rate in the survival training every year. Third, there is no satellite signal in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Therefore, all of your actions can't be monitored by the satellite. With these 3 points, the transport plane immediately became lively. Without satellite signal, how can we contact each other? What if we encounter danger? There's a mortality rate. It said that killing each other is not forbidden, but in fact, no one will know if we really kill each other. After all, there is no satellite monitoring. Everyone was discussing and raising their doubts. Jiang Ci remained silent. The black-robed woman's words should be to remind everyone to pay attention to their safety, not to encourage the students to kill each other. But no matter what, without satellite monitoring, this survival training would be much more uncontrollable. When everyone was almost done discussing, the black-robed woman said again, "I will be guarding the edge of the secret realm with the 3 deacons. When the time comes, everyone will use the radio to communicate. The signal may not be too stable, but in an emergency, you can contact us. Therefore, there is no need to worry about communication. Although once you send out a signal for help, it means that this survival training will fail. But I hope that everyone will not force themselves. If you really encounter danger, your life is the most important." Everyone nodded. Rest assured, it was fine as long as they could contact each other. The transport plane's speed was very fast. After traveling at top speed for more than 10 minutes, it began to slow down. They had arrived at the Jade Lake secret realm. During the descent, through the small window of the transport plane, they could see that between the clouds and mist below, there was a huge canyon with no end in sight. On both sides of the canyon were lush, primitive forests. "This looks like the Kunlun Mountain Range's Death Valley," someone exclaimed, as if in response to his exclamation. Suddenly, boom, a muffled thunder sounded from afar. Like everyone else, Jiang Ci could not help but hold his breath. The legend of the Kunlun Mountain Range's Death Valley was already very famous in the old era. Although this canyon was overgrown with vegetation, birds, and flowers, it seemed to be full of vitality. However, it hid a huge danger. It was said that if an ordinary person or animal entered, it would be very easy for them to get lost. In the end, they would never return. Moreover, once there was a rainstorm in summer and autumn, after the rain stopped, some strange phenomena would occur. For example, there would be many antelopes, wild donkeys, foxes, birds, and other animals' corpses in the canyon. There would also be some yellow withered grass and scorched earth beside the corpses. It was as if there was an invisible fire burning everything. The scene was too horrible to look at. Moreover, these phenomena were not accidental. Almost every time after a rainstorm, this scene would repeat itself. The Death Valley in the era of the spirit chi recovery was a little more treacherous. The most obvious thing was that this place was shrouded in clouds all year round, which looked even more dangerous. Could it be that the Jade Pool secret realm was hidden in the Kunlun Death Valley? Jiang Ci was not the only one who thought so. Everyone had the same guess and felt uneasy. In the old era, the legend of the Death Valley was already shocking. Now that they were in the era of the spirit chi recovery, would it be even more dangerous there? Amidst everyone's apprehension, the transport plane did not directly land in the Death Valley. Instead, it stopped in an open area about 30 kilometers away from the Death Valley. The terrain here was very high, and they could see the situation in the Death Valley. Death Valley, which was shrouded in clouds, seemed to be separated from this world. It was somewhat out of place. Everyone got off the transport plane and lined up neatly. The black-robed woman's voice was hoarse and cold as she said, "Just now, someone said that this is the Death Valley." He was right. Everyone's expression changed. It was a dangerous place. As for the other one, you guessed it right too. The Jade Lake secret realm is indeed in the Death Valley. However, the Death Valley is just the entrance because the Jade Lake secret realm is not in this space. Not in this space. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be in another world? A cadet asked with uncertainty. Jiang Ci was also moved. Another space? Or what? According to our great Xia Kingdom's ancient saying, this is a grotto heaven secret realm. The black-robed woman's tone remained unchanged. Everyone exclaimed again and looked at each other in dismay. Grotto heaven secret realm. Another term that only existed in myths and legends. All right, there's no point in saying more. As for the situation, you will have to personally experience it before you can truly understand the existence inside. It is now September 1st at 8 a.m. The survival training will end on September 8th at 8 a.m. Remember the time. Depart. The black-robed woman didn't say anything else. It was obvious that she didn't want to reveal too much. Chapter 124. A group of 704 people dashed towards Death Valley. In less than 10 minutes, they had covered a distance of 30 kilometers and were close to the clouds. But when they got close, all the trainees widened their eyes in disbelief. Between the clouds and them, there was an invisible barrier. It was like an inverted bowl, covering the clouds and mist inside. Outside the barrier, there was not a trace of fog. However, inside the barrier, there were clouds and mist that slowly flowed and rolled. What a strange scene. Quick, go in. The Jasper Lake's secret realm is inside. The black-robed woman shouted coldly. Although the trainees were a little hesitant, they still stepped over the barrier and entered the clouds. Jiang Xi was a little slower. He waited until most of the trainees had entered and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he took a step forward. Suddenly, the sky and earth spun. It was similar to the feeling when he entered the illusory space of Lingwan Road. This time, it was a spatial shift. After calming down, he looked around and saw that there was also an invisible barrier behind him. On the contrary, there were endless clouds and mist outside, but inside, there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth without a trace of fog. It seemed that the black-robed woman was right. The Jasper Lake secret realm was not inside Death Valley. That was just the entrance. This was the real Jasper Lake secret realm. Grotto Heaven's secret realm, a different space. It was indeed mysterious. He did not know how Jinten Budokan discovered it. Jiang Xi shook his head and quickly looked around. In front of him was a desolate wasteland. There was shallow grass as far as the eye could see, and no living creatures could be seen. If there are no living creatures, what kind of danger would there be? Jiang Xi knew that it was impossible for there to be no danger. Otherwise, why would there be survival training? He looked at the radio signal again. This range was relatively stable, and he could contact the black-robed woman at any time. After confirming this, he carefully advanced into the depths of the wasteland alone. Not long after the trainees in the training camp crossed the barrier of Death Valley. In another direction, there was a secret place about 300 kilometers away from them. A small, invisible transport plane quietly landed. Two people walked out of it. It was Feng Xian and the leader of his personal guards, Old Yuan. They were both wearing martial artist combat uniforms and carrying weapons as they rushed to Death Valley. Soon, they arrived in front of the barrier. The two of them adjusted the radio frequency. Feng Xian said, "After you enter, wait at the edge of the secret territory. I will inform you if anything happens." Old Yuan nodded. "Be careful, sir, but don't force it. You'll get your revenge in the future. This is the best chance and also the last chance." Feng Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, he directly passed through the barrier and disappeared into the rolling clouds. Old Yuan sighed softly. Of course, he understood what Feng Xian meant. That Jiang Xi's strength had increased too quickly. They had already found out through their spies that Jiang Xi currently possessed the combat power of a peak B class or a beginner A class. Counting the time, it had only been a little over a year since June of last year, and he had grown from a martial arts newbie to his current level. This speed of improvement was too terrifying. If they waited another year, or even half a year, to what extent would Jiang Xi rise? Perhaps Feng Xian would not be a match for Jiang Xi. The reason why Feng Xian had taken the risk of being discovered by the Jinten Budokan in such a hurry to kill Jiang Xi was because he was afraid of this. At the same time, on a snowy mountain that was nearly 4,000 meters above sea level at the edge of Death Valley, two figures stood on the cliff of a snowy mountain, overlooking the vast Death Valley and watching the slowly flowing clouds within the invisible barrier. One of them was a handsome young man. He was dressed in white and had a very elegant demeanor. He was White Cloud, who had suddenly appeared when the four great elders of the Jinten Budokan were discussing Jiang Xi's new contract. When the four great elders saw him, they had to bow respectfully. This was because his strength was higher than the four great elders. Many years ago, he had reached the realm of A class or above. However, at this time, White Cloud was standing respectfully behind the other young man in black. The young man in black had a chiseled face and bright eyes that hid some vicissitudes of life. At first glance, one could tell that he was a very strong-willed person. He was the founder of the Jintan Budokan, Xian Tian, an unpredictable martial artist. In the martial arts world, everyone only knew of his most glorious battle record. Back then, he had single-handedly opened up a human habitat that was second only to the prefectural city, Xiantian City. He was recognized as the strongest martial artist in the world. However, no one knew how strong Xiantian was because he had never been defeated. From where they stood, they could see the trainees of the training camp crossing the invisible barrier. Master, there are many young people from hidden families in this batch of trainees, White Cloud reminded. Xiantian smiled gently and said in a deep voice, after so many years, those hidden families still haven't given up. They want to pry into my secrets. Do they think that by searching the Jade Lake's secret realm, they can find the reason why Li Bai and I rose to power? Master, you have so many secrets. Moreover, we just searched the Jade Lake's secret realm some time ago. These people want to pry into it. I'm afraid it's wishful thinking. White Cloud also laughed. Why do I feel like you're mocking me? Xiantian glanced at him. I wouldn't dare. White Cloud quickly shook his head. After all the trainees had entered the invisible barrier and disappeared into the clouds, White Cloud sighed again. Compared to those ordinary trainees, these young people from hidden families have a deeper foundation. They reached A class after the Spirit Chi awakening. Xiantian's tone was disdainful. It's just the vitality pill. The more they rely on external objects to improve, the faster they will be left behind in the future. Vitality pill? Is it the kind of medicine that can strengthen one's spiritual consciousness? White Cloud was surprised. After a martial artist's spiritual consciousness was strengthened, coupled with a large amount of spirit chi energy, their strength would increase rapidly. That's right. Only these hidden families that have been hiding for thousands of years have some in stock. However, it's only useful for martial artists. For people like you and me, our spiritual consciousness has already developed into spiritual consciousness. Consuming the vitality pill is useless. Xiantian nodded gently. White Cloud's expression was one of understanding. At this moment, his tactical communications watch vibrated. He had received a message. He quickly checked it, then looked up and said, Master, the satellite just discovered that the director of the Liberal Alliance, Feng Xian, and his subordinates have entered the Jade Lake's secret realm. Xiantian was finally interested. He smiled and said, Oh, this kid really helped us catch a fish. Master, aren't you worried about his safety? According to our intelligence, Feng Xian made a breakthrough during the Spirit Chi awakening half a month ago. He should have reached the peak of A class. It's okay. He still lacks some training. This Feng Xian is a very good whetstone. He can sharpen his skills. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flashed through White Cloud's heart. He always felt that his master would go overboard. Chapter 125. White Cloud had been his disciple for many years, and he was confident that he knew his master well. Usually, when his master said that nothing would happen, there was an 80% chance that something would happen. Feng Xian's strength had been tested through many battles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of one of the 13 directors of the Liberal Alliance. In comparison, although Jiang Ci was talented, he was still young, and his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as Feng Xian's. Moreover, Jiang Ci himself wasn't an A-class martial artist, and there was a gap in strength between them. I hope that junior sister He, too, can protect Jiang Ci, White Cloud thought to himself. He had already told He, too, a few days ago, but he was afraid that she didn't listen. Xiantian seemed to have seen through White Cloud's worries, and chuckled. Have I, your master, ever done something that I'm not confident in? Don't worry, Jiang Ci's movement technique is the Wind Shadow Step. There won't be any problems in the Jade Lake's secret realm. Wind Shadow Step? Master actually passed this movement technique to Jiang Ci? White Cloud was very surprised. Yes, at that time, he had just joined Jinten Budokan. I gave him a discount, 30 million, Xian Tian said with a smile. White Cloud was speechless. 30 million. It was completely free. He recalled that many years ago, Li Bai and Senior Bai had asked their master for a few years and paid a huge price to exchange for this wind shadow step from their master. Then, it seemed that they didn't manage to learn it and changed to another movement technique. Don't be surprised. Jiang Xi is more suitable for this movement technique than Li Bai. This kid has only practiced it for a year, and he has already perfected it. That's why I'm not worried about his safety. Xian Tian smiled. White Cloud. Xian Tian stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze turned to the Death Valley shrouded in clouds. He seemed to be able to see the Jade Lake's secret realm hidden in another space through these barriers and clouds. Jiang Xi, don't let me down. The clouds in the Death Valley seemed to have a mysterious power that teleported everyone to the edge of the Jade Lake's secret realm. 700 people. In such a big place, it was very difficult for them to meet each other. Is this the Jade Lake's secret realm? Jiang Xi walked for about 50 kilometers in this wasteland, but he still did not find any animals or monsters. Maybe there are no animals on the edge. Jiang Xi speculated, but he did not let down his guard. Just like that, they traveled another 100 kilometers, and the vegetation in front of them finally became more lush. There were even some forests. The environment here looked almost the same as the outside world. However, it was far from the immortal mystic realm that he had imagined. In other words, it should be the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. The Jasper Lake Mystic Realm was one of the top Grotto Heaven mystic realms in the legends. Walla Walla. There was movement in the forest not far away. There were animals moving through the forest. I've finally seen a living creature. Jiang Xi's spirits were lifted. But in the next moment, he was shocked. Fuck. He saw a beast skeleton coming out of the forest. It was huge and complete. What was equally shocking was that this skeleton monster was actually emitting a B-class aura. What the hell? Roar. This bee skeleton could still roar and pounce on Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi calmed down and realized that the skeleton was only a B-class. He was not afraid and drew his sword to meet the attack. Crack! The A-class Killer Shadow Sword's blade landed on the skeleton's waist and directly cut off a few huge bones. The skeleton monster's movements were affected. It lifted to the right and unleashed a fierce attack. It looks like the skeleton of a tiger-type monster. Jiang Xi sensed the familiar attack. He moved his feet, and his speed suddenly increased. He came to the left side of the skeleton monster like lightning. The Killer Shadow Sword also slashed out nearly 100 times in an instant. The power of the fast sword burst out. Voila! The skeleton monster's speed and agility were no match for Jiang Xi. All the sword slashes landed on its body and instantly turned it into a pile of bones. You killed a B-class undead creature, Wine Demon White Tiger. Experience plus 90. The experience panel did not disappoint Jiang Xi. He identified the species of the skeleton monster in front of him, undead creature, Wind Demon White Tiger. These two nouns made Riverward feel bewildered. It was the first time he saw an undead creature, but it was not the first time he saw a Wind Demon White Tiger. The second and fourth stage monsters in the Spirit Cloud path were all Wine Demon White Tigers. No wonder the skeleton monster's attack, just now, felt so familiar. Is Ling Wan Road related to the Jade Lake's secret realm? Is this the danger of the Jade Lake's secret realm? Jiang Xi continued to move forward with doubts. He remembered the vague reminder of the black-robed woman on the transport plane. She did not mention that there were undead creatures in the Jade Lake's secret realm. She was either worried that everyone would panic or wanted to give everyone a surprise. Either way, Jiang Xi was shocked. This world was getting more and more interesting. He walked another 10 kilometers. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound on the hillside in the distance. More than a dozen large skeleton monsters walked upright, beating their chests, and rushed toward Jiang Xi with great momentum. 1A class and 12B class. I can give it a try, but this movement could be a Herculean demonic ape? Jiang Xi was very curious. At the same time, he also wanted to test his strength. Anyway, he was fast. If he couldn't beat them, he could run. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Xi rushed up, dodged the attacks with his speed, and then slashed with his sword. To deal with these skeletons, he felt that it was more convenient to use slashing moves. After a while, a pile of scattered bones was left. He gained a lot of experience points. You killed an A-class undead creature, Herculean demonic ape. Experience plus 110. You killed a B-class undead creature, Herculean demonic ape. Experience plus 90. It really is a Herculean demonic ape. Jiang Xi was getting more and more curious. Could it be that Lingwan Road was brought out of the Jade Lake secret realm by the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan? It was very possible, since Jinten Budokan could be so extravagant and use the Jade Lake secret realm as a training ground for students. It meant that most of the treasures inside had been plundered. He continued moving forward. His speed was not too fast, about 100 kilometers per hour. As Jiang Xi went deeper, the terrain began to change. There were more mountains and rivers. However, the number of undead creatures also began to increase, and their strength also increased. Most of them were A-class skeletons. Until now, Jiang Xi had not realized how difficult this survival training was. Maybe he was too strong. Then he quickly shook his head and threw this thought out. He could not be arrogant. He had to be humble and cautious. In fact, Jiang Xi's thinking was correct. He was indeed too strong. This kind of survival training was not too difficult for him, because this kind of survival training was facing Heaven-class and Earth-class training camp trainees. What was their strength? They were basically between D-class and B-class. Only a few trainees in the top 10 of the Heaven list had A-class combat power. And now, Jiang Xi's combat power was close to that of a top-notch A-class. He was already standing on another level. Why was there a 5% mortality rate in the survival training every year? Because these deaths did not come from killing each other, but from the undead creatures in the Jade Lake secret realm. Chapter 126. At this moment, at a small river less than 200 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, a female trainee from the Earth-level training camp was washing her face and putting on makeup. It was obvious that she loved to look pretty. What the hell is this place? Jade Lake's secret realm? It's worse than the wilderness outside. She cursed silently, but at this moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The female trainee's expression changed, and she was about to retreat. But suddenly, a huge skeleton with a long tail leaped out from the water. The skeleton was extremely fast. It opened its mouth and directly bit the female trainee, dragging her into the water. In the clear water, clusters of blood quickly appeared. If Jiang Xi was here, he would notice that this long-tailed skeleton was very similar to the scarlet-shelled earthworm. And if one looked carefully, there were many such long-tailed skeletons in the depths of the river. The same scene was not the only one in this wilderness. Some careless trainees lost their lives because of it. They didn't even have a chance to call for help. Only those who were cautious had a higher chance of survival in such an environment. At the same time, in a valley, 3 trainees were gathered together. They were Qin Feng, Mayu, and Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng praised, "Young Master Qin's method is really amazing. It can actually teleport the 3 of us in close proximity. Of course, our Qin family has a long history. These methods can't be seen outside." Qin Feng was a little proud. This was the method that his family elders told him before he came to the training camp. It allowed him to be one step ahead of others in various secret realms. Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng secretly looked at each other. Ma Yu gave a look. So, Xiao Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, before entering the secret realm, do you still want us to do what you asked us to do? If not, let's go our separate ways to gain experience. After all, this is a rare place to gain experience. I also want to see it." Qin Feng said coldly, "Of course we have to do it. There's no satellite surveillance here. It's a good time to teach those two bitches a lesson. Then who should we teach a lesson first? Xiao Sheng asked. Jiang Ci is too vigilant. I can't put the tracker on him. Now I can only track Han Ningxue. Let's teach her a lesson first. Qin Feng said with a ruthless expression before leaving. He had placed a tracker on Han Ningxue. He also wanted to use one on Jiang Ci, but he didn't have the chance. Then, the three of them flew in the same direction. Night fell. What surprised Jiang Ci was that the sun rose and the moon set here as well. Furthermore, there were also two moons, exactly the same as the ones in the outside world. Although the Grotto Heaven mystic realm is not in the same space as the real world, it is still on Earth. Jiang Ci understood. Observing the surrounding environment, he found that he should be close to the depths of the Jade Lake's secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. Moreover, there were more undead creatures in the mountains. Throughout the day, in addition to the undead creatures of the Ape Clan and the Tiger Clan, there were also undead creatures of the Deer Clan, the Fox Clan, the Wolf Clan, and so on. However, he didn't see any living creatures. The so-called Jade Lake secret realm had become a place for the undead to live. Although the moonlight was bright, Jiang Ci didn't continue to move forward. Instead, he found a high place in the mountains and stopped temporarily. This place has a wide view and is very safe. It's not difficult to survive for 7 days. Jiang Ci took out the roasted B-grade monster meat from his backpack and ate it. Every day at this time, he had to eat something. It had become a habit. This was something he had specially prepared before setting off. He didn't expect it to come in handy. There were only skeleton monsters here. Not even meat could be seen. Soon, it was midnight. The sounds of fighting could be heard from afar, getting closer and closer. Jiang Ci woke up from his cultivation. He quickly hid his body and breathed very slowly. At the same time, he quietly observed the direction of the sound. Damn, is this girl poisonous? Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment. He saw that in the jungle 1,000 meters away, Han Ningxue was being chased by someone. She was in a precarious situation. After taking a closer look, Jiang Ci was a little surprised. It was actually Qin Feng and the others Ma Yu was at the front, followed by Qin Feng and Xiao Sheng. These people were a little bold. Save or not? Jiang Ci hesitated for a while. Although he didn't have feelings for Han Ningxue, she was still a friend. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Ma Yu and Qin Feng were now A-grade martial artists. Xiao Sheng was a B-grade martial artist. In terms of strength, if he joined forces with Han Ningxue, there would be no problem. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Ma Yu's speed suddenly increased. He slapped Han Ningxue's back and sent her flying. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't escape. No intention to kill. Jiang Ci decided to observe for a while longer. Because Ma Yu didn't use his saber just now, Han Ningxue would be dead by now. He was less than 1,000 meters away from them. He could hear the conversation clearly. In the distance, Xiao Sheng praised, "Young Master Qin had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He actually has a way to block her communication signal so that she can't ask for help from the outside world." Qin Feng's face was full of pride. This time, he didn't say anything. He walked in front of Han Ningxue, who was lying limply on the ground, and sneered, "You bitch, you humiliated me many times. Today, I'll let you have a taste of humiliation." As he spoke, he was about to attack. Han Ningxue's face revealed a look of despair. However, Ma Yu stopped Qin Feng and advised, "Young Master Qin, the lesson just now is enough. If anything happens to her, we can't bear the Han family's anger." "My Qin family isn't afraid of the Han family." Qin Feng insisted on stepping forward. Poochie! Suddenly there was a soft sound. It was the sound of a sharp blade entering a body. "You!" Qin Feng's eyes widened. He felt powerless and fell to the ground. His life was also fading away. In the dark, Jiang Ci, who was about to attack, was also shocked. What happened? Why did they suddenly have an internal conflict? The scene returned to a second ago. Xiao Sheng, who was standing behind Qin Feng, stabbed a dagger into Qin Feng's back without any warning, even though Qin Feng was an A-grade martial artist. He couldn't defend against Xiao Sheng's sneak attack. Ma Yu changed his previous gentle attitude and mocked. The Qin family's descendants are getting worse with each generation. They actually produced such an idiot. Why? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. A-grade martial artists had strong vitality. They wouldn't die in a short time. You should die with your eyes wide open. This Jade Lake's secret realm is like a land of the dead. It's a worthy death for you to die here. Xiao Sheng laughed. They didn't intend to say the reason. Ma Yu squatted down and smiled to Han Ningxue. You didn't expect this, right? Han Ningxue also couldn't believe what had just happened. A second ago, they were still talking and laughing. The next second, they killed. Just now, when Ma Yu stopped Qin Feng, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Now, her hope was shattered. Han Ningxue knew that Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng had killed Qin Feng. They would definitely kill her as well. However, she was puzzled. Why did Ma Yu immediately attack? Chapter 127. Han Ningxue was puzzled. Soon, Ma Yu gave her an answer. Ma Yu grabbed her right arm and shook it gently. A bell rang. He chuckled and said, "This bell was given to you by your grandmother, right?" Han Ningxue remained silent and glared at him. "I know even if you don't say it. Thank you for delivering the bell to us." Ma Yu laughed and carefully removed the bell from Han Ningxue's wrist. "Have a safe journey." After he kept the bell, he raised his knife and stabbed it toward Han Ningxue's heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed out from the forest and aimed at Ma Yu's back. Ma Yu's expression changed, and he immediately countered the attack. But the sword light was obviously faster than his counterattack. Ding! His knife barely touched the edge of the sword light. The sword light pierced his left shoulder and blood splattered. Ma Yu endured the pain and rolled on the ground. Then, he quickly got up. "It's you." His expression was ugly. Jiangxi's face was full of pity. Students who were ranked in the top 5 of the heaven list were not simple. His sword strike was so fast that it only took 0.01 seconds, but Ma Yu was still able to react. However, although he did not kill Ma Yu, it was not a big deal, because Ma Yu's arm was injured and his strength was weakened. "Let us go and we'll let her go," Ma Yu said in a low voice. Behind him, Xiao Sheng's dagger was pressed against Han Ningxue's neck. But Jiang Xi did not hesitate. It was more important to save her. He was about to nod. Accident happened again. Han Ningxue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and punched Xiao Sheng, who was close to her. Bang! Crack, crack. There was a series of bone-cracking sounds. Xiao Sheng, who had just broken through to be class, had a huge dent in his chest. He flew out for nearly 100 meters and landed on the ground. He was already out of breath and could not be saved. Han Ningxue stood up and panted. She was an expert in fist arts. As an A-class martial artist, her strength was vividly displayed at this moment. This scene gave Jiang Xi and Ma Yu a shock. When did Han Ningxue recover her combat strength? B-class Fey medicine. Ma Yu's expression became extremely ugly. He saw a syringe of medicine at the place where Han Ningxue had collapsed. Xiao Sheng and Jiang and Ma Yu, when they were not paying attention. Han Ningxue must have used the B-class medicine. The spirit chi energy contained in B-rank Fey potions was no longer effective for A-rank martial artists like them. However, it had a healing effect on the body. But the price was too high. One syringe cost 8 billion new moon dollars. Normal people could not afford it. Therefore, when martial artists fought, almost no one would think of this. Jiang Xi was also surprised, but he reacted quickly. He smiled and looked at Ma Yu. "Now, you have no bargaining chips." Ma Yu turned and ran. He turned into a blurry shadow and quickly escaped. "Want to run?" Jiang Xi exerted force on his feet, leaving a huge hole in the ground. His speed immediately increased, and every step covered a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Ma Yu was indeed an A-class martial artist, but he had just broken through and had not fully grasped the speed of an A-class martial artist. There was no way to escape. The two figures instantly disappeared. Han Ningxue was left behind. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she had not fully recovered. Xue, save me. A weak cry for help came from the side. Qin Feng was still struggling. Xiao Sheng's sneak attack was fatal. However, he was already an A-class martial artist and had a strong vitality. There was still a chance to save him. Han Xue's face was as cold as ice. She walked in front of Qin Feng and looked at him with disdain. "It's my fault. Xue, please forgive me." Qin Feng's expression was anxious. "Goodbye." Han Xue was very decisive. She took Qin Feng's long blade and lightly slashed Qin Feng's throat. After doing all this, she turned and chased after Jiang Xi. She did not even look at Qin Feng. A light breeze blew past, and blood quietly flowed. It told those who came later that a battle had happened here. Qin Feng, who only had a trace of consciousness left, only had confusion and unwillingness in his eyes. He had just become an A-class martial artist and wanted to prove himself. However, he did not expect that his life would end like this. What made him even more unwilling was that he found out that Jiang Xi was so powerful. Even Ma Yu was not Jiang Xi's opponent. At the same time, Jiang Xi was chasing after Ma Yu. He had already chased after him for more than 20 kilometers. Since he had the intention to kill, then he might as well kill. In addition, when he was in the training camp, he had noticed that Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng had ulterior motives. They had been hiding something from him. In addition, Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng had mysteriously killed Qin Feng. He felt that these two people were not simple. Today was the day to deal with this threat. "You can't escape." Jiang Xi took another step forward and crossed a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. He was only 1 to 200 meters away from Ma Yu. In the next moment, he would be able to stop Ma Yu. Damn it! Why isn't Feng Xian here yet? Ma Yu was extremely anxious. Before entering the Jade Lake secret territory, a director of the Liberal Alliance had contacted him and asked him to be a spy in the secret territory. His main mission was to seize the bell in Han Xue's hand and find Jiang Xi's traces at the same time. Therefore, when Jiang Xi appeared in front of them, he sent a distress signal to the director. Through this mission, he had basically confirmed that the director was Feng Xian. Behind him, Jiang Xi caught up. "Kill!" Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a cold light. With a flash of his sword, he stabbed toward Ma Yu's back. Clang! Ma Yu turned around and blocked the sword with his saber. However, at the same time, he was pushed back dozens of meters by the power of the sword. "Jiang Xi, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret," Ma Yu said loudly. "What secret? Promise not to kill me first." "Okay." Ma Yu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Feng Xian thinks you're the murderer of his son." This time, he also came to the Jade Lake secret territory. Jiang Xi's expression became slightly more serious. He nodded and said, "Thank you." "No need, Puff." A head flew into the sky. The sword was as fast as lightning. Taking advantage of Ma Yu's relaxed state, it swept past his neck. "Sorry, my sword didn't listen to me." Jiang Xi sheathed his sword. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through Ma Yu's backpack. He was looking for the bell that Ma Yu had taken from Han Xue. That thing seemed to be very important. While rummaging through the backpack, he also muttered to himself. Feng Xian actually came. This was something he didn't expect. He thought that Feng Xian would take advantage of his year-end holiday to attack him. He didn't expect him to come at this time. It seemed that Feng Xian really hated him to the core. "I have to be more careful in the next few days." Jiang Xi raised his vigilance. With his current strength, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Feng Xian. Found it. Jiang Xi saw the bell in Ma Yu's backpack and was about to reach out to grab it. At this moment, suddenly, boom, 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 sonic booms sounded in the distance. Jiang Xi felt a stabbing pain in the back of his heart. His sharp spiritual sense told him that it was dangerous. Chapter 128. Without hesitation, Jiang Xi threw himself to the ground. Whoosh! A sharp blade landed on the trunk of a large tree in front of him. Crack! The thick tree trunk was split into two. "Who's there?" Jiang Xi was shocked. His figure flashed, and he reappeared 200 to 300 meters away. He saw a thin, middle-aged man suddenly appear where he was just standing. Feng Xian. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since Feng Xian had issued that huge bounty, he had specifically searched for information about Feng Xian and knew what he looked like. He really came at the drop of a hat. Feng Xian's face was gloomy, and his killing intent was obvious. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to skin Jiang Xi alive. The two of them did not exchange any words. Their actions and expressions reflected everything. Run. Jiang Xi did not try to be brave. He turned around and ran at top speed. In an instant, he disappeared into the forest. Strangely, Feng Xian did not immediately chase after him. He first bent down and did the same action as Jiang Xi. He rummaged in Mayu's backpack for a while and found the bell that Jiang Xi did not have time to take. You kill my son. You can't escape. Feng Xian moved his feet and chased after Jiang Xi. Every step was 3,000 to 4,000 meters. He was actually faster than Jiang Xi by 3 minutes. Jiang Xi sprinted through the forest. In just 10 seconds, he had covered 20 to 30 kilometers. His speed was already very fast, but his expression was very solemn. Too sudden, Feng Xian came too quickly. It was beyond his expectations. In the martial arts world of Jianghai Prefecture and even the martial arts world of Dixia, Feng Xian's presence was very low and he was relatively mysterious. Everyone only knew that Feng Xian was an A-class martial artist, but did not know which martial artist faction he belonged to. Jiang Xi only learned that Feng Xian was one of the 13 most powerful directors of the Liberal Alliance after he arrived at the heaven-level training camp. To be able to sit in this position, his strength was naturally not weak. In order to find out more about Feng Xian, Jiang Xi had asked his teacher, Yulin, about Feng Xian. Yulin's evaluation was that he was an expert between the second and third ranks of the martial arts world. Jiang Xi also had some understanding of A-class martial artists. The strength of an A-class warrior was further divided into 4 tiers. The first group was naturally Xian Tian, Li Bai Bai, and the others. Their strength had surpassed the level of martial artists. The second group, such as the 4 elders of Jenten Budokan, were at this level. They were top-notch A-class martial artists and were only a step away from surpassing A-class. The third group, such as the 12 deacons of Jenten Budokan and the presidents of the martial arts associations of the prefectures of Dixia, had combat strength close to top-notch A-class. Although they could enter the A-class realm at any time, their actual combat strength was 1 level lower than top-notch A-class. The fourth group were ordinary A-class martial artists. People at this level included the instructors of the heaven-level training camp and the masters of the Jenten Budokan branches. Now, there should be another 5th group, which included A-class martial artists like Haning Xue and Qin Feng, who had advanced with the help of external forces, as well as geniuses who were not A-class martial artists but barely possessed A-class combat strength. Jiang Xi knew that his strength should be slightly stronger than the 4th group, but slightly weaker than the 3rd group. Based on this calculation, he was a whole level lower than Feng Xian, perhaps even more. This was because this did not take into account whether Feng Xian had made a breakthrough during this spirit qi revival. Had he reached top-notch A-class? Therefore, when he had learned from Mayu that Feng Xian had also come to the Jade Lake's secret realm, he had planned to escape. Jiang Xi's plan was to first hide from this pursuit and then develop in a low-key manner for 2 or 3 months. When he had truly become an A-class martial artist and his strength had surpassed Feng Xian, he would then make a fuss about these matters. However, he had not expected that Feng Xian would come as he wished and not give him a chance to develop at all. This is going to be troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. Whoosh whoosh, under the night sky, a whistling sound came from the forest behind him. Feng Xian had caught up. He's faster than me. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Speed was his forte, but at this time, he had lost his advantage in speed. There was no way he could fight. With this speed, he must have reached top-notch A-class. What should I do? Am I going to have a breakthrough again? Jiang Xi's mind raced. This time, the situation was somewhat different. If he had a breakthrough and failed to kill Feng Xian, then his secret would be exposed to Feng Xian. I can't escape even if I don't use it. Jiang Xi knew that he had no other choice. While he was thinking, his footsteps did not stop. Using the wind shadow steps to the extreme, his speed became faster and faster. His whole body became even more blurry, leaving behind afterimages in the night sky. Under the illumination of the twin moons, the mountains appeared rather tranquil. Occasionally, the roars of the undead creatures could be heard. Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of the mountains, clusters of dark clouds gathered. Strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The dark clouds covered the twin moons, and the Jasper Lake's secret realm became dusky. Only the lightning in the distance released some light, cutting across the night sky time and time again. There, Jiang Xi had a feeling that there was something in the depths of the mountains that was attracting him. There was a chance for change there. As if he was confirming something, his footwork suddenly became even more mysterious, and his speed increased a little. Did I have a breakthrough in the wind shadow steps? Jiang Xi was slightly stunned. He looked at the experience panel. Wind shadow steps, combined 400,004,0000. There was no breakthrough. That's not right. It seems that the environment has changed, and it's more suitable for the wind shadow steps. The wind around him became stronger, fitting the essence of the wind shadow steps. It was extremely fast and erratic. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Soon he crossed the mountains. About 10 kilometers behind him, Feng Xian's face became more and more gloomy. His speed increased. Just now, he could still see Jiang Xi's tracks, and he was getting closer and closer to Jiang Xi now. The distance between him and Jiang Xi was slowly increasing. Immediately after, he also saw the abnormality in the depths of the mountains. Dense lightning and dark clouds. What a strange scene. Is he running in that direction? Feng Xian found another trace of Jiang Xi. He did not think too much about it. His attention was completely attracted by Jiang Xi's hatred. His footsteps moved, and he quickly chased after him. A minute later, Jiang Xi crossed another mountain and finally saw the situation in the distance. He saw that between the mountains and under the dark clouds, there was a huge mountain that occupied an extremely large area. It towered into the clouds as if it was going to pierce the sky. The upper half of the mountain was shrouded in fog, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Only the lower half could be seen. The lightning that looked like knives and swords kept falling, as if it was going to split the mountain in half. This mythical scene shocked Jiang Xi. Moreover, he realized that as he approached the mountain, the feeling in his heart became clearer, and his spirit's sense became sharper. What exactly is on the mountain? Jiang Xi decided to give it a try. If this continued, he would definitely be caught by Feng Xian in the end. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the mountain of unknown height. Standing at the foot of the mountain seemed to be emitting a powerful spiritual pressure, making people involuntarily feel awe. Jiang Xi's gaze was attracted by a huge stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. On it were written ancient words that clearly did not belong to this era. But the strange thing was that he could understand the words at a glance. It was as if a message was conveyed through his spiritual consciousness. Tongtian Mountain. What a domineering name. However, these 3 words reminded Jiang Xi of his home in Paksun Province, Tongtian District. The martial artist districts of the various Jintan Budokan prefectural martial arts hall branches all had this name. It was obvious that the higher-ups of Jintan Budokan had borrowed the 2 words Tongtian. Chapter 129. The upper half of the towering sky-span mountain was shrouded in thick fog. In the sky, there were patches of dark clouds. Dense lightning fell continuously, making this huge mountain peak look extremely dangerous. If one were to rashly climb the mountain, they would easily be struck by lightning. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest behind him, there was a faint sound of sonic booms. It was Feng Xian approaching. These lightning bolts seem dense, but there are gaps. As long as I'm careful and don't get hit, there won't be a problem. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Relying on his intuition, he climbed the mountain against the lightning. Soon, when he stepped onto the sky-span mountain, a shocking scene appeared. Those lightning bolts seemed to be unable to hit him. A few of them just happened to land a meter away from him. If it was an exception, it would be fine. But when Jiang Xi walked for more than 1,000 meters, he turned around. He turned around to take a look. The path he had just taken was completely covered by lightning. Although he was puzzled, the current situation was advantageous to him. These lightning bolts helped him hide his tracks. After carefully walking another 2,000 to 3,000 meters, the situation was still the same. Jiang Xi was slightly relieved. His climbing speed increased slightly. A moment later, he arrived at the mountainside. This seemed to be a boundary point of the sky-span mountain. There is no lightning on the upper half of the sky-span mountain, only fog. Standing here and looking down the mountain, one could clearly see that the lightning bolts seemed to never stop pouring down, covering the lower half of the mountain. I wonder if Feng Xian is caught up? I wish him good luck. Jiang Xi continued climbing and entered the fog. The fog was pervasive and visibility was very low. After reaching this position, he realized that the inexplicable attraction was getting stronger and stronger, especially when he used Wind Shadow Step with all his might. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Xi followed his intuition and kept moving forward. After walking for about 10 kilometers, they finally came to a stop. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water ripples. It was quiet and serene, making one calm down unconsciously. There's a spring on the mountain. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat after climbing for more than 100 steps. The terrain suddenly opened up. He had reached the top of the mountain. Could this be the Jade Lake? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. There was an endless lake in front of them. The surface of the lake rippled as wisps of mist rose and filled the air. So the fog is coming from here. Jiang Xi came to a realization and looked around. He could see that there were many small peaks by the lake. In the distance, a mountain peak about 100 meters high caught his attention. That was where the inexplicable attraction came from. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and arrived in front of the peak. At this time, Feng Xian followed Jiang Xi's trail and arrived in front of Mount Tongtian. He was also stunned by this mythical scene. He looked at it for a while. Sky-piercing mountain. The Jade Lake's secret realm actually has such a magical place. It seems like the rumors back then were true. Xiantan, Li Bai, and the others obtained a fortuitous encounter on a mountain in the Jade Lake's secret realm and rose to prominence. Now that I've also found this mountain, it seems like I have the same opportunity. Feng Xian's eyes flickered. He was very tempted. He had just broken through some time ago, and he was only a step away from the realm of A-class and above. Once he obtained an opportunity, he could break through again and become a first-tier elite. However, the lightning that kept falling made Feng Xian hesitate. It'll be troublesome if I get hit by a few of such dense lightning bolts. However, since that kid is willing to brave the lightning and rush up, I'm not afraid. Then, he turned into a blurry shadow and instantly stepped on the path of climbing the mountain. However, he had only taken a few steps. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb landed on his head, causing his body to freeze. What a powerful force. It's not an ordinary lightning bolt. Feng Xian was not too concerned. Being hit by a few lightning bolts occasionally was within his acceptable range. He was very confident that with the strength of a top-tier A-class martial artist, he could withstand the power of these lightning bolts. He took a few more steps. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. His body froze, and this time, his body was clearly a little numb. It's okay. I can still boom. Before he could finish his sentence, another bolt of lightning struck. Feng Xian's face was a little black. Some of it was left behind by the lightning, but some of it was really black. Even I'm affected by such powerful lightning bolts. Although that kid's combat power is strong, he's only a B-class. His body is definitely not as strong as mine. Maybe he's already been struck to death by such dense lightning bolts. Feng Xian thought about it from a different perspective and felt much better. Boom! Boom. Next, Feng Xian was struck by lightning for almost every 3 steps he took. I can only use my speed to rush over. Feng Xian sprinted up the mountain. Then, he realized that the faster he was, the more frequent the lightning bolts were. Finally, he reached the halfway point of the mountain, the boundary between the fog and the lightning. There was lightning at the bottom of the mountain and fog at the top. Feng Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wisps of green smoke rose from his explosive hairstyle. If it wasn't for the strong body of an A-class martial artist, he might have already turned into charcoal. He looked at the lightning bolts that kept falling from the sky and confirmed his speculation. I haven't seen any trace of that kid along the way. He must have been buried by the lightning. Then, Feng Xian made some adjustments and recovered some strength. Looking at the fog on the mountain, he said to himself excitedly, "Now, let's start looking for my opportunity." His figure quickly disappeared into the fog on the upper half of Skyspan Mountain. Along the way, he didn't encounter any danger and smoothly reached the top of the mountain. This is the Jade Lake. When Feng Xian saw the lake at the top of the mountain, he was stunned. But then, he was attracted by the things beside the lake. 100-year spirit item. No, there's also a 1,000-year spirit item. Feng Xian was ecstatic. In the hazy fog in the distance, in an open space that looked like a vegetable garden, there were 5 plants that emitted a spiritual aura swaying in the wind. 3 of them were about 1 meter tall and were 100-year spirit items. They all bore fruits and looked very tempting. The other 2 were more than 2 meters tall and were 1,000-year spirit items. They also bore fruits and emitted a stronger spiritual aura. The distance between each spirit item was about 400 to 500 meters. The chances of an A-class martial artist breaking through after consuming a 100-year spirit item are very small. But if it's a 1,000-year spirit item, I can definitely break through to the A-class realm. This is my opportunity. Feng Xian's heart thumped. Excited. However, he didn't act rashly. His many years of martial arts experience told him that wherever there were treasures, there would definitely be danger. The simplest way. He picked up a stone from the lake and threw it behind one of the 100-year spirit items. Whoosh! The stone was very fast and disappeared into the fog. Roar! A huge figure roared and pounced out of the fog. Its sparkling white bones indicated its identity. It was an undead creature. Chapter 130. Jiang Xi stood in front of the 100-meter-high peak, his face full of surprise. This is... Lingwan Road was originally here? At this time, from where he stood, he could see that one side of the peak seemed to have been cut 3 times with a knife, and a large piece had been neatly dug out. After careful comparison, the marks that had been dug out just happened to match the Lingwan Road of the training camp. Looking to the side, he saw that there was a pit below. Looking at the shape, it also matched the stone block known as Wondrous Rock Mountain. Jiang Xi roughly understood that Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain were indeed carried back by Xian Tian from here. But why does this place have a mysterious attraction to me? Is it because I have cultivated in Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain? Jiang Xi was very puzzled, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. The trainees of the Heaven-level training camp had all cultivated in Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain. If this was the reason, then it couldn't be just him that was attracted. In order to figure out the doubts in his heart, he circled the peak a few times. In the end, he didn't find anything, but that attraction had always been there. Could it be up there? Jiang Xi looked up at the sky, but unfortunately, there were only dark clouds and fog pervading between heaven and earth. There are the auras of other martial artists. Suddenly, he sensed 2 powerful auras coming from the other side of the lake. One of them is Feng Xian's aura, but who is the other one? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He memorized the location of the peak, then circled around the lake, quietly heading in the direction of the aura. He didn't rashly cross the seemingly endless lake directly. It was better to be cautious. Who knew if there was something terrible in the water? The thick fog made a good camouflage for him, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. After a while, Jiang Xi approached his destination. He hid in a depression between several peaks, making it difficult to be discovered. Then, he looked into the distance. Feng Xian and an undead ape. What a strong aura. Jiang Xi was a little surprised at the same time. He was a little puzzled. He noticed that Feng Xian's hairstyle had turned into an afro, and there were many burn marks on his combat uniform. Feng Xian has fought with others before? Why are you in such a sorry state? Before he could think about it carefully, his eyes lit up. It's actually a spiritual object. He saw the 5 phase growing in the open space. Although he was tempted, Jiang Xi did not act rashly. Firstly, he was no match for Feng Xian. Secondly, he was worried that there were other dangers hidden in this place. This place was filled with a strange and mysterious atmosphere, and he couldn't see through it. Let's wait and see. They're about to fight. On the other side, Feng Xian smashed a skeleton monster with a stone. This aura is only at the 3rd tier of A class. Feng Xian smiled slightly. He had made a breakthrough during the Spirit Qi awakening some time ago, and his strength was now at the 2nd tier of A class, the peak of A class combat power. It seems that these 5 Fays are fated to be with me. Feng Xian. He was in a good mood now. The murderer of his son had most likely died under the lightning. Now, he had encountered such an opportunity. Feng Xian, will also stand at the top of the 1st tier of martial arts. He was full of confidence. After saying that, he directly rushed toward the huge A-class skeleton ape. He slashed out with his saber, and a huge saber shadow shot out. Boom! The skeleton ape waved its huge bony palm and blocked the attack, and it retreated dozens of steps. Whether you're a living thing or not, you can't escape the law of the jungle. Feng Xian laughed loudly and attacked again with his saber. Roar! The skeleton ape, which was close to 10 meters tall, suddenly pounded its chest angrily and roared at the sky. Roar! 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 In an instant, deep within the thick fog, 4 angry roars responded to it. Boom! 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 4 huge skeletal figures broke through the thick fog and arrived in front of the Fays. They were all undead creatures guarding the Fays. Feng Xian held his breath. He was shocked. This was because he realized that 2 of the 4 undead creatures that had just appeared were also skeleton apes, and their strength was at the 3rd tier of A class. What surprised him was that the remaining 2 skeletons with long tails were actually transformed from crypt flame dragons. They had huge bodies of white bones and long tails that were as sharp as blades. These 2 were at the 2nd tier of A class, and their auras were slightly stronger than his. Roar! The 5 undead creatures roared at Feng Xian in unison and pounced toward him. Damn it! Feng Xian cursed and turned to leave. Boom! However, the 2 long-tailed skeletons, which had the strength of a 2nd-tier A-class warrior, were obviously much faster. Their sparkling white bone tails whistled as they swept towards Feng Xian. Clang! Feng Xian blocked one of them. Boom! The other landed heavily on Feng Xian's body. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He landed heavily on a rock beside the lake and almost fell into the lake. About 3,000 meters away, Jiang Xi watched quietly from a depression on a mountain peak. He could not understand the battle in the distance. How strange! The 5 undead creatures did not pursue and attack. They only repelled Feng Xian and did not continue attacking. If they had chased after him just now, Feng Xian would not have had a chance to survive. Feng Xian also noticed this. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up a large rock, and threw it heavily at one of the skeletons. Shio! The rock was like a cannonball. Roar! The A-class skeletons dodged the rock and roared at Feng Xian. However, they did not charge forward. Shio! 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 Feng Xian threw a few more rocks. After a few probing, the 5 undead creatures seemed to be restricted and could not fight back. They can't leave that open space that looks like a vegetable garden. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed as he saw the pattern. From his position, he could see that the 5 undead creatures were standing in an arc. In the face of Feng Xian's constant provocation, They only roared and did not take another step forward. Formation? This word suddenly appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. It was very possible. The things he was in contact with now were getting closer and closer to myths. With this thought, he continued to observe the situation in the distance. At this time, Feng Xian also confirmed this pattern. The feeling of having a treasure mountain in front of him, but not knowing where to start, made him very uncomfortable. It was almost impossible to steal the spiritual item under the protection of these 5 undead creatures. I have to find help. Zhongsu and Ta, she should be near Shushan Prefecture at this time. They will be here in an hour at most. I can ask them to come over and help. Feng Xian frowned and thought for a while before making this decision. These 2 people had been through life and death situations with him, so they were trustworthy people. Since he couldn't monopolize such a fortuitous opportunity, he had to bring in someone he trusted. Immediately, he used his tactical communications watch to send a message to Zhongsu and Ta Shi, explaining the situation. You called for help? Jiang Xi noticed Feng Xian's actions. He smiled slightly and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 131. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter. The primeval forest around Death Valley was filled with the roars of beasts from time to time. The invisible barrier was like an inverted bowl that completely covered Death Valley. Inside, clouds and mist flowed slowly. It looked very mysterious. Xiantian and White Cloud stood on a tall mountain nearby and looked at Death Valley. Master, someone else has entered. One of them is the second director of the Liberal Alliance from the Shadow Kingdom. The other 2 are Feng Xian's friends. White Cloud suddenly reminded him. His tactical communications watch had just received a message. Oh, someone finally came. Xiantian smiled and didn't mind. It seems that the Spirit Qi revival has made many people bold. They actually dare to ignore the declaration of our Jinten Budokan. Master, let me do it. White Cloud said seriously. Many years ago, when the Jade Lake secret realm was first discovered, the Jinten Budokan had announced to the public that the Jade Lake secret realm belonged to the Jinten Budokan of the Xia Kingdom. Any martial artists who belonged to other countries were prohibited from entering. Since the announcement, no one dared to take the risk to enter the Jade Lake secret realm. Now, a few heavyweight martial artists from the Liberal Alliance had actually entered openly. Although the Liberal Alliance wasn't a national force, the nature of the organization meant that they weren't martial artists of the Xia Kingdom. This time, Feng Xian and the others had entered. It was obvious that they didn't care about the Jinten Budokan. White Cloud was angry and wanted to teach them a lesson. Xiantian chuckled and said, "It's fine. It's just fishing. Why are you in such a hurry? Only a few came. It's not enough. The more the better." White Cloud, when he heard his master say that it was fine, his intuition told him that there was an 80% chance that something was wrong. On the peak of Mount Tongtian, the clear lake was like a mirror with slight ripples. Jiang Xi hid in the depressions of the peaks. He was very patient and motionless. The view here was good, and he could see the surrounding environment clearly. In particular, he could see the 5 spirit plants swaying in the wind. Each of them had a fruit that emitted a faint spirit aura. It was very tempting. Jiang Xi was naturally very tempted. However, one had to know one's own limits. He didn't have the strength to fight for it now. Even Feng Xian, whose strength was at the second tier of her rank, could only flee pathetically when faced with those undead creatures. If he went, he wouldn't end up any better. Jiang Xi calmed down and thought about it carefully. Some doubts arose in his heart. Logically speaking, 3 of the 5 Fays were 100-year Fays, while the other 2 were 1,000-year Fays. How many experts could these Fays nurture? It was impossible for the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan not to notice such a high value. Why wasn't there anyone guarding this place? But now, it was discovered by someone else. Jiang Xi could clearly see that Feng Xian hadn't gone anywhere. He was sitting cross-legged on a rock by the lake. He wasn't cultivating. Instead, he was staring at the 5 Fays in the open space not far away. The 5 undead creatures only roared at Feng Xian to declare their territorial sovereignty. After that, They ignored Feng Xian. Instead, they kept wandering around the phase, guarding against anyone who came to snatch them. The higher-ups of Jintan Budokan shouldn't be so stupid, right? Zhang Xi thought to himself. Perhaps the higher-ups had other considerations. He could only think this way to show some respect to the higher-ups. Another 40 minutes or so passed. 3 figures rushed over from the foot of the mountain. When they stood still, Jiang Xi realized that 2 of them were people he had seen before. They were Zhong Su and Ta Shi, back in Ruin No. 09. He had taken advantage of the 2 of them. While they were fighting with the 2-headed demon wolf, he had taken away the unripe dragon spirit fruit. Their appearances hadn't changed much. Zhong Su still looked like a middle-aged man. He held a long staff in his hand. He had thick eyebrows and thin eyes. His gaze was very intimidating. Ta Shi, on the other hand, was the young man who used a sword. His face was cold and grim. Putting these 2 aside, Jiang Xi focused on the other middle-aged white man. He was wearing a white warrior suit. His body was thin, and his aura was very fierce. It feels like he's stronger than Elder Tang. He's definitely a second-tier A-rank powerhouse. Jiang Xi was shocked and slowed his breathing. Through observation, he could see that Feng Xian didn't seem to be happy with the white man's arrival. His face was a little gloomy. Feng Xian first exchanged glances with Zhong Su and Ta Shi. The 2 of them shook their heads, hiding their helplessness. "Sam, why are you here?" Feng Xian asked in a deep voice. The white man, Sam, had his eyes locked on the 5 phase from the beginning. His eyes were filled with greed. Even when he heard Feng Xian's question, his eyes didn't leave the 5 phase. He spoke awkwardly in Mandarin and answered with a smile. "When Zhong Su and the others went to apply for the Liberal Alliance's transport plane, I happened to be at the Liberal Alliance's base in Shushan Prefecture. When I heard that they were coming to this plateau, I knew that you must be in trouble. Feng Xian, you can't do this. Our Liberal Alliance's motto is to help each other. If you're in trouble, you have to inform me, right? You're the backbone of our Liberal Alliance. If something happens to you, we'll all be sad." Feng Xian's face was full of smiles, but he was cursing in his heart. "Shameless son of a bitch. If you could take your eyes off the 5 phase when you speak, I might believe you a little more." Of course, he could only mutter these words in his heart because Sam was stronger than him. Among the 13 directors of the Liberal Alliance, other than the mysterious founder who never showed his face, Sam was the strongest. Before the 3rd awakening of Qi, Sam, who was known as the White Clothes Director, was already a top-notch A-rank martial artist and was in the 2nd tier of A-rank. Now, what made Feng Xian apprehensive was that Sam's body was faintly emitting a spiritual pressure. This was a sign that he was about to break through to the A-rank realm. Sam had become even stronger. Feng Xian didn't dare to be careless. With their current strength, the 3 of them together might not be able to defeat Sam. This was a wolf. "The 5 skeletons in front of us look so evil. Feng Xian, in order to prove our friendship, let me represent God and destroy these evil existences." Sam made a gesture. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Ta Shi all cursed in their hearts. They had never seen such a shameless person. "Don't worry, Sam. Just the 2 long-tailed skeletons transformed from the crypt flame dragons have the strength of the 2nd tier of a rank. With the addition of the other 3, it will be very difficult for us to deal with them. I think it's better to plan first before making a move." Feng Xian squeezed out a smile on his face. "Oh, you're right. You're still the most comprehensive one." Sam gave a thumbs up, looking as if he had just realized something. Feng Xian and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief and were about to speak. Sam pretended to be deep in thought and said, "How about this? There's an old saying in the great Xia country. It's a blessing to suffer losses. Let me suffer some losses and deal with the 2 powerful and evil long-tailed skeletons. You guys deal with the other 3 skeletons that look like gorillas. However, according to the theory that effort is proportional to the reward, I'll reluctantly this word should be correct. I'll reluctantly take the 2,000-year-old spirit items as spoils of war. As for the other 300-year-old spirit items, the three of you can divide them equally. What do you think of my plan? Sam grinned, and a frightening spiritual pressure emanated from his body. Feng Xian and the other two looked at each other. Their expressions didn't look too good, but facing Sam's undisguised threat, they could only nod. The law of the jungle was universal everywhere. Chapter 132. From his position, Jiang Xi could hear the conversation between Feng Xian and the others. However, the content of the conversation between Feng Xian and the Caucasian man made Jiang Xi suspicious. From the looks of it, the Caucasian man named Sam is not with Feng Xian. This is going to be a good show. He loved this kind of dog-eat-dog scene the most. In the distance, Feng Xian and the others began to attack after they had reached an agreement. Sam leaped high, and a powerful aura erupted. The broadsword in his hand directly dispersed the surrounding fog, and the vision became clearer. Whoosh! One could clearly see that the giant sword had landed heavily on a long-tailed skeleton that was transformed from a crypt flame dragon. Crack! A few white bones shattered. Roar! The long-tailed skeleton let out an earth-shattering roar, and its long tail swept towards Sam like a blade. Huh! Sam laughed loudly without any fear. He held the broadsword and slashed hundreds of times in an instant. Clang! 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 An intense battle. Another long-tailed skeleton also roared and pounced towards Sam from behind. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Sam turned his body and waved his sword to block the attack from behind. This is a spirit nurture technique, Zhong Su said in horror. He has a spiritual sense that can detect the situation around him. Tashi also exclaimed. It's still not enough. His spiritual sense has not been fully condensed. Otherwise, these 5 undead creatures together would not be enough for him to kill. Feng Xian shook his head. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. If it were not for this shameless bastard, he could have gotten all 5 spirit items together with Zhong Su and Tashi. With that, he could have become a powerhouse that surpassed Class A. Damn it! Feng Xian was driven mad. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's attack too." As he spoke, he rushed toward one of the ape clan skeletons. 100-year spirit item could also help him break through. It was better than nothing. Zhong Su and She also attacked one of the ape clan skeletons each. Both of them had the strength of a 3rd-tier Class A, which was similar to the ape clan skeletons. Although they could not crush them, it was still quite easy to deal with them in comparison. Feng Xian seemed very relaxed. He had the strength of a 2nd-tier A-class warrior, and he could completely suppress that ape skeleton. Every slash accurately landed on the huge skeletal body, shattering the translucent white bones one after another. Boom! Boom! On this side of the lake, the battle was getting more and more intense. The 4 of them purposely avoided the 5 spirit items to avoid damaging the ripened fruits. The battle was in a stalemate. At present, it seemed that Feng Xian had the absolute advantage. Although Sam was strong, he had to face 2 2nd-stage A-class undead creatures at the same time. For the time being, he was unable to gain the upper hand. Jiang Xi was still hiding in the depression, motionless. While watching the battle in the distance, he was also thinking about what he had just heard. Spirit nurturing stage. Is this the realm of A-class and above? Condensing spiritual awareness. Could it be that the spiritual awareness is about to change? Jiang Xi thought for a while and put his doubts to the bottom of his heart. He was going to explore in detail after this survival training was over. For now, it was better to focus on the battle in the distance. Although the open space was similar to a vegetable garden, it was actually very large. The 5 spirit items were separated by 400 to 500 meters. In other words, Feng Xian and the others were very far apart. They would not be able to end this battle for the spirit items in a short time. Maybe there's a chance to get a spirit item? Jiang Xi had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. There's still time. I can use the A-class spirit item medicine first, and see if it can raise me to A-class. If it succeeds, my strength will improve, and I will have a greater chance. He did as he said. Jiang Ci hid in the depression of the mountain peak, took out the A-class spirit item medicine syringe, and used it immediately. After the pure white spirit item medicine entered his body, it instantly turned into an extremely impactful spirit energy that spread to every part of his body. Even with the strength of a B-class warrior's body, he still felt a tearing pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones, muscles, blood vessels, and even his skin felt like they were about to split open. It's not time yet. Jiang Ci endured the pain. He wanted to use this impact to break through the rank bottleneck. In just 3 seconds, under the impact of the enormous spirit energy, the bottleneck from B-class to A-class loosened. It was as if a layer of membrane had been pierced and was full of cracks. It's done. Jiang Ci was pleasantly surprised. Increased by 1,000 experience points. In the next moment, the spirit energy that was wreaking havoc in his body rapidly decreased. At the same time, his physical fitness had finally achieved a breakthrough. From B-class to A-class, he had completed a qualitative upgrade. His strength, speed, agility, and various sensory abilities had undergone earth-shattering changes. The enhancement of his physical fitness also made him feel that the spirit energy in his body was not as strong, and the tearing pain was greatly reduced. An A-class warrior's body could withstand the impact of the A-class spirit item medicine. However, he still had to digest the spirit energy. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Increased by 1,000 experience points. Increased by 1,000 experience points. After repeating this 8 times, the spirit energy from the A-class spirit item medicine was almost exhausted. The spirit energy had allowed him to increase by a total of 9,000 experience points. Jiang Ci's strength had also reached a new height. He opened the experience panel and checked. Level, Pulse Opening Realm, A 900-025900, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Sutra Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Art, Combine, 300-003-0000, Wine Shadow Step, Combine, 400-004-0000, Force Exertion, 10 Experience Points, 136049, Very Strong. For once, Jiang Ci was confident. Hiding in the dark, he gently clenched his fist. There was a powerful force flowing between his fingers. Before reaching A-class, I already had the combat power of a peak A-class warrior and was slightly stronger than a third-tier A-class warrior. Now, my combat power has increased by a whole level and should have surpassed the second-tier A-class warrior. As for the first-tier A-class warrior, Jiang Ci did not dare to think about it. That was a strength that surpassed A-class. Perhaps it could no longer be described as an A-class warrior. Spirit Nurturing Realm. This was what he had heard from Feng Xian and the others. Just like this, after a few more minutes and seconds, Jiang Ci confirmed that the changes in his body had completely calmed down. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the open space that looked like a vegetable garden. Although it sounded long, the entire process only took 1 minute. At the same time, Feng Xian and the others were still fighting fiercely with the 5 undead creatures. The battle was still in a stalemate. And I can't be greedy. I'll pick that fruit that looks like a peach. Among the 5 spirit items, 2 of them were 1,000-year-old spirit items. The fruits they bore were the peach and the dragon fruit. Without even thinking about it, he set his sights on the peach. This was the Jasper Lake's secret realm. Since ancient times, there were too many myths and legends that happened here. Among them, there were myths and legends related to peaches. For example, Monkey steals peach. Chapter 133. There were a total of 601 trainees from the Heaven Level and Earth Level training camps. Although the black-robed woman, Hei-Tu, and the 3 Jinten Budokan deacons were there to rescue them, they could not guarantee that they would arrive in time every time. Therefore, more than 10 trainees died in the Jasper Lake secret realm in just 1 day. However, those who survived had already adapted to the environment after a day of survival training, especially the Heaven Level training camp trainees who were ranked at the top of the Sky leaderboard. With their A-class strength, they explored more than half of the Jasper Lake's secret realm. Mount Tongtian was so majestic. The scene formed by lightning and clouds was like a legend. It could be seen from afar. Soon, some trainees discovered this magical place, and more than one person discovered it. However, unlike Jiang Xi, they did not rashly climb the mountain, because the scene at the lower half of Mount Tongtian and the lightning made them fearful. The trainees in the heaven-level training camp were divided according to the region. The number of trainees from the 7 major prefectures was about the same, but if they were divided according to the forces, the trainees' background were complicated. They mainly came from the military of the Xia Kingdom, the 4 major college of martial arts, and other official organizations. There were also Jinten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan, and other martial arts forces, as well as various hidden families. These trainees from various forces who could enter the heaven-level and earth-level training camps were basically the elites of their respective forces. After they discovered Heavenspan Mountain, without prior agreement, they all informed the situation here to the upper echelons or elders of their own factions. It was worth mentioning that when the Jinten Budokan first opened the heaven-level training camp, the first rule was that only people from the Xia Kingdom would be accepted, but there was no lack of traitors in any era. Although some trainees wore the identity of the Xia Kingdom, they were actually traitors of external forces. For example, Mayu, who was killed by Jiang Xi, and Xiao Sheng, who was killed by Han Xue with one punch, were all traitors. Now, some of the trainees who discovered Mount Tongtian had similar identities. They were originally tasked with exploring the Jade Lake mystic realm. After discovering the wonders of the sky-piercing mountain, they immediately sent the news to the countries or martial artist factions behind them. All of a sudden, the world's 5 major countries, various martial artist forces, and hidden families heard the news and moved. They all sent out their experts and dispatched the fastest transport planes to the Great Xia Kingdom's Kunlun's Death Valley. Over here, with a goal in mind, Jiang Xi began to look for a suitable opportunity. He had to make sure that his attack would not only be foolproof, but he would also be able to retreat safely. The last time in Ruin number 09, he almost didn't manage to escape after snatching food from the wolf's mouth. It was a huge lesson for him. If his life was in danger, he would rather give up than take the risk. The situation this time was a little different from when they fought for the dragon-marked spiritual fruit in Ruin number 09. First of all, there were no beasts here. The remaining 5 undead creatures were still being held back by Feng Xian and the others. If he acted fast enough, the possibility of being surrounded was very small. Secondly, his strength was different from before. With the strength of a second-tier A-class warrior, the only one who could threaten him was the white man, Sam. Even so, Jiang Xi still observed his surroundings with the most cautious attitude, thinking of a plan. First, the terrain. When he sneaked over from the peak with the traces of Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain, he had a general impression of the mountaintop environment of the sky-piercing mountain. More than half of the sky-piercing mountain's mountaintop was occupied by this endless lake. Around the lake, there were many peaks of different heights. He needed to find a hidden place to enter under such conditions. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he was discovered before he even got close to the spiritual item. Other than the terrain, there was also the timing. He had to choose a time when he could enter and exit. He had to ensure that when he entered, Feng Xian and the others would not be able to stop him in time. If the timing was not right, when he appeared, Feng Xian and the others would definitely focus their firepower on him. He was not confident that he could take on the 4 of them alone. After hiding in the dark and carefully observing for a while, Jiang Xi quickly found a relatively good place to enter. The vegetable garden in the distance was oval-shaped. Its back was against the peaks of different heights, and its front was the rippling lake. If he took a detour from the back of the peaks, he would be able to reach the open space at the side of the vegetable garden. Then he could enter from the side. Let's do it. Jiang Xi's figure flashed. Under the cover of the fog, he first retreated to the back of the peaks, then took a detour from the back. His footsteps were light and quick. His figure floated and arrived near the chosen location. If he took another step, he would cross a small peak in front of him and appear in front of the vegetable garden. The distance from here to the 1,000-year-old spiritual item he had chosen was about 3,000 meters. Standing here, he could see that Sam, who was the strongest, had already started to suppress the two long-tailed skeletons. Although the long-tailed skeletons had the strength of a second-tier A-class warrior, their ability to fight continuously was very weak. Once their bones were shattered, there was no way for them to recover. As the battle went on, Sam gradually gained the upper hand. Feng Xian's situation was still the best. He was completely suppressing the ape skeleton. It wouldn't take long for the battle to end. Zhong Su and Ta Shi were each dealing with an ape skeleton. Although they were slightly weaker, they were still able to take the initiative in the battle. In total, the four of them would be able to finish off all 5 undead creatures in half an hour at most. Wait for a good opportunity. Jiang Xi maintained his calm. With his speed, he would be able to reach the 1,000-year-old spiritual item with peaches in 1 second at most. Then, he would pick the peaches and leave. That would also count as 1 second. If there were any unexpected situations, he would add 1 more second. From start to finish, Jiang Xi only gave himself 3 seconds. Any more, and it would be dangerous. It would be easy for him to fall into a situation where he would be surrounded and attacked by Feng Xian and the others. After about 15 minutes, the situation began to tilt. Feng Xian was about to end the battle, and Sam had the absolute advantage. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. This wasn't good. Once Feng Xian and the other 3 gained complete control of the situation, there would be no more chances, however. The 4 of them were too vigilant. Even in their battle state, they still diverted part of their attention to the 5 spiritual items. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. For some reason, Sam suddenly fell into a passive state. He couldn't suppress the long-tailed skeletons that were transformed from the crypt flame dragons. The 2 long-tailed skeletons immediately went berserk. Their blade-like long tails whistled and swept in all directions. The battle between Feng Xian and the other 2 was affected because of this. Damn it, they cursed at the same time. They were very clear that this was Sam's intention. He wanted to use the undead creatures to finish them off and take the 5 spiritual items for himself. This son of a bitch. Chapter 134. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Ta Shi had been teammates in the wilderness in their early years and had a tacit understanding with each other. In the face of such a situation, they made similar moves and reduced the intensity of their attacks. The 3 ape skeletons also seemed to have intelligence. Taking advantage of the reduced pressure, they immediately converged with the 2 long-tailed skeletons and huddled together. Then, it was a chaotic battle. Fuck. Facing the sudden chaos, Sam also cursed. Conceited as he was, he did not realize that his purpose was too obvious. He did not hide it at all. In the blink of an eye, the situation turned into 4 people facing 5 undead creatures. However, the undead creatures were obviously united. They were not. Therefore, there was a loophole. In less than half a minute, the situation of 4 people facing the spirit item at the same time appeared. Chance! Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he instantly activated the wind shadow step. The mysterious footwork made his whole body like the wind and shadow. In a flash, he arrived in front of the 1,000-year-old spirit item 3 kilometers away. Fuck me. Sam was the first to notice Jiang Xi. Regardless of the undead creature's attacks, he waved his sword and rushed toward Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi. Feng Xian was shocked and angry. He did not have time to think about why Jiang Xi was still alive. Anger and hatred drove him to slash at Jiang Xi. The remaining Zhong Su and Ta Shi did not have their strength. Facing the fierce attacks of the 5 undead creatures, they could not escape at all and could only bitterly hold on. It was expected that he would be discovered. Feng Xian and the others were 5 kilometers away from him. Therefore, Jiang Xi did not panic. It's mine. He plucked the attractive peach that exuded spiritual charm. It took less than half a second. There's still a chance. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to the 100-year-old spirit item 400 meters away. Coincidentally, the 100-year-old spirit item bore the dragon mark's spirit fruit. It was mature and had 9 golden patterns on the surface. Another one. His figure flashed again. In just 0.01 seconds, he arrived in front of the 100-year-old spirit item. His unscrupulous actions made Feng Xian and the others even angrier. "Stop!" Feng Xian and Sam shouted in unison. "Retreat!" Jiang Xi simply ignored them. He plucked the dragon mark spirit fruit and turned to leave. At this point, he had finally picked the fruit for more than a second. This was still within his expectations. However, something unexpected happened. Sam, who was originally more than 1,000 meters away from him, suddenly increased his speed and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. The broad-bladed greatsword with a sharp sword aura was about to land on his body in the next moment. So fast, Jiang Xi felt a wave of mental pressure and immediately bit his lips. The pain woke him up. With a flip of his hand, his sword swept out horizontally. Clang! The long sword collided with the opponent's broadsword. A huge force burst forth in an instant. Under this force, Riverward's figure was somewhat out of control, flying out backward. Then, he used the momentum to increase his speed and dash down the mountain. What? Sam could not believe it. Although Jiang Xi seemed to be at a disadvantage, that was just a hasty strike. It actually blocked his all-out attack. Didn't that mean that Jiang Xi's strength was on par with his? Close to the first tier of A class. Don't even think about running. Seeing that Jiang Xi continued to run and had no intention of fighting, Sam reacted and quickly chased after him. Behind him, Feng Xian also chased after him with a face full of anger. Jiang Xi was very fast. After successfully reaching A class, his speed had improved significantly. In addition, he used the wind shadow steps at full strength. When he ran down the mountain, he only left behind a series of afterimages. In just a dozen seconds, he reached the mountainside of the sky-piercing mountain. Below him was the area with dense lightning. Sam chased after him closely. Encountering someone like Jiang Xi, whose strength was on par with his, but who did not want to fight him and only wanted to escape. There was nothing he could do when he saw Jiang Xi rush into the area where the lightning kept falling without looking back. He could only curse loudly. Earlier, when he came up the mountain, Sam had already experienced the power of the lightning. Although it could not hurt him, it still felt very uncomfortable. Therefore, he only cursed a few times and gave up the chase. He turned around and returned to the lake at the top of the mountain. After all, there were still 3 spirit fruits there. Compared to the 2 spirit fruits in Jiang Xi's hands, the spirit fruits at the top of the mountain were obviously easier to obtain. In just 2 seconds, Feng Xian also caught up. He just happened to see Sam return. "Sam, where is he?" Feng Xian asked anxiously. "He ran away." Sam snorted coldly. He did not stop and increase his speed. "I'm so angry." Feng Xian looked at the lightning at the bottom of the mountain and roared angrily. "You're not his match. Hurry up and help me deal with those skeletons." Sam's voice came from above. "Trash! Trash!" Feng Xian's expression was somewhat distorted. However, he did not dare to chase after Jiang Xi alone. He had also seen the scene of Jiang Xi and Sam exchanging blows in an instant. That's the strength of a first-tier A rank. How'd he do it? It's only been an hour. Feng Xian found it hard to understand. "I'm not his match." Feng Xian's heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. In the end, he could only turn around and return to the top of the mountain. No matter what, he had to obtain a spirit fruit. That way, he would have a chance to break through to the spirit nurture stage. A glimmer of opportunity was still an opportunity. Soon, the 2 of them returned to the open space of the vegetable garden at the top of the mountain. At this time, Zhongsu and Ta Shi were still struggling under the siege of the 5 undead creatures. Among the 5 spirit fruits, the 2 that Jiang Xi had plucked had completely withered. Seeing this scene, Sam became even angrier. He rushed over without saying a word. He wanted to vent his anger on the undead creatures. He had already decided that he would take all the fruits of the remaining 3 spirit fruits. Feng Xian and the others would not be able to get a single one, however. He could not reveal this intention yet. He still needed Feng Xian and the others to help him deal with these undead creatures. In fact, he was somewhat envious of Jiang Xi, because Jiang Xi was very fast. He did not need to fight with these undead creatures. He took advantage of the time when they were restraining the undead creatures to pluck the 2 spirit fruits. Although he was envious, he did not have Jiang Xi's speed and no one to help him restrain the undead creatures. It was very difficult for him to pass through the undead creature's line of defense. He knew very well that Feng Xian and the other 2 would be lucky if they did not play any tricks. It was impossible to get them to help restrain the undead creatures. Only by dealing with the undead creatures guarding the spirit fruits could they pluck the spirit fruits. Feng Xian was 2 steps slower. After returning, he joined the battle with the undead creatures again. He looked at Zhong Su and Ta Shi expressionlessly. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding and nodded slightly. In the face of the 5 undead creatures, the 4 of them did not fully exert their strength. The battle that could have been finished in half an hour would now take at least an hour. Both sides had their own plans. They were all waiting for the final eruption. Chapter 135. On the other hand, Jiang Xi once again felt the magic of the Tongtian mountain. The lightning bolts that kept falling were all as thick as a thumb, but none of them fell on him. When he found that Feng Xian and Sam did not continue to pursue him, he easily found a nearby cave and hid inside. The cave was very dry. Surprisingly, there were stone tables and stone stools, as if someone had lived here many years ago. Jiang Xi did not care about this. He sat down leisurely on the stone stool and took out the 2 spiritual fruits that he had just obtained. His throat moved. He had no choice. The spiritual essence of the peach and the dragon-marked spiritual fruit was too tempting, making him have the urge to swallow them. To be safe, I'd better eat the dragon-marked spiritual fruit first. This peach is the fruit of a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit. With the strength of an A-class martial artist body, if he can't bear it and explodes, there will be no way to explain. Jiang Xi shook his head and put away the peach. Although there was a satellite signal here, he could log in to the Xintian forum. But out of caution, he did not go to the forum to inquire about the origin of the peach. He still understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. A 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit was so rare that if he inquired about it in the forum, the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan would definitely know. Things like website backend existed hundreds of years ago. Jiang Xi looked at the dragon-marked spiritual fruit in his hand. On the surface of a mature dragon-marked spiritual fruit, there would be 9 irregular golden patterns. He thought to himself, according to Feng Xian and the others, the realm above A-class should be the spirit gathering stage. Last time, the dragon-marked spiritual fruit with only 1 golden pattern greatly improved my strength. This time, it's a fully mature dragon-marked spiritual fruit. Can it help me reach the spirit gathering stage directly? Jiang Xi's heart palpitated. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down before eating the dragon-marked spiritual fruit. The last time he ate the unripe dragon-marked spiritual fruit, he swallowed it in 1 mouthful in an emergency. He did not taste it at all. This time, he had the process of savoring it carefully. It was really crispy and delicious. After eating it, Jiang Xi wiped his mouth, wishing for more. I still want more. However, before he could savor the taste, the dragon-marked spirit fruit in his stomach turned into an extremely rich spiritual qi in the span of a breath. It contained a few times more spirit qi than the A-grade Fey potions. His body began to expand again. However, the situation was still acceptable. Only his muscles and blood vessels showed signs of rupturing. His bones and whatnot had withstood the energy impact this time. The body of an A-class martial artist is indeed powerful. This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. He then focused and used the EXP panel to level up. Level increased by 3000 EXP. After chanting in his heart, the spiritual energy in his body rapidly decreased, and his body also showed a small increase in strength. After reaching a class, the improvement process was much slower. It took about 3 seconds each time. Level increased by 3000 EXP. Level increased by 3000 EXP. It increased every 3 seconds, and when it reached the 6th time, Jiang Ci frowned. After increasing his level by 3000 EXP, the decrease in spiritual energy in his body was not as obvious as the previous 5 times. Soon, when the improvement process was over, Jiang Ci went through the 7th improvement. Just as he had predicted, the improvement failed. He opened the EXP panel and checked. Level. Pulse opening level A, 2590025900. Cultivation technique. 9 elements heart technique, martial technique. 9 elements sword technique, combined 300,003,0000. Wind shadow step, combined 400,004,0000. Force exertion, 10 experience points, 119149. I didn't break through. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. The improvement just now had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. The remaining spiritual energy in his body was not enough to break through the bottleneck from A class to spirit nurture. It's a pity that I wasted less than half of the Dragon Mark spirit fruit, because the 9 element sword technique and wind shadow step, these 2 advanced martial techniques, were also in a bottleneck state. However, he currently had no way to break through the bottleneck. It was not like he could use a large amount of spiritual energy to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Therefore, he could only let the remaining spiritual energy dissipate. Of course, he could also turn this spiritual energy into EXP through cultivation. However, this process would take a long time, and it was obviously not the time now. There were still 3 spiritual items on the mountain peak. Now that his strength had increased again, he could openly compete for them. He might not have the combat power of A class, but he could definitely suppress Sam. Although I didn't succeed in breaking through with my current state, I should not be far away from A class. The martial artists standing at the first step of the A class were all in the spirit nurturing stage. Jiang Ci's eyes were in high spirits. He stood up and gently clenched his fist. Bang, bang. The power that erupted from his body shook the air. It was very powerful. Who was chasing me just now? Now I'm here. Jiang Ci left the cave and gently stepped on the ground. With a boom, his figure appeared 5,000 meters away. His speed had greatly increased. He ran toward the peak of Tongtian Mountain. The process of his improvement did not take long. It was less than 3 minutes. The battle above was definitely not over yet. At the entrance of Jade Lake's secret realm, Kunlun Mountain's Death Valley, the invisible barrier was like an inverted bowl, completely enveloping the 105-kilometer long and 33-kilometer wide Death Valley. Endless clouds and mist were churning within the barrier. There were 3 invisible transport planes that landed at different locations around Death Valley at almost the same time. 1 to 2 people came down from each plane with weapons. They directly passed through the barrier of Death Valley and entered Jasper Lake secret realm. 2 of the martial artists that came down from the planes did not look like they were from Daxia country. However, each of them had a very powerful aura. They were at least A class. At the same time, on the other side of Death Valley, on the cliff of a snowy mountain, Xiantian and White Cloud were still standing there, motionless. They seemed to be waiting for something White Cloud reminded. Master, there are more than 10 strong martial artists here. He was doing statistics. Xiantian smiled and said, "No rush. There are still a few forces that have not arrived yet. We have to wait for them. But, Master, according to your plan, we only need to attract 12 people. Oh, did I say that? I think I did say that. But it's more fun with more people. We can deal with them once and for all. It'll save us the trouble of making a move next time. All right. Pay attention. When the people from the 5 major countries and the main martial artist forces have arrived, we'll go in. White Cloud heard this and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He already knew what his master was planning. However, he felt that the current development was not right. Don't go overboard, master. In the next half an hour, more and more people were sent to Death Valley. They were all powerful martial artists. After these people entered Jasper Lake's secret realm through Death Valley, they all went straight to Tontian Mountain. Chapter 136. After Jiang Ci quietly returned to the mountaintop, he did not reveal any traces. Once again, he hid at the peak beside the vegetable garden. Even if he had become stronger, he could not act recklessly. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. This was Jiang Ci's style of doing things. Hence, he continued to look for the right opportunity. Observing from here, it could be seen that after the 5 undead creatures joined forces, they became even more difficult to deal with. Feng Xian and Sam were both scheming against each other. In a situation where they were not of one mind, it was almost impossible to quickly deal with the 5 undead creatures. Jiang Ci was not in a hurry. A qualified fisherman was more patient than an osprey. My position is about 6,000 meters away from the remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual item. With my current speed, I only need a little more than a second to reach it. His first target this time was the 1,000-year-old spiritual item that bore fruits similar to the dragon fruit. Just like that, he waited for about 20 minutes. Once again, he saw an excellent opportunity. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed over. However, before he could get close to the 1,000-year-old spiritual item with the dragon fruit, he heard Feng Xian and Sam angrily shout in unison, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." In an instant, the 4 people who were fighting against the undead creatures attacked Jiang Ci together as if they had agreed beforehand, forming an encirclement. They might have disagreements regarding the distribution of spiritual items, but their attitude towards Jiang Ci was the same. After the 2 Fays were snatched away by Riverward, they were already on guard. It was impossible for them to fall in the same place twice. Blade shadows, sword shadows, and staff shadows bombarded Jiang Ci together. This was especially true for Sam and Feng Xian. Both of them were second-tier A-rank powerhouses, and their attacks were frightening. Haha, good timing. However, Jiang Ci was not afraid at all. Being safe and low-key was fundamental. However, if he really wanted to make a move, he was not afraid at all. Whoosh! The killing shadow sword was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed. At the same time, Jiang Ci's footsteps were light. His body was like the wind, and with a slight turn, he arrived in front of Tashi, who was the weakest. His long sword was suffused with a terrifying sword light, and with a buzzing sound, he slashed out in an instant. 9 elemental sword play. It was a quick sword enhanced by the extreme speed movement technique. It was even more powerful. In just 0.1 seconds, he had swung his sword nearly 100 times. Clang! Clang! Tashi swung his blade with all his might, but he was only a 3rd-tier A-class warrior. His speed was far from Jiang Ci's. After blocking the first 10 or so strikes, he could no longer hold on. He could only barely hold his saber horizontally in front of his chest. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining dozens of swords almost instantly landed on his body. He was sent flying and exploded in the air. When he landed on the ground, he was already a pile of minced meat. This scene stunned Feng Xian and Zhong Su. Then, Feng Xian roared, "Jiang Ci, you deserve to die." A saber slashed towards Jiang Ci. Die, die, die. Zhong Su also went crazy. He swung the stick, the sky full of stick shadows, and smashed toward Jiang Ci. The 2 of them were furious and sorrowful. They had a deep friendship with Tashi, a friendship that had gone through life and death. As early as 30 years ago, the name of the Iron Triangle of the Zhanghai Prefecture had been well known in the martial arts world. Now Tashi was dead. Facing the madness of the 2, Jiang Ci was very calm and collected. The friend of an enemy was also an enemy. He did not show any mercy. If he had to kill, he would kill. I'll kill the two of them together. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just nice. I'll get rid of the threat once and for all. The killer's shadow sword and his body merged perfectly. With his body leading the sword, the speed of the sword became faster and faster with the help of the wind shadow step. Clang! Clang! In almost an instant, two consecutive strikes repelled Feng Xian and Zhong Su's attacks. Then, Jiang Xi followed up with another attack, his long sword stabbing forward once again, but at this moment, a piercing chill attack from the side behind him. It was Sam's sudden sneak attack, his broad greatsword slashing towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's face turned cold, and he shouted, "You're courting death." Without even looking, he swept his sword horizontally. Boom! When the long sword collided with the greatsword, a huge force exploded, and an invisible shockwave shook the surrounding fog. The situation of the battle changed again. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Sam had temporarily joined forces. This young man from the Xia kingdom is too sinister. He's been hiding his strength all this time. Sam's face was tense. His reason for attacking was simple. Jiang Xi was too strong. He realized that although his attack power was similar to Jiang Xi's, both of them were close to the first tier of A-class. However, in terms of speed, he was much slower than Jiang Xi. If he allowed Jiang Xi to kill Feng Xian and Zhong Su, he would be the only one left. He had no confidence in dealing with Jiang Xi. Then come at me together. Jiang Xi made a classic beckoning gesture. Arrogant. The three of them were furious and attacked at the same time. Jiang Xi laughed loudly, his feet moving in a mysterious footwork. His body was extremely fast and elegant, like the wind and shadow, welcoming their attacks. His long sword quickly blocked the attacks. Then he attacked with a fast sword. The 9 elemental sword technique and the wind shadow step were perfectly combined. In one word, fast. In addition, his current realm was at the bottleneck of A-class. His strength was outstanding, and combined with his tenfold strength, the power of each sword was frightening. As long as Feng Xian and the other two were hit by his sword, no matter who it was, even if they did not die, they would be half crippled. In a situation where his opponents were somewhat afraid, Jiang Xi's attacks were even more like a fish in water. The combined attacks of these three people were like sparring partners for him, allowing him to quickly adapt to his new strength and further increase his combat power. From the time Jiang Xi attacked until now, only 3 seconds had passed. On the other side, after the 5 undead creatures lost their target, they were confused at first. Then they roared and pounced toward Jiang Xi, and the others they attacked indiscriminately. Jiang Xi was still fine. With the flexibility brought by the wind shadow steps, he was able to handle the attacks with ease. On the other hand, Feng Xian and Zhong Su were having a hard time. Not only did they have to deal with Jiang Xi, but they also had to deal with the attacks of the undead creatures, especially the long-tailed skeletons, whose 2 10-meter-long tails were like giant blades. They swept across the open space and wreaked havoc, restricting their movements. If their movement techniques were not good, they would be easily injured. In this open space that resembled a vegetable garden, the commotion became louder and louder. Some of the surrounding boulders and peaks exploded due to the aftermath of the battle. Jiang Xi felt more and more that while dodging the attacks of the undead creatures, he was also completely suppressing Feng Xian and the others. His sword was like lightning, extremely fast. His body was like a phantom, as elegant as the wind. This feeling was wonderful. How did he become stronger again? How could it be? How could it be? After experiencing a bout of anger, Feng Xian's mind was in a mess. In just a little over an hour, he had witnessed the change in Jiang Xi's strength. In the beginning, under his pursuit, Jiang Xi could only flee pathetically. Now, even if they worked together, they were still not Jiang Xi's match. A feeling of despair grew in his heart. Was this what a genius was like? What should we do? Run. We must run. Before we reach the spirit-nurturing stage, we must hide from him. Feng Xian quickly made a decision. He gave Zhong Su a look. Like them, Sam was also thinking about retreating. Sam also knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible to get a big harvest. However, he had more thoughts. He wanted to make sure that he would not return empty-handed from this trip to the Jade Lake's secret realm. Chapter 137. Roar! Two long-tailed skeletons swept their blade-like tails at Jiang Si in a crisscross manner. Jiang Si turned his body and easily dodged the attack. With the strength of the A-class bottleneck, coupled with the wind shadow step and 9-elemental sword art, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 A-class martial artist. Suddenly, Jiang Si thrust his sword at an ape skeleton that was pouncing at him. The white man, Sam, retreated without any warning. He turned around and rushed towards the remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual item. "Did you ask me for permission?" Jiang Si was amused. This blatant attempt to fish in troubled waters was simply an insult to his intelligence. Immediately after, he changed his target to Sam. He slowed down the frequency of his attacks on Feng Xian and Zhong Su and rapidly thrust his sword at Sam. At the same time, Sam's action of plucking the 1,000-year-old spiritual item's fruit angered the 5 undead creatures guarding the spiritual item. They also surrounded and attacked. Fuck! Sam's face changed. He accelerated towards the 1,000-year-old spiritual item and crossed the distance of 2 to 3 kilometers in a single step. Get lost. Do you think you can touch the things of my great Xia kingdom? Jiang Si snorted and swung his sword, thrusting it forward with a cold gleam. His speed was faster than Sam's and instantly caught up. It's too late. Sam was unwilling to give up. When he saw the nearest 100-year-old spiritual item, he rushed over with lightning speed. Pucci, he paid the price for his greed. His shoulder was pierced by Jiang Si. Moreover, it was only 2 to 3 centimeters away from his neck. It was very dangerous. Damn it, what a loss. Sam was infuriated and fled for his life. In the end, he didn't even get a single 100-year-old spiritual item. Consider yourself lucky. Jiang Si didn't give chase. Sam was determined to escape. Even if he could stop him, it would take some effort. When he turned around, Jiang Si's expression didn't look good either. Feng Xian and Zhong Su actually took the opportunity to escape. They knew their limits and didn't covet the spiritual item, of course. He didn't dare to do so. He was afraid that he would be hunted down by Jiang Si if he picked the Fey. These two, where's the bravery they had earlier? Jiang Si was a little speechless. So what if she ran away? He wasn't too worried. His current strength was different from before. He had no need to fear Feng Xian at all. If Feng Xian dared to come again, he could probably slap him to death. Jiang Si's footsteps were light as he was about to pluck the remaining 3 spiritual items. 5 undead creatures rushed over to stop him. Get out of my way! Riverward bellowed as his long sword struck a long-tailed skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 sparkling white bones were cut off. The 5 undead creatures became even crazier. Jiang Si pushed his wind shadow steps to the limit, wanting to get rid of them. A strange scene appeared. The 5 undead creatures seemed to have encountered something terrible. They actually growled at Jiang Si and fled back into the depths of the fog, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Si's head was full of question marks. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. He had to get the fruits of the 3 spiritual items first. Without any disturbance, Jiang Si walked over and picked the fruits with ease. 1,000-year-old spiritual item fruit and 200-year-old spiritual item fruits were all in his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and there was a feeling of space being compressed. A huge palm print that seemed to be condensed from spiritual energy slammed directly at Jiang Si from afar. What? Jiang Si was aghast. He didn't even think before running away. Boom, boom, boom. Almost instantly, the huge palm print landed on the place where he was just standing. The mountain rocks split open, and a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters appeared there. Jiang Si only had time to glance at it. His face was full of horror. What kind of attack was this? He had never seen anyone use spiritual energy to attack someone directly. It was so powerful. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been smashed into a pile of mud. Jiang Xi rushed into the thick fog without looking back. He ran along the lakeside and wanted to go down the mountain from another direction. At this moment, a bearded white man suddenly appeared in the open space. He saw the 5 withered spiritual items. Behind him, there was another person who was much slower than him. It was Sam, who had just been stabbed by Jiang Xi's sword. Lord William. Sam held his left shoulder and bowed. His attitude was very humble. He had already used the A-class spiritual item medicine, and the injury on his left shoulder had stopped. Sam, what happened? William asked in a muffled voice. That kid from the Great Xia Kingdom took the 5 spiritual items. Sam quickly replied, Hide well first. I will chase after him. Before his voice faded, William's figure had already disappeared into the thick fog. Sam's eyes flickered and he sneered. He already had a premonition of Jiang Xi's fate, because the one who made the move was Lord William. In the entire martial arts world of the Dark Shadow Kingdom, there was no one who did not know Lord William's name. Lord William was the new hero of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. He was a true first-tier powerhouse who had surpassed A-class. Sam was a director of the Liberal Alliance and was also a martial artist of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. He had trained with William for a period of time and had a good relationship with him. This time, William was able to rush over so quickly because of his timely notification. Although he was still a step late, and Jiang Xi had taken the spiritual items, Sam believed that with Lord William's strength, killing Jiang Xi was just a matter of waving his hand. After that, he quickly left the place and hid by the lakeside. According to Lord William, this place was going to be chaotic. Chaos. The more chaotic, the better. It would be best if the foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom and Jinten Budokan is destroyed. Sam was full of excitement, because there were rumors that the few martial arts powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom started to rise after coming out of the Jade Lake secret realm. Could it be the Spirit Nurture stage? Although he had escaped far away, Jiang Xi was still shocked. That attack just now was 2 terrifying whoosh-whoosh gusts of strong wind swept up in the fog behind him. It was caused by someone running at extreme speed. He's catching up. Jiang Xi's face was solemn. A foreigner? Is he also a director of the Liberal Alliance? He saw the appearance of the person clearly. It was a strong white man with a big beard. Fortunately, his speed is only a little faster than mine. As long as I can return to the lower half of the Tongtian Mountain, I can use the lightning area there to escape the pursuit. Jiang Xi did not panic. He calmly ran along the lakeside and prepared to go down the mountain from the other side. On the contrary, William was shocked. He realized that Jiang Xi was not much slower than him. A person who had not reached the Spirit Nurture stage actually showed a speed comparable to the Spirit Nurture stage. He must be a young genius of the Great Xia Kingdom. I must get rid of him. He was determined to kill him. The two of them ran along the lakeside, chasing each other. Suddenly, Jiang Xi's eyes widened. His breathing became hurried, and the rhythm of his footsteps became a little messy. His speed dropped sharply. He saw a green lotus leaf on the surface of the lake in front of him. More than 10 mature lotus heads swayed in the wind against the backdrop of the lotus leaf. Even from far away, he could feel the spiritual aura emitted by the lotus heads. These lotus heads were all 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Chapter 138. There were so many 1,000-year-old spiritual items. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely make the strong people in the world go crazy. How is this possible? What are the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan doing? Why didn't they send someone to guard this place? Jiang Xi couldn't understand. Boom! Another huge spiritual chi palm print condensed in the air and slapped towards him. The white man had caught up. Damn it! The spiritual items were important, but they weren't as important as his life. Jiang Xi decisively ran forward again. Boom, boom, boom. The palm print landed behind Jiang Ci, but Jiang Ci left quickly. When William arrived, he suddenly stopped. He had also noticed the lotus pods on the lotus leaves. "Oh my God!" William exclaimed. He stopped chasing. There were more than 10,000-year-old spiritual items here. Why would he chase after Jiang Ci? Not chasing? Jiang Ci sensed that the movement behind him had disappeared. He realized that the bearded white man must have been attracted by the lotus pods. He was temporarily safe. However, Jiang Ci's mood wasn't much better. His face was tense. 100-year-old spiritual item could nurture an ordinary A-class warrior. Those lotus pods were all 1,000-year-old spiritual items. How many strong people could they nurture? This was a priceless cultivation resource. It could even affect the rise and fall of a country. The more strong people there were, the more resources there would be in this era. Although the Jade Lake Secret Realm is another space, it is still the territory of the Xia Kingdom. Do foreign warriors want to seize the resources here? Although he couldn't understand why the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan didn't care about these spiritual items, Jiang Ci still decided to call for help. When Feng Xian was looking for help to fight for the 5 spiritual items, Jiang Ci already had this plan. However, he didn't expect so many accidents to happen. He used the A-class spiritual item medicine and the 100-year-old spiritual item dragon mark fruit. With the help of the experience panel, his strength increased twice in a short time. In the end, he suppressed Feng Xian, Sam, and the others and obtained the 5 phase on his own. Therefore, there was no need to inform the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan, but now that things had developed to this point, there were more than a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Even a master of spirit nurturing stage has appeared. He had to call the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan over. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the situation alone. Who should I inform? Jiang Ci found that the only Jinten Budokan higher-ups he could contact now were Tang He, one of the 4 elders, and a black-robed woman who supervised the survival training. Contact both of them. He didn't have the black-robed woman's specific contact information. The only way was to send an emergency rescue signal and let the black-robed woman come here. However, if he used emergency rescue, it meant that he had failed in this survival training. Jiang Ci shook his head. If he failed, then so be it. Survival training was no longer important to him. Then he used his tactical communications watch to call Tang He. Jiang Ci, aren't you in the survival training? On the other side of the phone, Tang, he was a little surprised. Elder Tang, there's an emergency. Do you know the Tongtian Mountain in the Jade Lake Secret Realm? It's a huge mountain covered by lightning and fog. Now, there are 4 martial artists snatching the 1,000-year-old spiritual items here. Jiang Ci spoke very quickly. What? Lightning? Fog? 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Impossible. Jiang Ci, are you sure you're talking about the Tongtian Mountain? Tang Yi was very surprised. Yes, there's a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. There's also a big lake at the top of the mountain. There are more than a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual items growing in it. Okay, I got it. The call ended. Jiang Ci was a little puzzled. Listening to Tang He's words, was the situation of the Tongtian Mountain not like this before? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Otherwise, it would be strange if no one guarded such a precious place. The higher-ups of Jinten Budokan wouldn't be so stupid to let others snatch these spiritual items. Outside the Jade Lake Secret Realm, at the edge of the Death Valley. In just half an hour, nearly 20 martial artists came and passed through the Death Valley and entered the Jade Lake Secret Realm. These people were at least A-class in strength. White Cloud asked in an uncertain tone, Master, is it still not enough? There are already more than 30 people in total. 5 of them are at the spirit nurturing stage. Basically, all the experts in the world's martial arts world have come. Xian Tian didn't laugh this time. He pondered for a while, frowned, and muttered to himself, Something doesn't feel right. How can the Jade Lake Secret Realm attract so many people? He also smelled a trace of surprise in the air. It seemed that the development of things was not what he expected. White Cloud thought that it was indeed the case. Master had gone overboard. Ask He2 if anything happened inside, Tian said in a deep voice. White Cloud was about to contact He2 to ask about the situation when his tactical communications watch rang. Tang's call. Answer it. When the call was connected, he quickly reported the situation. White Cloud looked serious and said to Tian, Master, something unexpected happened. Master, an accident indeed happened. Riverward was pursued by Feng Xian and entered the Heavenspan Mountain. According to his description, the environment of the Tongtian Mountain has changed greatly. It has been covered by clouds and lightning. More than 10,000-year-old spiritual plants have suddenly grown in the lake at the top of the mountain. Let He2 rush there first. Tian also became serious. White Cloud immediately contacted and nodded. Junior sister He2 has received Jiangxi's distress signal and is rushing there. Let's go. Tian leaped down from the cliff of the snowy mountain and crossed more than 10 kilometers in the air. He directly fell into the barrier of the Death Valley and entered the Jade Lake's secret realm. White Cloud did the same and followed Tian. In fact, other than Jiangxi, there were also other Jintan Budokan students who discovered the Tongtian Mountain. Like everyone else, the lightning area at the bottom of the Tongtian Mountain made them fearful and did not dare to climb the mountain. As for why they did not inform the higher-ups of the dojo, the reason was simple. Firstly, they did not have the contact information of the higher-ups. Secondly, they subconsciously thought that the mythical scene of the Tongtian Mountain was like this. After all, this was the Jade Lake's secret realm. Thirdly, they did not reach the top of the Tongtian Mountain and did not know that there were so many spiritual plants there. Therefore, the final result was that other than Jiangxi, no one thought of reporting the situation. Therefore, the higher-ups of Jinten Budokan only knew about the situation now. On the other side, after Jiangxi reported the situation, he hid in a secluded spot by the lake and quietly observed. Out of caution, he did not approach the area with the lotus heads. His intuition told him that the lake was not safe. However, after reaching the A-class bottleneck, his senses had been greatly enhanced. With his current eyesight, he could roughly see the situation over there even if he was almost 10,000 meters away. He could see that the white man was also very cautious and did not rashly pick those lotus heads. Clearly, he had also realized that this vast lake might be hiding dangers. The white man observed the surroundings for a while and used the simplest method to test the waters, throwing a stone. Splash! 1,000-kilogram rock smashed into the water near the lotus, splashing a large amount of water. The water rippled for a while and returned to calm after a while. It seemed safe and there was nothing hidden in the water. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.